Welcome to the entrance exam for the most prestigious academy on the planet. To get in, a professor zaps every student into another dimension where they have to battle not just monsters, but each other too. The goal is to rack up as many points as you can. But among all the hopefuls, one guy, Leo, is in a league of his own. He's so much more powerful than the other students that one of the academy's top prospects decides to take him out of the running before he can snag her #1 spot. But she fails. Big time. Instead, Leo effortlessly puts her in her place, showing everybody who the real top dog is. Now, you're probably wondering what makes this kid so special, right? Well, it turns out he's actually a legendary hero from 5,000 years in the past. See, about 5,000 years ago, humanity was nearly wiped out by Erebos, a creature known as the very source of all evil. To free the world from this darkness, 4 great heroes joined forces. In the final showdown, all of them fell in battle, leaving only one man standing, Kyle, the last hero, who represented humanity itself. Thanks to the sacrifices of his friends, Kyle managed to defeat the embodiment of evil and save the world. But that all happened 5,000 years ago. In the present day, the history books tell a completely different tale, one where Kyle has been totally wiped from the record. Instead, everyone is taught that it was Lysinus's sacrifice that ultimately defeated Erebos, the source of all evil. And for centuries, nobody ever questioned it. But here's the real kicker. Kyle has been reborn in this new era, and when he learns the official story of Erebos' defeat, he realizes his own name is completely missing. So, we're going to follow the story of the reborn Kyle, who, after discovering he's been erased from history, enrolls at Lumina Academy. This is the very hero academy that holds the official hero record, and he's determined to get his name back where it belongs. Years have passed since our hero Kyle was reincarnated, and the story now takes us to the Royal School of Daun. Inside a classroom, a teacher is standing in front of his students, reminding them that they're living in what's known as the Age of Heroes. He explains it's been a whopping 5,000 years since the hero record first made its appearance, and the mortal realm has changed a lot in that time. For instance, the Royal School of Dawn was selected to host this year's Lumina Academy entrance exam. The teacher is practically buzzing with excitement, sure that some of his students have what it takes to become heroes. However, not everyone in the room shares his enthusiasm. In fact, one student sitting way in the back looks totally bored and is, instead, catching some sleep. And this student, of course, is our boy Leo. The teacher is getting pretty annoyed by his lack of focus. He figures if Leo isn't paying attention, it must be because he already knows all this stuff and doesn't need to be taught. So, to put him on the spot, the teacher asks him to explain the ancient ritual from 5,000 years ago that someone had to perform to be called a hero. Leo finally gets up from his chair and answers the teacher's question in the most laid-back way imaginable. He just says that, if you got famous enough, people would naturally start looking up to you on their own. By the way, his full name is Leo Plav, a 15-year-old from the very distinguished House of Plav. Needless to say, the teacher is obviously not impressed with Leo's lackluster answer. So, he opens it up to the class, asking if anyone else wants to give a more thought-out response. One of the keener students enthusiastically shoots their hand up and offers an explanation. This student points out that back in the old days, there wasn't a straightforward way to get recognized by the gods. Instead, they had to rely on sacred rituals to decide who was worthy of being called a hero. A perfect example of this is the ritual of blood, and the teacher is absolutely blown away by how detailed the answer is. He's convinced that this student, Gullivan, is going to become the kingdom's greatest magical prodigy. Gullivan, by the way, is from the House of Trin. Anyway, it's clear Leo is getting pretty sick of this song and dance he goes through every day. From his perspective, meeting the gods wasn't some big deal back in his time. It was just a normal part of life. After all, the gods themselves once gave the mortal world a miracle to celebrate, the amazing heroes who battled Erebos, and that miracle was the hero record. But for the life of him, Leo just can't figure out why he's the only one who has been totally written out of the history books. Nobody seems to even know he was there, and frankly, it's starting to bug him. A little later, the students all rush over to the windows, excited to get a look at the Zuringer clan. As the group marches down the hall, right at the front is a young woman named Celia Zuringer, a name that definitely gets Leo's attention, piquing everyone's interest and curiosity. Just then, an announcement blares over the speakers, calling all students to the auditorium for a mandatory assembly. Turns out the Zuringer clan is visiting the school. As Leo starts to head out, Gullivan calls his name, asking if he plans on trying to catch the Zuringer's attention. But Leo, completely uninterested, just shrugs it off. He has zero desire to get wrapped up in this whole dog and pony show. He just wants to go home. Of course, This cool attitude only gets Gullivan all fired up. He can't believe Leo is just walking away from a huge opportunity like this. So, trying to look just as cool as our main guy, Gullivan quickly claims that he couldn't care less about the Zerringers either. But, he's totally gonna check out Celia, since she's his rival and all. Well, we can see right through that act he's obviously dying for the Zerringers to notice him. Later on, we catch up with Leo at the dojo, looking completely wiped out after tirelessly swinging his practice sword. He finally grabs his real sword and heads for the door, but the second he steps outside, he's ambushed by a woman charging at him with the force of a freight train. Leo, though caught off guard, manages to parry her strike with his blade. You can tell right away from their exchange that this isn't the first time these two have clashed. They've clearly got a history, and this kind of thing seems pretty normal for them. The woman seems thrilled about getting to spar with him after so long, announcing that this match is his final test before she'll give him her blessing to attend Lumen Academy. And as it turns out, this powerhouse of a woman is none other than his own mother. In a flash, she lunges at him again, their swords ringing out as Leo already struggles to keep up with her. His mom casually mentions that she's not even trying yet, not even using a tiny bit of her real power. The sparks fly with every single blow, each strike getting more and more intense. But then, Leo manages to turn the tables. His pure skill and swordsmanship are just on another level, and he actually starts to overpower his mom, forcing her to yield. She's left completely stunned by her son's talent and how much he's grown. Getting to her feet, she asks in a much softer voice why he's so dead set on attending Lumina Academy. Now, before we go any further, let's get a little backstory on this place. Lumen Academy, the Academy for Human Heroes, is one of 4 super prestigious institutions that holds something called the Hero Record. Out of all of them, Leo is pretty sure Lumen Academy is his best shot at finding clues about his past life as the hero, Kyle. With a reason that huge, it's no wonder Leo is so determined to get into that academy. After their spar, Leo's mother reminds him that the Zeringer clan members are visiting Daun right now, and they'll be staying at their place, the Plav Mansion. And while she's personally not exactly thrilled about having them over, she does have a favor to ask. She's planning to talk to Zeiss, the vice-patriarch of the Zeringer clan, hoping he might be willing to teach Leo the famous Zeringer aura technique. She figures that with that skill under his belt, Leo will be a shoo-in for admission to Lumen Academy next year. The thing is, what she doesn't know is that her son is dead set on getting in this year. He has absolutely no intention of waiting another whole year to get what he wants. A little while later, we're over at the Plav Mansion, where Celia Zeringer is just arriving. The moment she steps out of her carriage, she can't help but wonder why her uncle picked a place like this to stay. I mean, he could have easily just booked an entire hotel for himself. And this, as you might have guessed, is Celia Zeringer. She's 15 years old, a sword princess from the Zeringer clan. Right now, her main focus is the Lumen entrance exam, and she's seriously doubting how some minor family like the Plavs could possibly help her train for it. Just then, Celia's uncle calls out too, and it's none other than Zeiss Zeringer, the vice-patriarch of the clan himself. He playfully asks if she isn't even a little bit curious to meet Leo, the kid, who was bold enough to say he wasn't interested in their clan. Celia, cool as a cucumber, just says that if Leo is some wannabe knight who can't even use aura yet, then he's probably nothing special. Zeiss, on the other hand, doesn't seem to agree with her. In fact, he seems pretty optimistic about Leo's potential. Once inside the mansion, Zeiss steps forward to greet the heads of the Plav household. He shares a respectful greeting with Dade Plav, the family patriarch, and his wife, Raina Plav. Both hosts graciously return the pleasantries, welcoming the Zeringers into their home with open arms, honor. Afterwards, Zeiss formally introduces Celia to Rhea and Dade, and the young lady, ever so polite, introduces herself right back. She thanks them for letting her stay in their home. Rhea then steps forward to get a better look at Celia and immediately notices that she is the spitting image of her father and uncle in both looks and mannerisms. In turn, Celia clocks Raina's signature black hair and red eyes, and it doesn't take her long to connect the dots. Raina is a Zeringer, which makes her Celia's aunt. A bit later, the brother-sister duo, Zeiss and Raina, sit down to catch up. During their chat, Zeiss mentions they recently stopped by the Royal School of Daun, where they were really hoping to see Leo. But, to their disappointment, he'd already taken off, apparently not interested in meeting anyone. Rhea apologizes on her son's behalf, admitting that his behavior probably came off as a bit rude. This piques Zeiss's curiosity, so he asks his sister about Leo, wondering what he's really like. Rhea absolutely gushes about him, saying Leo is unbelievably talented. Her enthusiastic response makes Zeiss question if Leo is actually worthy of inheriting the Zeringer flames. Rhea continues to sing his praises, but makes it clear she's not just being a proud mom. Leo genuinely possesses the talent and potential to uphold the Zeringer legacy. Zeiss is pretty intrigued to hear all this, and while he trusts her judgment, he feels he needs to test Leo himself before making up his own mind. Later, we find Leo sitting quietly, trying to focus. After finishing his little ritual, he thinks to himself that he's finally forged a body capable of containing everything he needs. Leo mulls over why he's held off on learning aura until this point. The whole reason comes down to the unique nature of his body. Absorbing aura too early would have caused it to naturally adapt and specialize to match that aura. That would have limited his ability to gather mana and soul energy, which are two critical pieces of his long-term strategy. In his past life, he saw firsthand just how dangerous uncontrolled power can be. If he had properly absorbed the abilities of his fallen comrades, he wouldn't have left behind such a catastrophic mess. To avoid a repeat performance, Leo is determined to achieve perfect control this time around. So, the very first step on his to-do list is mastering aura, but he's going to do it his own way. Before he can get any deeper in thought, a familiar voice calls out, snapping him back to reality. He turns around and spots Celia Zeringer. With a confident smirk, she comments on how it looks like he's finally grasped the basics of training. While her words are dripping with sarcasm, she then offers to teach him a thing or two about swordsmanship, if he thinks he's up for it. Meanwhile, our boy has no earthly idea who she is. So, she introduces herself as Celia Zeringer, the world-class sword princess, if you want to get specific. With the pleasantries out of the way, Leo cuts right to the chase. He says he's honored she'd even offer, but he has absolutely no intention of taking lessons from someone he considers less skilled than he is. Needless to say, she is pretty annoyed to hear this, as it sounds an awful lot like he's suggesting he's stronger than her. Leo quickly clarifies that in a real-deal death match, she'd probably win since he can't use aura yet. However, a sparring match, using only sword skills, is a whole other story, and he's pretty sure he can handle her without breaking a sweat. Celia feels totally challenged by this, so she glances around and snatches a sword from the nearby rack. She wants to prove that he's got nothing more than misplaced confidence, and she plans on doing that by soundly defeating him in a duel. As far as she's concerned, even if Leo could use aura, there's no way he could beat her. She just wants to teach him a harsh lesson in reality. She then adds that if she wins at any point during her week-long stay, he has to become her servant. Leo isn't fazed in the slightest by her terms and casually asks, "And what if I win?" To make things fair, she shoots back that if he wins, she'll become his servant instead. With the bet officially set, Leo grabs a practiced sword, and they jump right into the spar. He immediately attacks with some unexpectedly impressive speed, but she easily sidesteps his move. Even so, she can't help but notice that his speed is actually kind of concerningly good, but Celia is still confident this isn't enough to beat her. As they rush each other again, Leo unleashes this incredibly heavy blow, and the raw power behind it is just too much for her. She has to jump back, unable to handle the force, and when Leo's sword hits the dirt, it just explodes into pieces. But Leo doesn't even pause. He comes at her again, and you can just see it on her face. Our once cocky lady is seriously regretting picking this fight, and she knows there's no way she can block the next hit. So, she just grits her teeth and braces for impact. But, plot twist, to everyone's shock, she comes out totally unscathed because she threw up an aura armor at the very last second. Now, this was supposed to be a friendly spar focused purely on sword skills, so that's a bit of a no-no. But does our high and mighty opponent admit she couldn't dodge him? Nope. She just makes up some excuse, claiming it was just a reflex. Leo's not having it, though. He just declares he's already won, so it doesn't even matter. Naturally, she's in total disbelief, not about to let him have the win that easily. Leo totally saw this coming. He casually takes off the magic weight bracelets he's been wearing to nerf his own strength, and with his very next swing, he absolutely pulverizes her little aura barrier, leaving her completely stunned. And Leo doesn't hold back this time, giving her a real taste of what he can do. A little later, out in the courtyard, Leo's taking a stroll when he runs into his mom, who immediately introduces him to his uncle, Zeiss. Like a good son, Leo quickly bows his head to show some respect, and Zeiss returns the gesture, introducing himself too. The two shake hands like proper gentlemen. Then, his mom asks if he's had the pleasure of meeting Celia yet, and well, Leo gets this hilarious flashback of her literally fainting from fear after their duel. But before he can even start to explain, a knight runs up to Zeiss with a report about the lady in question. Zeiss is pretty blown away to hear that Leo beat Celia without even knowing how to use aura himself. He personally tells Leo how impressed he is, saying it's seriously impressive. But Leo just humbly chalks it up to her underestimating him. So, Zeiss gets curious and asks what exactly Celia lost in their bet, to which Leo happily explains that the loser had to be the winner's servant. So, yup, Celia is officially his maid for the next week. And as much as Zeiss really doesn't like this whole idea, he knows a deal's a deal. Still, he's quick to point out that Celia is a Zeringer, so Leo can't actually order her around to do, actual maid's work. He's hoping Leo will let it slide, and even offers to personally give our boy something way more valuable as a trade, but Leo shuts that offer down immediately. He reminds his uncle that this was a bet between him and Celia, and as long as she's a Zeringer, she needs to own up to it. The uncle tries a different tactic, asking if he's really willing to pass up the chance to learn the famous Zeringer aura breathing method. Leo just hits him back with another sassy comeback. He believes that an aura technique offered up just to save his niece from some embarrassment isn't really worth learning. With his back against the wall, Zeiss decides to play a little hardball. He starts questioning the boy directly, pointing out that he pretty much just called a direct Zeringer heir his servant and said their family's ultimate technique was worthless. But Leo is completely unfazed, not scared at all. He just calmly agrees. Yep, that's pretty much what I said. Then, totally out of the blue, his uncle's whole vibe changes. He softens up and politely asks our boy if he doesn't think, maybe, that was a little bit rude and out of line. Once again, Leo clarifies that he never meant to insult the Zeringer family. He explains that if the aura technique was a reward for actually defeating Celia, he would have accepted it in a heartbeat, but he's not about to take it as a bribe just so she can weasel out of her own bet. See, from Leo's point of view, if his uncle won't acknowledge Celia's loss, it means they think she's better than him and just had an off day. But Leo lays it on the line. Even if Celia had been fighting him seriously from the start, he still would have won. You can just see his mom glowing with pride, while her brother is just as impressed by Leo's sharp thinking. The fact that this kid turned down such an amazing offer purely on principle, because he didn't like his uncle's attitude, just goes to show what an incredible kid he is. Zeiss can't help but wish a kid like that was part of the Zeringer family. He then gestures to his knights and orders them to send for her, Celia, off to the maid's quarters. He then turns to Leo and gives him permission to drop the formal titles when speaking to him. After that quick chat, Leo heads out, and Zeiss proudly turns to his older sister, telling her that as soon as he's home, he's going to convince their big brother to let them teach Leo their legendary technique, the Phoenix Breath. A little later, the scene cuts over to Leo's room, where the first thing you see is Celia's mortified expression. She's just about dying of embarrassment as she introduces herself as Celia, the maid who'll be taking care of Leo for the next week. And Leo, well, he is absolutely loving every second of it. I mean, who would have thought her usual elegant style would work so well with a simple maid outfit? Seriously, that dress looks amazing on her. Celia, however, seems a little annoyed by his compliments, since she's already well aware of how good she looks. Leo quickly apologizes, explaining he didn't mean to offend her, and admits he had a friend who was a little over the top with compliments, and the habit must have rubbed off on him. He remembers that friend used to say that the beauty of eternity is second to none, and if peace ever came to the world, he'd spend his life spreading beauty to everyone. And this friend he's talking about? None other than the Dwarven Master himself, Dueno. Suddenly, Celia spots the book Leo's reading and curiously asks him about it. Leo explains it's a book he used to read all the time when he was a kid. It's called The Great Hero of the Beginning. Celia actually remembers reading that same book when she was just 5 years old, seeing how much he enjoys it. She walks over to the bookshelf, pulls out another book, and points out that there are tons of stories about Kyle. In response, Leo says that it's often hard to credit huge historical achievements to just a single hero. He figures that a lot of these accomplishments, which are pinned on one person, might actually be the result of what many different heroes did over a long time. In other words, he's hinting that some of Kyle's famous deeds might have been done by other heroes. But Celia just brushes that idea off, saying that Kyle was probably just a con artist who tried to take all the credit from the real great heroes. At least, that's the popular opinion, and she's definitely in that camp. Naturally, Leo is not exactly thrilled to hear that everyone thinks Kyle was a total fraud with zero actual accomplishments. He quickly changes the subject, deciding it's time for breakfast before he starts his training. Celia immediately snaps back into character, and like a perfect maid, she humbly asks her young master if she can train with him. On the outside, she's all smiles and politeness, but on the inside, she's thinking some pretty spicy thoughts about him. Still, she has to play the part, because she's determined to figure out the secret to his strength. Leo agrees and leads the way to the training hall. A little while later, we see a completely wiped out Celia, down on her knees and gasping for air. After their first round, Leo gives her some feedback. He explains that during a fight, once her stamina hits its limit, her reaction speed drops, creating more openings in her moves. When that happens, she leaves herself vulnerable, which is exactly what's happening to her now. But Celia isn't convinced that pushing her body this hard is actually an folks these days are just a bit on the soft side. You see, compared to back in the day, aura techniques have come a long way, which is probably why people let physical training fall by the wayside. Aura can boost your physical strength, sure, but if you train your body, your aura gets even stronger. And this girl simply refuses to be called weak. So, she summons up her courage and gets back on her feet for another go. Right before charging in, she tells Leo he better stop looking down on her. But her head-on attack totally backfires when Leo just casually sends her flying with one swing, and she hits the dirt. At this point, she's just beyond frustrated after getting shown up time and time again. That's when Leo offers her a bracelet, and she immediately reaches out to take it. What she doesn't realize is that this little accessory is enchanted with some heavy-duty weight magic, making it ridiculously heavy. Meanwhile, Leo is sporting a wicked grin, his true intentions coming to light. It looks like his grand plan is to have her train with this bracelet on from now on. The next day, we spot Zeiss in the background, watching the two of them train. Seeing how hard Celia is working, Zeiss figures this will be a valuable lesson for her. He thinks it would be healthy for her pride to take a little hit before she heads off to Lumen. With that in mind, he calls over to Leo with some fantastic news. He's considering asking the Patriarch to let Leo inherit the Phoenix Breath technique. Hearing the words Phoenix Breath definitely catches Leo by surprise. From what he remembers, that's the Zuringer family's signature aura technique, the one that started it all. He knows that only the most recognized members of the family are ever allowed to learn it. Celia chimes in, pointing out that her father would never agree to it so easily. But it seems like Zeiss has already thought this through. He lays out a condition for Leo. If he can pass the Lumen entrance exam, he'll be given permission to learn the technique. Naturally, Celia is not a fan of this idea. As far as she's concerned, Leo is just some kid who can't even handle aura. And considering the Lumen entrance exam involves actual combat, she thinks it would be incredibly dangerous for him. Of course, Leo openly admits that he doesn't have any real fighting experience. But of course, we know that's only true if you don't count his entire past life. Zeiss waits to hear what Leo thinks, and our guy is quick to agree, provided his parents give him the okay. 1 week flies by, and the day of the Lumen entrance exam finally arrives. When the other students spot the one and only Celia Zinger among them, they're completely starstruck. Meanwhile, Celia takes the chance to throw a little jab at Leo. She casually asks if he's feeling nervous. It seems like after all that time playing personal maid, Celia's really gotten into character, since she's still calling Leo by his master title. As they're talking, the unmistakable voice of Gullivan grabs their attention. It turns out he's actually here for Celia, but he's pretty shocked to see Leo standing with her. This guy, what a piece of work, immediately starts throwing shade at Leo, convinced he doesn't belong here. After all, the kid can't even use aura. In the same breath, he tries to give Celia a polite greeting. But, oh boy, the poor guy gets completely ignored by the two of them, like he's not even there. Things get super awkward as he tries to remind Celia that he's Gullivan Tratton and that they'd met before. But to Gullivan's complete dismay, Celia has no idea who he is and just grabs Leo's hand to get out of there. Just then, another voice calls out to them. It's a pair of siblings, making quite the entrance. The taller one is a bad Leland of the Leland family, who's 16 years old, and the shorter girl next to him is his 14-year-old sister, Chelsea Leyland. While Celia clearly recognizes this pair, Leo is totally in the dark about who they are. Celia explains that they're the Leland siblings, who also hail from a heroic lineage in the Lordran Empire, just like her family. Celia is especially fired up about this because she is definitely not happy to see these two. She warns Leo that the Leland siblings are also taking the exam with them, and that losing to them is not an option. She absolutely refuses to let the Zuringer family be shown up by the Leland family. Of course, this isn't exactly Leo's fight. I mean, he's a Plav, not a Zuringer. Anyway, when the two siblings greet Celia, she can't really be rude, so she politely greets them back. She also makes sure to introduce Leo of House Plav, a noble family from the kingdom of Dad. The moment they hear Leo doesn't have some fancy title attached to his name, Abed Leland just scoffs at him. Then, the two siblings dramatically turn on their heels and start to walk off, but not before throwing out a warning. They declare that the top spot is definitely going to be theirs. It's pretty obvious Celia can't stand the Leland siblings' arrogance and is now looking forward to absolutely crushing them in the upcoming trials. Just then, a representative from Lumen Academy steps up onto the podium, and instantly, all eyes are on him. The man introduces himself as Albi Zyron, a professor at Lumen Academy. The second Celia sees who it is, her jaw just about hits the floor. But while she's stunned to see such a famous figure, Leo is completely unfazed, mostly because he has no clue who this guy is. Celia is clearly irritated that Leo doesn't even know someone as important as Albi. She takes a moment to school him, explaining that Albi Zyron is in the hero record, which is basically a list of the officially recognized heroes of this generation. Leo takes a closer look at the professor and immediately senses something strange about him, an incredible amount of mana, focused into Albi's left eye. With all eyes on him, Professor Albi kicks things off by explaining the format of the entrance exam. He explains that the trials usually have two parts, some one-on-one duels and a bit of monster hunting. Traditionally, participants would tackle these tasks one by one. However, Albi quickly makes it clear he thinks that's way too slow and wastes no time proving it. In a flash, he torches the paper he was holding, basically trashing the conventional exam structure. Then, he dramatically pulls out a thick, ancient-looking book. As he cracks it open, the professor summons the very first chapter, titled Prologue, The Wild Forest. In that moment, a massive enchantment circle lights up beneath the feet of every single student. The stage is set, and nobody has the faintest idea what this professor has up his sleeve. But one thing is crystal clear. This guy, Ali Zeron, absolutely hates wasting time. He announces he's mashing all the trials into one seamless challenge, and they're starting right now. So, to get what's going on, we learn this hero record isn't just some dusty history book. Its real value is its ability to bring the hero's world to life, a world filled with the experiences of past heroes. By jumping in, you can actually inherit the power of a hero who came before. Simply put, it's basically a high-stakes hero training program. Just like that, all the students are zapped into this hero's world, known as the Wild Forest. The professor announces that their one and only objective is to survive. Whether they want to team up or take each other out, they can do whatever it takes to stay in the game. Anyone who wants to quit can just break the orb they're holding and head back. That's all there is to it. After glancing around for a few minutes, it doesn't take our boy long to recognize the place. It looks exactly the way he remembers it. You see, this place was an elven forest before the Witch Queen, Salatna, decided to redecorate. Meanwhile, some of the other students are already looking for the exit, thinking this is all just a fancy illusion. But our guy knows better. As far as he can tell, while this world might be from the examiner's memories, everything that's about to go down is 100% real. The dangers here could seriously get someone sent on a permanent vacation if they're not careful. And speaking of danger, Leo suddenly senses he's not alone, and is immediately greeted by an arrow that literally cracks the ground where he was just standing. Thankfully, he's got quick feet. When he looks in the direction of the arrow's source, he spots the girl from the Llewellyn family, Chelsea. It seems she's mistaken him for a member of the Zeringer family. And, because of that little mix-up, she's determined to knock him out of the running. But Leo quickly sets her straight, telling her he's from the Plav family. Chelsea, however, just gets more aggressive, thinking he's lying since she saw him hanging out with Celia earlier. Without missing a beat, she casts her magic winds. Leo seems kind of impressed as he watches her chant a spell he's never seen, not even in his past life. But he also notices the basic principles are pretty much the same. Meanwhile, Chelsea is getting frustrated by how completely unbothered he is. To try and shake him, she unleashes her impressive ability, but Leo just effortlessly bats it away with a single swing of his sword, and the mana blade she launched just fizzles out. This leaves Chelsea completely thrown off. From what she can tell, he didn't even use aura. So, how did he block her attack so easily? Our boy then proceeds to rub a little salt in her bruised ego by casually saying her attack was a bit too simple. He suggests they team up, since it would be a smart move for her. He reminds her that the person who survives the longest racks up the most points. So, as a sorceress, she should probably try to pass at least one test before getting eliminated. You can probably guess how well she took that advice. She immediately fires back, boasting that she isn't some run-of-the-mill sorcerer. She's a battle mage. She's clearly offended that he called her attack simple. Feeling the sting of his words, she channels all her power to flatten him on the spot, just to prove she's not the pushover he thinks she is. But all of her attacks turn out to be completely useless, as Leo isn't even standing where the blades are going. What's worse is that she can't feel a single trace of his mana, so she has no idea where he is. Her eyes then lock onto Leo, who is suddenly right in front of her with his fist balled up. Uh-oh, we're left hanging on whether that punch actually connects with her terrified face. But one thing's for sure, her knees completely give out, which is a pretty clear sign of victory for our boy. Leo, ever the negotiator, reminds her again that his offer to team up is still on the table if she has a change of heart. Before we can get her answer, the scene flips over to the faculty at Lumina Academy, who are watching the whole thing on a massive magic screen. They're all pretty excited that the battle is finally getting interesting. Back to Chelsea, and wow, it looks like she's getting zero slack. Leo has tied her to a tree trunk, and the look on his face makes it pretty obvious he isn't planning on having good intentions for this poor girl. He also gets a little bonfire going since night is falling. The fire grows, and the flames start to creep toward the damsel in distress. Seeing the fire coming closer sends her into a panic, but she could totally dodge this fate if she'd just agree to work with Leo. But nope, this lady is as stubborn as they come and flat out refuses. She makes it crystal clear that the only ally she needs is her brother. She tries to use a little wind magic, but her efforts are completely useless because Leo already has a magic restricting skill in place. Though on the inside, he admits to us that he's running low on mana, so the skill won't last much longer. The lady finally seems to give in, thinking she doesn't need magic to get herself out of this jam anyway. But that's exactly why Leo is there. He's more than ready to keep a sharp eye on her to make sure she doesn't pull a fast one. Without a second thought, he cranks up the fire, and soon the flames start to get a little too close for comfort. Even her outfit begins to singe. Well, that's the last straw. The girl finally caves and agrees to an alliance with him, but naturally, a few words aren't going to be enough to convince Leo. He tells her to swear on her family's name. She quickly does as he says, swearing on the Lulin family name that she'll cooperate. Finally satisfied, Leo cuts the ropes holding her, and just before she can fall into the flames, he sweeps her up into his arms. The scene then transitions back to the teachers, who are diligently watching all the students. So far, Ali Zeron hasn't spotted a single student who lives up to his high standards. He thinks it's just foolish and ridiculous that most of the students chose to immediately fight each other. The only ones showing any real strength, worth noting, are Celia Zinger and Abad Leland, who are working together like a well-oiled machine. This at least gives him a little reassurance that there's still some hope for this generation of students. Then, his attention shifts to Leo and Chelsea, who are also paired up. His eyes, however, are locked right on Leo. Although the whole fire stunt he pulled on Chelsea was pretty immature, getting Chelsea Llewellyn to cooperate at least earns him a passing grade in Ali's book, especially since he doesn't seem to have the raw power or grace of Celia and Abad. However, it looks like this is where the teacher is dead wrong, because our guy already took down Celia without even breaking a sweat. Regardless, Ali Zeron is starting to see Leo as an unexpected dark horse in this competition. After taking out a few monsters in their way, both Leo and Chelsea decide to press on. It seems Chelsea is finally realizing that forming an alliance with Leo wasn't such a terrible call after all. She then asks him what kind of aura he's using, since she can't detect any mana from it. To her complete shock, Leo just casually drops the bombshell that he doesn't even know how to use aura. Unsurprisingly, this just blows her mind. While they're in the middle of this chat, a monster is hiding behind some bushes, keeping a close watch on them. But Chelsea immediately notices its presence and fires off an attack instantly. Not gonna lie, that attack was major overkill for such a dinky little monster. Even Leo has to admit that she's packing some serious power, but he also thinks the way she uses it is completely inefficient. Suddenly, Leo senses something is off and tells her to stop moving. He spotted something weird in the sand. When he crouches down, he finds a patch of dry ground and the decayed remains of some unfortunate people. Out of the blue, an explosion rips through the air, but Leo is quick to jump away, while carrying Chelsea in his arms. The sneaky culprits who set the trap finally reveal themselves. As it turns out, it's Gullivan and his buddies. We all know that he's got some serious beef with Leo, so it's no surprise he's here to single him out. He orders one of his cronies to charge, and the show is on. The poor guy does exactly as he's told, no questions asked, and for his trouble, he gets a punch from Leo that sends him straight to the floor. Leo, looking like a total gigachad, just calmly tells Chelsea to cover him. For a second, Chelsea's just stunned, seeing how easily he has saved her twice in a row, but she snaps out of it, gets up, and takes her position behind him, ready for the rest of these goons. Meanwhile, Gullivan is doing what he does best, running for his life. He completely ditches his crew, just trying to get as far away from Leo as he can. The only thing on his mind is that he needs to find a partner, and fast. And what do you know? Celia spots him from way off. Instead of running after him, she just calmly starts walking toward the direction he just ran from. When they finally get there, the scene is absolutely jaw-dropping. The whole area is just covered in monster corpses and the bodies of students who clearly didn't make the cut. Of course, Chelsea is just thrilled to see her brother again. At the same time, Celia starts throwing shade at Leo, asking what on earth he thinks he's doing with Chelsea. Leo just proudly announces that he's the one who decided to team up with her. Celia, though, is not buying it. She says she'd be more likely to believe him if he told her he saw a cockroach doing backflips than to believe he actually managed to backflips, convinced Chelsea, of all people, to form an alliance. To this, Leo just casually replies with this sinister little smile that he, convinced her. That creepy grin of his really unsettles even Celia, who's now left wondering what exactly he did to persuade her. Anyway, our boy Leo goes over to help the students he just knocked out get back on their feet. Seeing this, Abad asks why in the world Leo is helping the competition. Our boy quickly explains that there's no reason for them to be fighting each other. He says that sticking together to beat the challenges, here's a way better plan than everyone just fighting for themselves. Since Abad and the others look totally clueless about the challenge he's talking about, Leo points out the decayed monster corpses nearby, hinting that there's a much bigger problem. Looking at the corpses on the ISA ground, one of the students mentions they look like all the moisture's been sucked right out of them. Leo clarifies that's not the only weird thing going on. He points out that this whole area, all of a sudden, has absolutely no monsters in it. It's almost like they're all scared of something, maybe a high-tier monster has shown up and scared all the smaller ones away. As the pieces start clicking into place, Abed finally gets what's happening. From what he remembers, the hero Albi's first major achievement was taking down a high-tier monster. Right on cue, they all hear a massive roar in the distance, the sound of something huge and menacing moving deep in the forest. The roar just hangs in the air, full of tension, a pretty clear sign that the monster is ready to make its grand entrance. Meanwhile, Gullivan is stumbling through the dark forest all by himself, just a torch in his hand. He looks completely terrified, and even though he's in serious trouble, his little mind is more fixated on getting revenge on our boy than, actually surviving. Suddenly, he spots a corpse right at his feet, and then he sees something else lurking in the shadows that makes him trip and fall flat on his face. And the thing he saw in the dark, yep, it's a giant monster. It looks like a massive spider, and it seems to be pretty hungry. At this point, it's safe to say Gullivan is a goner. So, let's check in on what's happening with Professor Albi and the students. It turns out that a staggering 500 students have already failed the exam. The real issue, though, is that the selection process is supposed to pick at least 100 students, but there are only 50 of them left. Instead of just picking whoever's left, the professor figures he's only going to choose candidates who are actually suitable and meet his high expectations. After all, the headmaster put him in charge for a reason to pick the absolute cream of the crop. Albi is a firm believer in discovering true heroes when things get tough. He's taken a particular interest in Leo Plav, who's turning out to be a real dark horse with some surprising talent. The big question is, will this dark horse be able to make it through this brutal exam? Back with the students, they're all moving as fast as they can but are having a tough time navigating because of the complete darkness. Celia lights up her blade, saying she saw something up ahead. The red glow from her sword suddenly reveals the face of that terrifying spider, which is in the middle of chowing down on its latest victim. The sight sends a chill down their spines as Abad rushes forward to cast a spell and take the monster down. But Leo jumps in, yelling for Gullivan to smash the crystal. Of course, Gullivan is currently seconds away from becoming Spider Chow, so he can barely even twitch. He musters up the strength to shatter the blue crystal, sending a jolt of electricity right into the creature's mouth. With the trap sprung, Abad charges up his Windfang spell and unleashes it on the massive beast. His attack definitely wounds the monster, but it's nowhere near a final blow. The four of them look on in horror as they realize just how out of their league they are. This thing is the Spider Princess Tarantula, and she is not a friendly neighborhood spider. One student foolishly charges in, trying for a good old-fashioned melee attack. He gets humbled real quick with a single swat that sends him crashing into the ground. Next up to the plate is Celia, who's acting all high and mighty like she's got this in the bag with one move. Activating her prominent spell, she lets loose a devastating beam of red energy, piercing the creature's body and making it howl in pain. However, this spider is as tough as a tank and just shakes it off, making Celia's big move pretty much useless. Abad takes this opportunity to talk down to her, saying you can't compare a mage's power to a knight's. He then casts a wind spell, Raphael, to slice the spider into 1,000 pieces. But after the spell fizzles out, he's terrified to see the creature is totally fine and giving him the nastiest death glare. Sensing her brother is in big trouble, Chelsea casts her Windbreaker magic to help him out. Abed still gets a nasty cut from the spider's claw, but his sister's magic shield saved him from the worst of it. She rushes over to check on him after he barely managed to keep his arm. They've tried literally everything, but the monster's insane regeneration makes every attack completely useless. Hope is starting to fade as the Queen Tarantula moves in to finish them off. That's when Leo chimes in, explaining that this creature is the daughter of Selatna. She was a major powerhouse in Erebos' army, the one responsible for burning down the elf forest. What's more, Leo realizes the mana he sensed in Professor Alv's left eye had traces of the Fairy King's mana. The tarantula once ruled the cursed wild forest, and she didn't just destroy it, she also ate the Fairy King's most trusted ally, who tried to fight back against her. Back in the day, Leo thought that Luna had dealt with the tarantula for good, but it turns out the story was a little different. The spider survived because she ate the Fairy King's assistant, who had the source of infinite life energy, a priceless artifact known as the Ring of Life. Abad, stubborn as ever, just hears that it's part of the exam and figures it's his duty to take it down. So he and Celia decide to just keep spamming attacks, hoping to defeat the creature all by themselves. The tarantula just soaks up the damage, and Leo's thinking this is a total waste of time, since it'll just heal forever. In fact, they're the ones who are going to run out of mana first. In a last-ditch effort, Celia actually asks for his advice. Leo explains that it's going to take a two-person coordinated attack, but his suggestion is immediately shut down by Abad, who selfishly wants all the glory. And Celia's not much better. With the two of them bickering like kids, our boy has to step in and give them a serious reality check. If they don't work together, they are all going to fail this exam. His words finally sink in. Abad entertains the idea of them teaming up, but he figures it'll take way too long to set up a combined attack that can kill it in one shot. The main issue is that no one else can distract the monster while they power up. Deciding it's his time to shine, Leo says that he can buy them some time. Celia looks at him like he's grown a second head, reminding him he can't even use aura yet. Leo confirms he can hold out for about 5 minutes, max, in his current state. Abad, the magician, is worried that their big attack might still not be ready by then, but Leo is absolutely sure it'll work and grabs a sword from the ground. He adds that fire and wind elements have great synergy, so their combo will pack more than enough punch. Despite their rivalry, the Sword Princess and the Great Magician finally agree to become allies, while Leo looks up at that ugly spider, seeing it as a fun challenge and a nice little trip down memory lane. Life. The fight kicks off with our hero impressively lopping off one of the creature's limbs in a single, clean swing, which totally stuns the other two students. He then moves on to absolutely wreck the creature's face and feels pretty good about finally facing the monster of Tardaros. Then we get a flashback to the past, where we see a little elven kid running for his life with tears streaming down his face. But unfortunately, the Tardaros monster snags him with its webbing. Now the poor kid is completely stuck in the creature's net with absolutely no chance of escape. The spider quickly closes in, ready to gobble him up whole. The boy cries out for his mom, just waiting for the inevitable end, when suddenly, a radiant being shows up like a total savior, a being of light that stops the creature right in its tracks. Turns out, Luna was furious with the monster for tearing up her homeland and, even worse, for trying to eat the contractor who was basically the right-hand man of the elven forest. So, Luna unleashes a blast of light right at the toothy beast. Her magic attack completely surrounds Tardaros, trapping it in a cage before she calls down a massive column of thunder. Luna wasn't expecting Erebos' army to have already invaded and taken over the elven forest as well. Back then, Leo, in his first life, was the one who had to free the kid and get him out of that sticky web. Now, back to the present, he's standing there with an axe, ready to buy some time for his teammates. The problem is, he can't do a whole lot without his aura. So, he asks Chelsea for a hand, telling her to use her elemental magic and actually aim her weapons right at him. He easily dodges a strike she sends his way. But with his incredible speed, Chelsea's worried he might accidentally get hit. Leo, however, insists that he'll be totally fine, as long as she just hurries it up. So, Chelsea fires up her magic, ready to create any kind of weapon he needs. Leo's not picky. He'll take anything as long as it gets the job done. She conjures up a weapon for him, and he correctly guesses it's a scimitar and a bastard sword. With both of those in hand, Leo goes wild with a flurry of slashes, hacking away at the giant spider. Every time a weapon shatters, Chelsea just sends another one flying his way. He snags a dagger and then a battle axe. Leo's absolutely insane physical skills have Chelsea completely floored. She's starting to think he must be some kind of master martial artist. Even Abad has to admit the guy is incredibly strong. Still, he's not totally invincible, as a sharp claw nicks him across the face. Leo thinks to himself that if he can't even take down this one dumb spider, his old buddies will never let him hear the end of it in the afterlife. So he kicks it up a notch and lays into the spider, yelling for another weapon. But plot twist, Chelsea's all out of ammo, which completely catches him off guard. Luckily for them, though, Celia has just finished charging up her ultimate attack. She unleashes a massive, roaring spiral of fire that just incinerates the creature, finishing it off for good. The ring of life drops from its body, and just like that, the monster is finally defeated. Celia collapses to the ground, just so relieved that the whole ordeal is over. But still, she can't stop thinking about Leo's totally superhuman performance, holding off Tartaros for a full 5 minutes. Celia starts to praise him, but Chelsea beats her to the punch, gushing about how he's her new #1 hero. She's convinced his performance was something straight out of the old legends. Leo's pretty casual about it, but this girl is totally fangirling over him now, deciding she wants to become a battle mage specialist. She's practically begging him to be her teacher. And funnily enough, Celia is secretly hoping that he'll give Chelsea some exclusive training just so she can get a taste of what real suffering is like. Anyway, our hero goes and picks up the Ring of Life, which summons a fairy named Princeseed. Leo jogs the prince's memory just by saying his name. Once he hears it, Princeseed returns to the ring, accepting Celia as the new Fairy King. And this was all possible because Professor Albie happened to stumble upon the Eye of Mana. Just then, the countdown for the testing ground begins. Clearing the Tay stage has earned them the Fairy King's pledge as a reward. But right before they get teleported out, Leo spots someone he recognizes from his past life. Cut to Kyan Bedin, the Academy's principal, who's looking over the exam reports from the Western Territory. His assistant is curious about how many students Albie actually ended up passing, given his notoriously strict standards. The headmaster is pretty surprised to see that 40 students made it through the exam, which, honestly, still isn't a huge number. But the headmaster isn't disappointed at all, because he was expecting maybe 10 students to pass, at most. So, this is actually a fantastic result. Meanwhile, Celia, it seemed Abad and Celia were the top candidates in everyone's mind, so the headmaster was pretty surprised to hear that someone else got recommended as the year's representative. I mean, it was shocking enough that Professor Albie, of all people, recommended a student. They were almost certain it had to be either the candidate from Zeringer or Leland, but as it turns out, this candidate was a complete unknown, a name that apparently outperformed both Celia and Abad. Cut to Professor Alb, who is giving the boy a sharp assessment. He's the one who recommended the student, Leo Plav, as the representative for the Night Division. The headmaster was floored to hear the professor speak so highly of this brilliant student. He specifically described this kid as having the talent of a hero. Meanwhile, with the exam officially done and dusted, our boy is treating himself to a hot sauna, just soaking in the well-deserved warmth. The reward for clearing the exam is the Fairy King's pledge. Now, normally, clearing a hero's trial doesn't come with a typical reward, but strangely enough, he was given one as an exception. As Leo's wondering why, his mother suddenly appears in front of him. She confronts him, asking if he knows why she was kicked out of the House of Zeringer. Apparently, in an effort to save an ally, she lost control and unleashed the Zeringer flames. But she makes it clear she doesn't regret her decision one bit, not even now. Focusing on her only son, she says she wants his incredible talent to be steered in the right direction. Also, she's absolutely delighted to congratulate him on being accepted into the academy. Now, stepping into the glorious city of Lumria, the students are told to grab their belongings before heading outside the main gate. Lumria is the center of the world, and its most prized institution is Lumina Academy. Just as Leo finally arrives, his uncle appears to greet him and congratulate him on passing. Leo's wondering what he's even doing here, and learns that the House of Zeringer is tied up in a never-ending debate that's been dragging on for at least a month. He then quizzes Leo, asking if he knows what the big conflict is about. Leo guesses it has something to do with inheriting the Phoenix's breath. His uncle confirms that he's spot on. And while his older sister is no longer part of the Zeringer clan, Leo is still her son. Then there's the fact that the clan elders are seriously impressed that he cleared the Western exam, which is known for being incredibly tough. With that, Leo is handed a special subspace key, which he decides to try out immediately by chanting a command. It opens up access to a special book. His uncle then tells him to stain the pages of the book with his blood. Leo follows his instructions, biting his thumb and letting a few drops splatter onto the page. Now that he's linked his blood, he's the only one with access to the information inside. His uncle adds that while it's not easy to master the Zeringer techniques, he's confident in Leo's talent and believes he'll get the hang of it in no time. With this, he officially welcomes him to the House of Zeringer. After their meeting, Celia asks Leo to meet her at some undisclosed location. On his way there, a girl randomly bumps right into him, and they both go down. The girl, who's wearing glasses, quickly gathers her books, apologizing for being in such a hurry. She rushes off, but not before Leo notices her ID card on the ground. He picks it up and learns her name is Chloe Muller, and she's a freshman at the academy. A little later, Leo opens a door to find an annoyed Celia, who reminds him they've got a lot of shopping to do, and he's already late. He apologizes, explaining he had an unexpected run-in with his uncle. Instantly beaming, Celia curiously asks what happened. To answer her burning question, our boy summons the flames of the Zeringer family, asking if he's doing it right. Seeing this, Celia is in total disbelief. The ever-confident Leo actually managed to master their secret technique in less than a month. His incredible achievement leaves her in shock, and she's left wondering if he's even human. Later that day, the Sword Princess and our forgotten hero are spotting a ship docking nearby. A Professor Alindu introduces himself as the instructor for the night class. He tells the students to board the ship immediately, since they'll be leaving for Lumen soon. The journey kicks off with the students just kicking back and enjoying their time. Leo and Celia are looking an awful lot like a couple, which gets the attention of some confident-looking guy. Makes a crack that really gets on Celia's nerves. Turns out, this guy is Thomas, an alchemist from the kingdom of Mora and a merchant who can sell you just about anything. He tries to drum up some business with the pair, just in case they need supplies at school. Leo introduces himself with his student alias, explaining that he's from the kingdom of Dad. Thomas looks genuinely shocked to hear this, since that's the kingdom that had to pass the notoriously tough Western exam. Leo decides to address the elephant in the room, because this whole calm welcome is feeling a little too strange. It seems way too peaceful, but Celia just figures this is the standard treatment freshmen are supposed to get after clearing the exam. Leo turns his attention back to their instructor, while Thomas just goes along with Celia's read of the situation. Then, out of nowhere, the ship lurches as a gigantic tentacle shoots out of the ocean. It nearly flattens Thomas, while the rest of the students start begging their instructor to jump in. Casually sipping his wine, their teacher practically laughs at them for even asking for help. He reminds them that students at the Lumen Academy are expected to perform at their best when things get dangerous, so this little encounter is a test they have to overcome on their own. They're staring down one of the nastiest-looking creatures they've ever seen. A giant kraken is glaring right at them. But even in this crazy situation, our forgotten hero keeps a cool head and cleanly slices the creature's tentacle with his sword. Celia, of course, is doing just fine on her own, too. After getting a taste of the Sword Princess's fiery attack, the kraken retaliates with a huge spray of water, drenching Celia. The monster then snatches up Thomas, who's screaming his head off. The second they see this, both Celia and Leo charge in at full speed to cut the creature down. Despite his usual greed, the alchemist looks totally stunned. He figured the Sword Princess would do great on her own because of her reputation, but he never imagined another student would be just as fierce. Meanwhile, poor Thomas is nearly crushed by a frozen tentacle and starts yelling at the person who almost did him in. It's Chloe, the girl with glasses who ran into Leo earlier, and she's wielding powerful ice magic, holding the monster back all by herself. She chews out the alchemist, telling him he's just being a burden and needs to stay out of the fight. Thomas fires back that powerful people like her don't give a darn about weaker folks who are just trying to help. As another tentacle gets sliced off, we see the dynamic duo of Abad and Chelsea storming onto the scene. Naturally, they're still not over that rivalry between their two clans. Still, the battle mage definitely has her eyes on our boy, even though they're technically enemies. With a whole swarm of monsters in the lake on their way to the academy, the instructor thinks this is the perfect welcoming committee for the freshmen. Enjoying his wine, he notes the top performers, Chen, Celia, Abad, Chloe, Walden, and of course, Duran Moira. The captains from each region are performing flawlessly against the threat, but beyond them, there's one student who has completely overshadowed everyone else, an unknown freshman with no major reputation in any region. His swordsmanship is the definition of perfection, and he moves as if he's predicting every single attack. Instructor is delighted, realizing he's going to see this kid's full potential in his classes. Anyway, our less than helpful alchemist quickly burns through his potions, right as they finally arrive at their destination. Hopping off the ship, the instructor tells the students they better get used to the monster attacks, since they're going to be dealing with them a lot. Now, it's time to check out the glorious entrance hall. The Lumen Academy's training grounds are nothing short of extraordinary. A large crowd of spectators is hoping the freshmen put on a good show. The entrance ceremony is about to kick off. The night division is gathered by their instructor, who calls the captains to the front of the line. The headmaster of the academy is overseeing the announcement, expecting great things from the hero candidates this year. Kalen tells the students that if they ever want to become strong heroes, they'll have to be ready to risk their lives, and will always be expected to push past their limits. Slamming his fist on the ground, the headmaster declares that if they can't handle the bare minimum of what he just said, then they don't belong in this prestigious institution. And then, a second later, he completely flips, turning into his sweet old grandpa like he didn't just scare the daylights out of them. Kellyanne points out the obvious, asking why everyone went dead silent all of a sudden. Quite a character for someone with his radiant reputation as a brilliant sword master, is getting a little more interesting by the day. Up next, we've got a speech from the freshman representative, and all the first years are on the edge of their seats to find out who it is. And it's not Celia Abed-Clo or any of the other usual suspects. The name everyone starts chanting is Leo Plav, which comes as a huge surprise, especially to Leo himself. He shoots a look at the professor and figures he must be the one who put his name forward. So, Leo walks up to the podium to give his speech to all the professors and upperclassmen. Meanwhile, a lot of the other students are just gossiping amongst themselves, wondering who this mystery guy is and how he landed the spot. Finally, after what feels like forever, the speech wraps up and someone asks Leo Plav about his goals as the year's representative. Leo instantly gets that they're just trying to stir up some drama with the other top students standing behind him. Leo starts his answer in a super polite and professional way, which definitely catches the attention of the other instructors. They're all thinking this is going to be a pretty tame ceremony. That is, until our boy decides to go completely off script and boldly announces that he's ready to take on anyone who wants to challenge him for the spot. This pretty audacious declaration definitely ruffles the feathers of the top rankers. But honestly, Leo couldn't care less who he has to face. With that bombshell dropped, the students all head off to their dormitories. Starting tomorrow, they'll have exploratory classes for a full week. It's basically a special grace period where students can try out any class they want, which will help them decide on the 3 subjects they'll major in. Everyone is told to get a good night's sleep so they don't oversleep on the first day. As it turns out, Leo's room is assigned right next to Thomas, who is super pumped for his first class. They say their good nights, and Leo pretty much just crashes onto his bed, his mind racing, wondering what he's actually supposed to achieve here at the academy. Now that he's made it into this prestigious institution, his main goal is to find that long-lost hero record of his. The next day in the cafeteria, Thomas asks if he can sit with our boy, who, being his usual unbothered self, just kind of shrugs and waves him over. But then, Leo gets an irritated-looking visitor, someone he doesn't recognize at all. The guy introduces himself as Duran, from the Central Region, and he's here to see if Leo was serious about that open challenge he made in his announcement. Leo knows his speech was meant to stir the pot. After all, he basically invited some random guy to come and pick a fight. Duran, it seems, thinks he's some big shot from the Central Region, but Leo could not care less and just keeps sipping his fruit juice. Completely ticked off that he's being brushed aside, Duran lashes out with a massive kick that sends the entire table flying. However, thanks to Leo's ridiculously inhuman speed, he manages to catch all the flying ingredients and perfectly reassemble his cheeseburger in midair. I mean, this guy is the definition of smooth, literally making a meal out of the whole situation. Leo then taunts him, saying he just couldn't let perfectly good food go to waste like that. Duran, meanwhile, looks like he's about 2 seconds away from completely losing it. He's convinced the freshman representative is way weaker than him, and his ego just can't handle it. But just as things are about to get ugly, their instructor shows up and casually throws his arms around the common 2 students. He politely points out their positions, one being the freshman rep and the other being the regional captain. The instructor then asks if they're prepared to face the consequences for fighting on the very first day of school, and you can just see the pure panic on both their faces. All right, let's skip ahead a bit and check out the first exploratory class for the night department. For some reason, Celia seems a little worried that Leo isn't there yet. He finally shows up, looking totally winded and out of breath. His disheveled state immediately catches Celia's eye, and she suspects he's been fighting. Leo, however, decides to keep his mouth shut for now. The class is about to begin. Their instructor, a man named A, introduces himself as the teacher for the first-year night classes. Thomas quickly picks up on the bad blood between Duran and Leo, while their teacher, A, starts explaining the 3 main powers that come from mana. First up, you've got magic energy, second is soul energy, and the last one is aura. Now, of those 3, aura is considered the most difficult one to control. Celia chimes in, explaining that it's because using aura means you lose the natural fluidity of mana during the conversion process. Her answer is totally spot on. See, magic and soul energy both use mana in its raw, natural form. But aura, on the other hand, actually absorbs mana and changes it to better fit the user's body. He then gives them a little demonstration of what an aura looks like and asks if anyone knows how to actually use that processed aura. Celia racks her brain, but she can't come up with a solid answer. That's when our freshman representative finally speaks up, explaining that to use an aura's power, you need the burning mana. He's totally figured it out, just as the instructor noted, which leads him to ask about the most critical part of the whole thing. Without missing a beat, Leo says it's stamina. The instructor, pretty impressed by Leo's grasp on aura, asks if he's ever studied it before. Turns out he hasn't, which is seriously impressive. I mean, a guy who's never even studied aura has somehow managed to completely understand its very essence. Deciding that's enough theory for one day, figures it's time for a little hands-on practice. Using his aura, he creates a wave-like platform he calls the aura step. The whole trick is just concentrating your aura down into your legs. A then hops down to the ground and excitedly points out that the possibilities with aura are pretty much endless. While some of the other students start practicing and sparring, Celia decides to poke fun at our boy. She offers to teach him the aura step, but only if he calls her sis. Leo, however, doesn't seem too desperate for her help, saying he's fine just knowing the theory behind it for now. Spotting Duran off to the side, the instructor decides it's the perfect time to address that little scene from the cafeteria. Some of the students, like Chelsea, are completely in the dark, and of course, Thomas just has to stir the pot with his comments. The instructor calls both Leo and Duran up to the front of the class. First, it turns to Duran and asks what got him so worked up. After Duran just brushes him off, the instructor decides to make the perfect proposal. He wants the Central Region captain to go head-to-head with the freshman representative in a good old-fashioned running competition, all to decide who's really fit to lead the class. Lays down the ground rules. Both of them are free to use their aura with absolutely no restrictions. Now, this sounds like a huge advantage for Duran, right? The day of the big race arrives, and Thomas, being the little hustler he is already running a betting pool. On one side, we have the genius from the House of Mora and a master of the lightning aura, Duran. And his opponent, the dark horse with no fancy background whatsoever. The guy who leapfrogged over all the regional captains to become the freshman representative, Leo Plav. The other students are expecting some pretty big things from their representative. Or not. They're actually super underwhelmed to see can't even pull off a basic move like the aura step. Everyone's muttering that he doesn't deserve the spot and that someone like the Central Region captain would be a way better fit for the job. Sensing the tension, A decides it's the perfect time to start and lays out the simple rules. First one to the finish line wins, and the loser has to accept the outcome, period. The race is about to begin. Even Celia has to admit, this is a real long shot for Leo. I mean, Duran's entire specialty is speed, not to mention that ridiculously fast lightning aura of his. Still, even with the odds stacked against him, Celia's holding out hope that Leo can pull off the impossible and shock everybody. And they're off. Duran immediately shoots into the lead. The second, the professor yelled, "Go." Both racers just took off like a shot. Duran Mora cloaks himself in his lightning aura, totally confident he's about to leave Leo in the dust. But with perfect running form, our boy doesn't seem bothered at all by the trash talk near the starting line. And just as the crowd predicted, it looks like the cool as a cucumber Central Region rep is going to make short work of this race. Meanwhile, our freshman representative is already falling behind. Leo starts channeling a little bit of aura into his feet to pick up the pace, but the audience is already calling him a fraud who scammed his way into the representative spot. But in the middle of this crowd that's completely against him, a single voice rings out, cheering for Leo. It's Chelsea Luann, and her shout of support really stands out. Focused on absolutely demolishing his opponent, Duran keeps living up to his family's legacy. Seriously, the guy is lightning fast. Seeing him blow past the halfway mark in what feels like seconds has got cars starting to worry about his pal. It's looking like Leo's toast if he doesn't do something fast. So, our guy takes a look around the track. And then, to everyone's complete shock, he doesn't speed up, he slows down. Once he's lost all his momentum, Leo suddenly runs off the track and straight towards the walls. Now, even though it's true that Celia believes in him, even she can't find any logic in what he's doing. Honestly, he looks like a total goofball. And as everyone just stood there, completely baffled. A little dazed and confused, Leo was zeroed in on building up the aura density in his feet. With a series of wild, inhuman leaps, he went completely off course and into the grass, and then vaulted right up into the stands. He coolly turned around and just watched as Duran widened his lead, keeping a consistent speed. Once Leo's aura density maxed out, the fiery energy in his feet actually started cracking the stands beneath him. Then, with one massive leap, he shot himself right back onto the track, carrying an insane amount of momentum. The takeoff was so powerful, it literally left a small explosion behind him, which was just enough to throw Duran off for a second. Out of that explosion, Leo shot forward like a red meteor, absolutely blazing down the rest of the track. The cheeky little guy even had the nerve to taunt his opponent as he zoomed past Duran, calling the cocky kid a slowpoke. The human meteor made short work of the finish line, and his landing, it was seriously a sight to see. Duran just stood there a few feet away, completely stunned. His lightning cloak had fizzled out. This was a total, undeniable L. Meanwhile, Leo just tilted his head back and flashed a confident smile. He'd won, but he'd also done some serious damage to the stands. Totally worth it, though. The crowd, who had been talking trash just a moment before, was now completely speechless. They knew what they had just witnessed was the real deal. After all, everyone knew Duran was the fastest of all the first years. The idea that someone could actually beat him was just insane. What's more, he lost to a kid who hadn't even properly learned how to use aura yet. But in that whole crowd, there were a few who actually understood what Leo really did. One of them was Celia. She knew he hadn't just used his simple step technique. What he pulled off was a full-fledged Phoenix step. And since Leo won, Carr and Chelsea were absolutely over the moon, full of compliments for their buddy. The professor, meanwhile, was quietly mulling over what he'd just witnessed. Duran had used his signature lightning aura to boost his speed. That part was expected, but the speed the kid showed off was still incredible. Leo, on the other hand, was a lot slower in the traditional sense, but his aura control was on a whole other level. He gathered and focused his fire aura into his feet just to blast off. He essentially created a single powerful aura step in the process. It was a perfect execution of a pretty simple idea. Being the good sport he is, Leo walked over to Duran and offered his hand, telling him it was a great race. He even admitted that if it had been a long-distance run, the outcome probably would have been different. Still salty about the loss, the kid just refused the handshake and even shouldered past him. The professor, however, was now positive that among the current generation of students they have, a truly great hero might finally be emerging. The second Leo got back to his friends, Chelsea immediately started showering him with compliments. She thought he was so cool and said she wanted to train with him. This led Carr to ask Celia why Chelsea is so into Leo and not him, when the answer is painfully obvious. Anyway, since class was over, Carr invited everyone to the cafe, offering to pay for it all. Leo, however, apologized, saying he couldn't hang out. Without another word, he just quietly walked away from the group. When they asked where he was going, he simply answered that he was going to go sit in on the summoning classes. Confused, his friends asked why a knight in training would ever need a summoning class. As usual, the reason was for research. See, there was still something Leo just couldn't wrap his head around. Why on earth did the Fairy King give him the pledge as a reward? From what he understood, the rewards from the hero's world are tied to the world owner's power. The reward he got seems to be related to summoning, but Professor Albie is a pure magician, not a summoner. By that logic, Leo should have gotten some kind of magic-related ability. Besides, to even make contact with a fairy, you have to actually go to Fairyland. So whatever this reward was, it wasn't going to be useful anytime soon. While Leo was waiting for the summoning class to start, a familiar voice asked if he was a summoning student, too. It turned out to be the Eastern captain and top-ranked student, Chen Xia. Unlike that other captain he just raced, this girl was polite, cheerful, and super kind. They exchanged a few pleasantries, and she insisted he just call her Xia from now on. She mentioned that she was pretty sure Leo was in the night division, so seeing him there for a summoning class was a real surprise. He just explained that he was simply interested in spiritualism. She smiled and said if that's the case, they'd probably be seeing a lot more of each other in their classes. When he asked what kind of spirit she had a contract with, so Xia just casually summons this gorgeous water sprite out of nowhere. Meanwhile, our boy Leo hasn't managed to sign a single contract yet, but Xia, being the sweetheart she is, told him that if he ever needed a hand with spirit summoning, he should totally hit her up. And Leo, always the smart one, knows you don't turn down an offer like that. But then, he made the classic mistake of asking a lady for her age. Whoops. Xia just smiled and said she was 17 years old. She also pointed out that she knows Leo's the younger one, at just 15. In his head, Leo was just thinking about how young Xia looked, even younger than Chelsea. Sina picked up on his brief pause and asked him point-blank if he was thinking of something rude, which Leo immediately denied. That's a pro tip, guys. Always deny. Anyway, she explained she just came over to say she was super impressed by his race against Duran. Turns out, she was in the crowd watching the whole thing. She said the sight of him flying down that track is just burned into her memory. With a ton of determination, she challenged him to a race sometime soon. Leo, totally amused by this, just smiled and accepted. You know, After meeting so many over-the-top personalities, it's actually really refreshing to meet someone normal. And just like that, the Summoning Division's exploratory class was officially underway. Right from the get-go, you could tell things were going to be different. Instead of a stuffy classroom, they were all out in a big open field. A couple of notable faces were in the crowd. These two have distinct faces and white hair, so you just know they're actual characters and not just background extras. Leo scanned the area and noticed there weren't many students gathered around. He pretty much expected that, though. Summoning isn't exactly the most popular major, after all. Just as he was wondering why on earth they were having class outside, the answer came soaring down from the sky. A massive, scaly body with wings so huge they blocked out the sun flew right over the students' heads. The creature touched down, showing off its intimidating figure for everyone to see. It was a black wyvern. A few of the more chicken-hearted students looked like their knees were about to give out the second they laid eyes on the beast. Then the woman riding on its back smiled and declared that her wyvern seemed to like the look of this class. She gracefully hopped off her mount and introduced herself as Yura Marin, the summoning teacher who'd be in charge of the freshmen for the whole school year. And let me tell you, Yura is a total knockout, with her long white hair and a seriously toned body, not to mention some pretty devilish features. The hormonal students were probably wishing they could be their teacher's personal summon at this point. Leo figured that if Pervy Duino had been there, he would have completely lost his mind, seeing a woman with a totally different vibe than Luna and Lucas. He'd no doubt be inspired to create some of his more, cultured art. Wasting no time, Miss Yura got right down to business and addressed her little greenhorns. She said that being accepted into such a prestigious program must mean they all have at least some talent in the field. The freshmen all confidently agreed. Miss Yura liked their spirit, announcing they were heading straight to the practice area. She called over Carlo, the first-year summoning class's associate professor, and told him to bring out the griffins. Miss Yura then explained that they would be riding together, in groups of 2. Apparently, they had enough griffins to accommodate everyone. The only problem, this was everyone's first time trying to handle a creature as finicky as a griffin. The second she heard a single complaint, Miss Yura's expression went ice-cold as she asked if they wanted to hear her lesson or not. Hopping back onto her black wyvern, she announced that anyone who didn't think they could ride a griffin could just quit and go home. Her scaly companion seemed to mirror her intensity. It let out a massive roar and flapped its wings, taking off and totally establishing dominance. While pretty much everyone was shaken up, one lone student stood there, proud and completely unfazed. Associate Professor Carlo gently chimed in, telling the kids to hurry up and follow the professor. Once they all got over their initial shock and hesitation, most of the students realized the griffins were actually way more gentle than they looked. Although some of these 4-legged birds were still proving to be a real handful, it was really just the luck of the draw. Leo and Zia ended up partnering for this activity. She politely asked if she could take the reins, and Leo was more than happy to let her. And with that, the students were lifted off the ground, 2 by 2. The ones who got the hang of it quickly caught up to the professor's pace, leaving the sea behind as they took to the skies. Nobody was expecting to do something as wild as riding a griffin on their very first day. But hey, I guess that's what you get from one of Lumen's top-notch programs. Everyone's nervousness about the griffins pretty much vanished. Some students were even starting to argue over whose turn it was to hold the reins, like Shia and Leo. We were all just breezing through the sky with Shia at the reins. She was a little on edge, because even though their griffin was a total sweetheart, it's always smart to be careful. Griffins can be a real handful for first-time riders. So, seeing that everything was going a bit times 2 times smoothly, Miss Yura decided to stir the pot and pulled out a whistle. She gave it a good, strong blow, letting out a sound so high-pitched that only the griffins could hear it. The second those winged beasts caught the tune, it was like some kind of wild instinct just switched on inside them. Their talons shot out, and all of the birds started going completely haywire. The more nervous students immediately looked to their professor for help, having no idea that she was the one causing all the trouble. In Miss Yura's opinion, anyone who couldn't handle a rowdy griffin didn't deserve to call themselves a student of Lumine Academy. Even Zaya, a pretty capable young summoner, was having a tough time with her bird. While she was trying to wrestle the griffin back under control, Leo put a hand on hers and another on her waist to keep her steady in the saddle. He gently warned her that griffins are very proud animals. Trying to overpower them with brute force would only make them fight back harder. His touch was firm but careful. Leo skillfully guided her fingers, showing her the subtle ways to get the bucking mount back in line. Taking over from behind, he kicked things into a higher gear and made the griffin soar, faster than it ever had before. They were moving so quickly and gracefully that they ended up flying right past the professor and her assistant. Miss Yura couldn't help but praise his amazing control. She turned to Carlo and asked him to confirm if the first-year representative was really an applicant for the night major. According to the school's records, that was correct. His riding skills were so impressive that she wondered if he had his own personal griffin back home. However, Carlo's files showed that Leo wasn't from a noble family that could afford a luxury like that, which meant he was doing all this on pure talent alone. The class was just getting started, but Miss Yura was feeling optimistic that she might have just discovered a real diamond in the rough. After that little sky-high adventure, every student finally landed on the island of summons, the main training ground for all summoning majors. A good number of the kids were looking a little green around the gills, getting reacquainted with their breakfast on the beach after that wild ride. Leo, on the other hand, was just taking a casual stroll along the white sand, searching for a particular fruit. When he finally found one that was the perfect size and ripeness, he reached up to pick it and noticed a single burnt feather. His mind started churning with different ideas, but he kept his thoughts to himself for the moment. After grabbing the ripe fruit, he offered it to the griffin as a thank you for bringing them to the island safely. With a quick head count, Miss Yura called everyone to gather around. It was time for a practical exam on the very first day, of all things. Some of these students were just there for the trial period, and now they were suddenly facing a pop quiz. Miss Yura explained that, compared to the other two majors, the path of a summoner is a much longer road, a fact that everyone should have already known. When it comes to summoning, simply having control over mana is nowhere near enough. To form a proper contract with a spirit, you need to have the right spirit affinity. To command your summons effectively, you also need excellent taming abilities. The path is definitely difficult and complex. That's why the number of summoner heroes is significantly lower than the number of heroes from the other two classic archetypes. However, when compared to other heroes, summoners who actually earn the title go on to accomplish so much more than the vast majority. The greatest summoners have their names etched into the very fabric of history. That's the real appeal of being a summoner. Every student there hoped to become that kind of legendary figure someday. Eliza Hergen, from the famous Hergen clan, a well-known family of summoner heroes from the north, stepped forward to meet the challenge and asked the professor what kind of exam they would have to face. Miss Yura explained that, as its name suggests, the island of summons is teeming with all kinds of beasts and spirits. Since a summon essentially acts as a weapon for a summoner, the exam was designed to test each student's taming ability. With that said, the test itself was pretty straightforward. They just had to tame a summon in the forest and bring it back to the beach. After taming it and forming a contract, they were completely free to keep their new summons. The students erupted in cheers. It's not every day you get the chance to tame your very own magical creature. So, while everyone else was making a mad dash into the woods, excited to find their new partners, Leo just calmly began his walk into the forest. Classic Leo. Eliza spotted him as soon as he walked in. Word of his victory over Duran had spread like wildfire, so seeing him in summoner class, she just had to say hi. Of course, all the other top students in the class noticed them talking. Leo, ever so cool, just waved it off, casually saying he was just trying his best. Getting brushed off like she was just some nobody really ticked Eliza off. Meanwhile, watching from a distance, Miss Yura was already sizing up the key players in her freshman class. After a few minutes, a bunch of students were already trying to tame their chosen beasts. But honestly, none of them were interesting enough to catch Leo's eye. A few students noticed the freshman rep wandering a little too deep into the forest. Some were secretly hoping he'd fail spectacularly, picturing him failing to tame a summon, getting a big fat 0, and crawling back to the night major program. But Leo, completely unfazed by the gossip, just kept going. He followed the trail deeper and deeper into the woods. His only clue was that feather he'd spotted on the orange tree earlier. Just a few minutes ago, its tip had been badly burnt, but now it was perfectly pristine again. He found a clearing in the woods, and after a quick check to make sure he was alone, he summoned the Zeringer fire. He let the flames flare up and burn the feather to a crisp. Suddenly, he felt an intense, overwhelming heat from behind him, confirming his hunch. Meanwhile, back in Leo's hometown, things were a bit quieter now that their boy had flown the coop. Rhea was outside, cooking up a meal that looked straight out of a Ghibli movie. Even so, she couldn't help but worry about her little boy. I mean, it's just his first day of school, so there's no reason to be this worked up, right? Oh, but if Reyna could only see what her son was up to, she'd know her worrying was totally justified. Still, she tried to convince herself that Leo would be just fine. After all, he's a strong kid. And at that very moment, said strong kid was being roasted by an unimaginable heat, surrounded by flames from one of the 3 great summons, none other than the legendary Phoenix. With a voice that seemed to command the very fire around them, the Phoenix wondered why a mere child was wielding the flame of Zering. The mythical bird explained it only appeared because it sensed Reyna's flame. Hearing his mother's name, Leo immediately asked how it knew his mom. It looked like the Phoenix's arrival was no coincidence. Turns out, The legendary beast was well acquainted with Leo's mom, claiming it owed Reyna a great debt, and this magnificent creature's name is Fina. She is one of the three mystical summons, the elusive phoenix. Fina formally introduced herself, treating Leo with the respect due to someone of Rhea's bloodline. Leo Plav returned, the polite introduction in kind, and then asked Fina to explain her connection to his mom. The phoenix then revealed that Leo's mother had once saved the life of Fina's own summoner, Ellen Lunda. The name alone was enough to make him jolt. Ellen Lunda is a legit, bona fide hero. This all went down while Ellen was clearing a dungeon over in Siren. She'd lost all of her companions and was on the verge of death herself. But then, Reyna Zeringer came blazing in and saved the day. Rhea was a truly noble knight, but in saving the hero, she lost her signature blazing aura. If not for that one event, Rhea would have definitely become a hero herself. This was the first time Leo had ever heard the full story. His mother always told him she never once regretted her choice on that fateful day. Fina let out a laugh, remarking that sounded exactly like the kind of knight Reyna was. Switching gears, Leo asked why a legendary phoenix was hanging out in Lumen, but unfortunately, she said she couldn't tell him why. Fina was equally curious why a young knight was on the island of summons in the first place. When he mentioned he was also taking summoning lessons, Fina decided to take a much closer look at the boy. She was amazed to see such a powerful aura radiating from within him, an energy far beyond that of a normal child. Fina roared with laughter, declaring their meeting must be fate. This was her chance to finally repay the debt she owed his mother. Fina urged Leo to hold out his hand and touch her flame. The fire danced across his palm, eventually solidifying into the shape of an egg. Inside was a phoenix hatchling. Fina explained that she hoped one day, when he becomes a great summoner, Leo would form a contract with her child. Apparently, the egg was originally meant for another summoner, but Fina had decided she much preferred Leo. So when Leo asked if he could just, hatch and tame it right now, the phoenix practically did a spit take. She was so shocked she could barely react. And before she could even try to stop him, a brilliant, fiery light was already surrounding the boy's body. Fina could only watch, stunned. Fina tried to warn him that it was way too soon for this kind of thing. If he messed up, he could very well lose his life. But with unshakable focus, Leo reached the point of no return. Fina had to admit that his drive to challenge the impossible without so much as flinching was a trait he definitely got from his mother. All she could do was wish him luck. While hatching the egg, it felt like the entire world faded away, leaving just him and the fire inside. Leo reached his hand out, totally captivated by the gorgeous flame. The moment his palm touched the little fire, it exploded into an uncontrollable inferno. Leo panicked and snatched his hand back. The heat was getting so intense it was becoming hard to breathe. So this was the power of a phoenix flame. This trial must be a way for him to get a small taste of what the mythical beast experiences. See, to create those powerful flames, a phoenix has to burn its own body, enduring excruciating pain every single day. They spend eternity with their flesh on fire, while constantly regenerating at an incredible rate. And now, even just for a moment, Leo could understand that pain. So, he stopped resisting and simply accepted the fire. It swallowed him whole as he shared in the phoenix's agony. The blaze hit its peak, raging all over his body. Then, suddenly, the egg in his hand started to crack and shatter. Leo opened his eyes. A new wisdom and acceptance for that agony now burned into his soul. The fire that had seared his flesh slowly gathered around the egg, speeding up the hatching process significantly. Fina asked if he'd actually done it, and he confidently told her he had. She smiled, calling him a true genius for pulling off something so insane. I mean, when a literal phoenix tells you you're going to be the world's greatest summoner, you better believe it. Before the egg could even finish hatching, Fina was already congratulating the young man for a successful contract. The eggshells burned into ash, and what was left behind was an unbelievably tiny little chick he named Fiora. Fina was so thrilled that she changed into her human form and entrusted her child to Leo. By all appearances, Fiora just looked like a regular red chick. A really cute one, though. By midday, most of the students had already made it back to the beach. Almost every one of them came back with some pretty standard summons that you could easily find on the edge of the woods. Miss Yura turned to her associate, Carlo, and asked how much time the rest of the students had left. Turns out, the stragglers only had 5 minutes remaining. And just as she expected, the only ones still out there were the 4 standouts she had her eye on. From deep within the forest, a rumbling could be heard. A giant bear came crashing out, knocking down trees and everything else in its path. And riding on the back of this surprisingly cuddly-looking predator was none other than the scruffy Chenna. She actually tamed an aqua bear cub as a future knight. That is an impressive feat, for sure. But her grand entrance was immediately overshadowed by a huge shadow that fell over her new beast. The quiet guy had managed to bag a shadow crow as his summon and was now just showing off by riding on one of its talons all the way back to the beach. Even famous summoner families would have a hard time taming a shadow crow. He'd only managed to tame it, but he hadn't made a contract just yet. Still, he was definitely meeting Miss Yura's expectations. He'd already done more than enough. A minute later, the students started freaking out as a flawless white serpent slithered onto the beach with Eliza perched on top. Eliza haughtily declared that she went ahead and contracted this Gorgon snake simply because their family didn't have one yet. She's basically just collecting them all at this point. Carlo finally called time, signaling that the exam was over. Thankfully, the last student made it to the beach at the very last second. But compared to the, seriously, grand entrances of the other three, Leo just casually wandered onto the beach with a little chick nesting on his head. If his classmates were going for fear and awe, his whole vibe was just off the charts adorable. His not-so-bright classmates immediately burst out laughing at the sight. They figured he must have just tamed a chicken after, realizing he was no good at summoning. But while everyone else was cracking up, Miss Yura felt a chill run right down her spine. She couldn't help but curse under her breath. This absolute mad lad just brought a phoenix to the very first exam. As the sun set, the freshman summoning class officially came to an end, and the students were escorted back to the academy. While everyone else's day was done, Leo still had some business to attend to. He adjusted his tie and knocked on an office door. A sweet voice invited him in, inviting him to come inside. And as he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Professor Ira in a casual outfit, with the sunset highlighting her features. She immediately dropped what she was doing and invited our young man to come have a seat. Miss Yura admitted that today was the very first time she had ever laid eyes on a baby phoenix. In fact, she didn't even know a mystical beast like that existed on Summoner Island. For a freshman to form a contract with a phoenix, that's seriously impressive. It's something that's never happened in the entire history of the academy. Miss Yura then leaned in close to our boy, trapping him in the chair. And with a curious look, she told him she knows exactly what he is. Leo nervously gulped, thinking maybe he'd overplayed his hand, and accidentally revealed his true identity. But all his worries melted away the second Miss Yura pulled him into a huge hug, calling him a summoning genius, the likes of which nobody has ever seen before. Now, while she absolutely wants to praise and celebrate his achievement, the professor thinks they should keep his contract with the Phoenix under wraps, at least for now. If a huge piece of news like that got out, things would get chaotic, and fast. For the time being, she just wants him to be sure he chooses summoning as his main major the moment the exploratory classes are over. In her eyes, this young man has the talent to become a legendary summoning hero who'll be remembered for ages. And by the way, I know what you're all thinking, but life isn't a fanfic, and there's no way you're becoming her summon. The next day, Lumina Academy and everyone in it woke up to a gorgeous morning. Chloe was walking through the halls, still looking sleepy and yawning from a lack of rest. Carr caught her mid-yawn and teased her that her mouth might just rip if she kept that up. Chloe looks and feels exhausted because she's been pulling all-nighters reading magic books. Spotting the girl he'd bumped into a few days ago, Leo pulled Chloe Mueller's ID from his pocket and gave it back to her. She thanked the freshman representative, saving her the headache of getting a new one. What really struck her as odd, though, was seeing Leo also on his way to a magic class. He explained that since they're still in the trial period, he figured he might as well check out as many lectures as he could. Chloe, however, is only interested in magic, so the only classes she ever goes to are the ones on that subject. Carr then leaned over and whispered to his friend that this Chloe chick, this ice woman, was aiming for the top spot in the Claude magic division. You see, Carr's whisper doesn't exactly have a volume knob, so Chloe Mueller heard every word. Carr immediately felt the temperature in the room plummet the second she glared at him. Just as he was about to weasel his way out of trouble and retreat to the back, a massive ice pillar shot up right in his path. It was a perfectly formed crystal pillar that nearly flash froze Carr right where he stood. With nowhere to run, Chloe just dragged him to the front seats to make sure he behaved and paid attention. A moment later, a couple of other familiar faces showed up in the lecture hall. Unsurprisingly, it was Abbott and Chelsea Lewin from the prestigious Lewin mage family, also there for the magic class. Suddenly, the door swung wide open, and the entire vibe of the room just changed. The second he walked through the door, he effortlessly captured everyone's attention. As he made his way to the podium at the front of the class, the girls started blushing and whispering about how incredibly handsome their magic professor was. With a clean, slicked-back look, a sharp tie, and some seriously immaculate style, Len Horses introduced himself as the first-year magic division professor. He was carrying a thick stack of papers. Before kicking off the day's class, he wanted to do something a little dramatic. With a simple flick of a finger, the stack of papers on his desk flew up into the air and glided across the room, landing neatly on top of each student's desk. As an introduction, everyone was taking a magic theory exam, effective immediately. Naturally, everyone was pretty shocked to find themselves getting tested on magic theory before they even had a single lecture. Professor Lenhorst stated that any students who failed to meet certain standards would be promptly kicked out of his class. He said since they're all Lumina students, this should be the bare minimum. After finishing the exam, they were to turn their papers into his assistant, Anna. And let me tell you, compared to the intense Professor Horses, his assistant Anna was a complete ball of sunshine. The one person most royally screwed by this surprise exam was, without a doubt, Leo. All it took was one look at the first question, and my guy knew he was totally cooked, totally out of the loop with modern magic trends. To him, the super complex formulas on the paper just looked like a bunch of gibberish. As time was running out, every student was racking their brains, trying their absolute best to answer these mind-bending questions before the last grains of sand hit the bottom of the hourglass. The tension was thick. Their entire futures as magic heroes were riding on this exam. Once time was up, the students started chatting about how the test was surprisingly easy, though not even the best and brightest in the class could crack that final question. Leo, on the other hand, was a nervous wreck. He'd only managed to answer one single question, even though he gave it his all. As he nervously handed in his paper, he was really kicking himself for not studying up on modern magic before showing up. Figuring it was a lost cause, he bolted out of there immediately. He just couldn't handle the embarrassment of staying in that lecture hall any longer. He figured he'd be better off just studying magic on his own. You see, over the last 100 years, magic has evolved by leaps and bounds. Spells that once required a deep understanding of complex theories can now be cast by just memorizing some mind-numbing activation rules. Professor Hors, meanwhile, was breezing through the papers. The guy didn't even need any supplies. He was just grading them with his bare hands. At the same time, Leo was thinking that this whole shift towards memorization has really lowered the overall skill level of modern magicians. After grading the exams, the professor decided to show off his own magic skills for a minute. He summoned a brilliant orb of light that filled the whole room, with strange runes and otherworldly concepts floating all around it. This was the very essence of a spell he had created himself. He built this magical algorithm from the ground up, piece by piece. The whole point of his class is to create students who are capable of researching and inventing their own brand of magic. That's exactly why he hit them with a test on the very first day of his exploratory class. There were 49 questions, each worth 1 point, based on memorizing increasingly tricky concepts. The final question, however, was worth 51 points and analyzed their understanding of the true essence of magic. Professor Hors hoped his students would one day become magicians who could solve that final question. Hearing this, Chelsea breathed a huge sigh of relief. She was just glad to know she wasn't the only one who couldn't get the last question right. Honestly, she had no idea where to even begin. She looked up and noticed Leo's seat was empty, his test paper just sitting there. She figured he must have given up, which was kind of a bummer. It would have been fun to attend magic classes with him. Right after the professor's big speech, his assistant hurried over and urgently whispered something to him. Anna quietly informed him that one student had actually solved the 50th question correctly, which completely stunned the usually stern professor. The serious, unshakable Len Horace just vanished, and he let out a huge laugh, right in front of the whole class after hearing the amazing news. He asked everyone which one of them had just made history as the first student to ever solve the 50th question on their first try and get a perfect score. Professor Horace was practically glowing, already picturing himself mentoring this once-in-a-generation genius. But Anna had to gently correct him, saying the student didn't actually get a perfect score. But that was okay, too. It didn't bother him at all. He just assumed the student must have missed a few of the earlier questions because they spent so much time on the last one. But then, Anna dropped a total bombshell with another whisper. The student who got it right only solved the very last question and had left the other 49 completely blank. The professor immediately demanded the student's name, and Anna handed him Leoplav's student file. Professor Hors called out Leo's name, telling him to stand up, but it was too late. Even his friends hadn't seen him sneak out of the classroom after, turning in his paper in total shame. To break the super awkward silence, Chelsea shyly raised her hand and explained that Leo had left right after he finished the test. His score was a complete anomaly. I mean, he technically got the highest score in the class by only answering the final, most difficult part and nothing else. Meanwhile, the person causing all this chaos in the magic class, was already in the cafeteria chilling with Celia. He told her what happened, and she just laughed right in his face for completely bombing the exam. He'd summoned an adorable baby bird in one class, only to totally crash and burn in his magic class. From Celia's perspective, Leo needed to realize that his approach to school life was all wrong. She kept insisting he should just stick to swordsmanship. He was a knight major, after all. When she was asked if she would like to talk about stamina training, she quickly switched topics. But their friendly chat got cut short by a rather intense presence suddenly looming behind Leo. It was Professor Horace, and he was absolutely livid. He figured this kid from the Knights department was openly mocking his class and called him out for bailing after only one question. He sarcastically asked if the questions were just so easy they weren't even worth his time. Leo, ever the gentleman, stood up to politely clear the air. He admitted that, actually, he honestly believed he had zero shot at passing the exam. For him, every single question, except for that last one, was completely over his head, and he didn't even know where to begin with any of them. He went on to explain that he was self-taught from old magic books, so he was a little behind on all the modern theories. And just like that, a light bulb went off in the professor's head. He then grabbed the young man by his collar and lifted him up like a kitten. When he was finally put down, Leo had never been more confused in his entire life. The professor, on the other hand, had eyes sparkling with excitement, urging Leo to come with him for just a moment. Leo didn't even get a chance to say no or ask where they were headed. Professor Horace just latched onto his collar and started dragging him out of the cafeteria like a kid who just got the coolest new toy. Celia was just frozen in her seat, completely stunned. This was her first time ever seeing the Academy's professor of magical theory, and let's just say he made one heck of an impression. Meanwhile, his poor assistant, Anna, missed her boss by just a few seconds. She was supposed to be making sure Professor Len Horace didn't do anything. Well, strange. The poor woman didn't even have a moment to catch her breath before she had to take off after him. As she chased the madman, the professor dragged Leo to his office, immediately started scribbling complex problems on a chalkboard, and told the young man to solve them. His theory was, if the kid didn't solve that final question by pure, dumb luck, then he must have a completely unique and established magic system of his own. Professor Horace watched from the side, eagerly waiting for this new system to be revealed. But not even 10 seconds had passed before Leo finished writing the final answer on the board. Stunned, and maybe a little spooked, the professor asked if Leo had just solved all of those problems in his head. And yeah, that's pretty much what happened. The professor realized he'd just hit the absolute jackpot. After years of mediocrity, he'd finally found a client miniflex, real diamond in the rough, someone he could shape into a top-tier hero. Just then, Professor Albee was minding his own business, taking a stroll through the halls. Little did he know, his peaceful day was about to be completely derailed by his overly enthusiastic colleague. Professor Horace came barreling towards him with a massive, near-maniacal smile. Albee was not having any of it. He knew that look, and he knew it was about to ruin his perfectly quiet afternoon, so he immediately turned and walked right back the way he came. But Len Horace dove, grabbed his feet, and started thanking him profusely, like an overexcited puppy. Professor Albee had to use a bit of magic just to keep him at bay. This wasn't the first time he'd seen Len Horace act out, but he was definitely going a bit too far today. Horace didn't seem to care one bit, even while floating in midair. He just had to express his overwhelming gratitude for discovering the magical genius that is Leo Plav. Albee was completely confused. Why on earth would this magic fanatic call a knight in training a genius in magic? Just hearing him mention knighthood in the same breath as Leo made Professor Horace even more irate. He insisted that the kid had to become a sorcerer, no matter what. He refused to stand by and watch such incredible talent go to waste, swinging around a metal stick. Finally, his assistant and let's be real, part-time babysitter Anna caught up with him, just as he was ranting about how sending Leo to the Knights would be an insult to the very art of sorcery. At that point, Albee simply dropped the levitation spell. Thankfully, the professor seemed quite appreciative of Anna catching his fall. After sprinting all over campus, Anna's usual sunshine and rainbows attitude was gone as she sternly insisted they return to class. And speak of the devil, Leo happened to walk right past the commotion, and Professor Albee gave him a reassuring smile. Leo couldn't help but think that sorcerers really haven't changed one bit over the years. They're all a bunch of brilliant lunatics. About a week after that whole magic theory mess, the exploratory classes finally came to an end. We find Leo just chilling on the roof with a book, far away from any drama or crazy professors. As usual, he's deep in his research about his own past life. Today's topic, Kyle, the so-called hero of the beginning. Now that everyone thinks he's a total fraud, it's a lot to process, seeing how the world moved on without him, and how everyone's opinion of him has changed. As he was quietly mulling things over on the rooftop, the freshman professors were in a complete frenzy, scrambling through the campus halls. They didn't even bother to knock before storming right into the principal's office, all fired up with complaints. Professor Ellen was waving around Leo Plav's application form. Apparently, the kid listed knighthood, sorcery, and summoning, all three of the main hero disciplines. After getting a glimpse of his raw talent in every area, the professors are basically at war, trying to recruit him for their own department. I mean, a student tackling every single major discipline. That's completely unheard of at any hero academy. The general thinking is that students should focus all their energy on just one major. Principal Beatdown just chuckled at their bickering, saying Leo reminded him of some legendary hero out of an old-fashioned storybook. Hearing the principal say that actually made the professors stop their chaotic debate for a second. Principal Beatdown pointed out that the fifth-grade hero, also known as the hero of the beginning, Kyle, is supposedly the only one in history to have ever mastered every single class. Meanwhile, over on the track, Celia and Chelsea are absolutely wiped, just trying to catch their breath while running laps. Carr spotted Leo just chilling under a tree and casually asked why the girls were training so hard on a weekend. Turns out, Chelsea had asked Leo to train her, and he agreed, but that still didn't explain why they were just running in circles. Leo's answer was pretty simple. He said that more than anything, even more than weapons, a hero needs to have unlimited stamina. And all this cardio is the key to getting it. It seems even Chelsea has completely bought into his philosophy that stamina is the #1 thing for a battle mage. During a break, the girls practically swarmed Leo as he handed out water bottles. Surprisingly, Chelsea is actually enjoying this weekend stamina training. She even said she wants to run with Leo. The second Celia heard the poor girl say that, she did a spit take with her water, as all the trauma from her own training with Leo came flooding back. Since he was planning on running anyway, he figured he might as well lead the girls. But Celia has sworn she would never, ever run with him again. Picking up on their weird vibe, Carr asked what the deal was between Celia and Leo, and why they seemed so close. He even admitted he thought they were dating at first. Celia cleared up the confusion by dropping a bombshell. They're just cousins. Leo is the son of her aunt on her father's side. The news that Leo has Zering blood in him completely floored Carr and Chelsea. Finally, Leo got up off his butt and started stretching to join the ladies for another round of cardio hell. Not being one to waste his time on basic training, Carr decided to peace out. He was planning to explore Lumeria City some more. Celia tried to make a break for it and tag along, but Leo had already grabbed his cousin by the hair. Nope, today is a training day. Carr couldn't help but think that none of the nobles he knows have a single shred of dignity. Time flew by, and the long-awaited class assignment day finally arrived. Leo headed over to his assigned classroom, Class 15. Inside, he spotted Carr already sitting down, waving his buddy over to the seat next to him. The crafty businessman was the first one there, since he'd already figured out which class he was in. You can say what you want about Carr, but that guy is a master at gathering intel. And look who else is here, another familiar face in their class, Chelsea, slumped in her seat. It was hard to tell if she was dead or sick, alive after that weekend workout from hell with Leo. Carr asked what on earth Leo put the girls through, and he just replied that they'd covered the basics. Suddenly, a couple of random upperclassmen peeked into Class 5, also known as the Class of Anguish, and started mocking them, wondering how many of the poor first years would even be left after the first semester. But a lazy-sounding voice cut through their taunts. The voice declared that a couple of seniors mocking freshmen were actually much more pathetic in his eyes. The two guys turned around, and their blood instantly ran cold. A man with messy dark hair and a scruffy beard was standing right in front of them. The guy's aura was totally suffocating and overwhelming. This was Herod Edmund, the homeroom professor for Class 15, also known by his nickname, the Wailing Wall. This dude just told the upperclassmen to form a human chair, and they were so scared, they actually did it. He then sat on his new chair and addressed his students, calling them worthless dregs. See, Class 5 is the class for failures, the ones who score the absolute lowest among all the new students. And Professor Edmund is pretty sure that the students had already heard the rumors about him, so he kicked things off by asking if anyone had a clue why he'd willingly become the advisor for this so-called cursed class. Carr timidly raised his hand, suggesting that the Wailing Wall must have stepped in to help them all boost their grades. The professor, of course, already knew Carr Thomas by his full name, and his answer was pretty much what you'd expect from the student ranked dead last. So, Professor Edmund switched gears, asking if anyone in this underperforming class actually understood the duty of a Lumina Academy student. Chelsea boldly raised her hand, answering that their duty was to conquer the hero's world through practical training missions. While that was the right answer, all the professor saw were the faces of kids who'd probably last about 5 minutes after setting foot in the hero's world. He thought, wouldn't it be better to just expel these pathetic little bugs who would only drag their teammates down? And that, he explained, is the exact reason he took over Class 5. It's also how he earned his famous nickname, the Wailing Wall. While he was busy scaring the daylights out of his students, Leo was the one who stood out, as the only one completely unfazed. The professor made a quiet mental note that this kid would likely be just fine if he were dropped into a hero's world right now. He then ordered everyone to change into their workout gear and meet him at the training grounds. After all, it was the first day of class, which meant it was time for a little combat. Studies. Class 5 followed his orders and quickly gathered on the track. While his students baked under the hot sun, the professor casually set up a huge umbrella, a lawn chair, and even a few tasty-looking drinks to chill out on the sidelines. He declared it was time to fix the rotten attitudes these kids had picked up since joining the prestigious academy. He posed another question. In the real world, where life is incredibly fragile, what would save them when push comes to shove? Nella Carvin, a shy knight in training with a rare healing-type aura, meekly answered that she'd be saved by her comrades at her side. Wrong answer. Professor Edmund declared that their only saving grace is their own strength. Only when they sharpen their skills in the face of danger can they even think about helping their teammates. As a follow-up, he asked if anyone there was confident enough in their own abilities to protect their allies. A cheerful, fiery voice rang out from the crowd, confidently stating that she had total faith in her skills. To put that claim to the test, the professor told the girl to whip up a fireball so they could see if she was a decent magical knight. The girl in question was the spunky and upbeat Aleliana Laden, a dual-class magical knight. But after she showed off her fireball, the professor was clearly not impressed. He even made fun of its size and intensity, telling her it probably wouldn't be enough to take out an ant. Feeling challenged by his remarks, Aleliana pumped even more mana into her spell, creating 2 fireballs this time and warping the air around her into a sea of flame. Not only did she up the number of fireballs, but she also doubled the size of both of them. Professor Edmund sarcastically called her spell impressive while taking a sip of his juice box. Then, he summoned a small orb of wind, asked Aleliana to try and hit the little guy with one of those amazing fireballs. That orb of wind quickly took the form of a wind spirit and zipped into the air, moving with a will of its own. It flew right up to Aleliana, laughed mockingly at her fire, and even booped her on the nose. Naturally, the easily excitable young lady was seriously ticked off. She started launching fireballs left and right, desperate to even graze the annoying little wind spirit. After burning through her mana with attacks that couldn't even connect, the professor cut in. What's the point of making your attacks bigger and more numerous if you can't even hit the enemy? This whole exercise was designed to make his students realize what they were missing most: the ability to actually use their skills effectively. They had to own their skills and push past their limits. That, he said, is the true hero's way. The Wailing Wall then smiled and announced that class wouldn't be dismissed until one of them managed to catch his wind spirit, Sylph. All this time, Leo was just listening quietly. The professor's words might have been harsh, but Leo knew every single one of them was true. He figured maybe he should give this challenge a shot and try to catch Sylph himself. While the rest of the class was running around like headless chickens, Professor Edmund's eyes were locked on Leo Plav. With all the buzz surrounding the kid, he was determined to figure out if Leo was all talk, just like that fictional hero, Kyle. Unfortunately for him, even with the entire class trying their best to catch it, the Sylph was just running circles around them. From a distance, Leo began to emit his aura, controlling and directing it to concentrate on his feet. In a single mad dash, he shot forward like a scarlet cannonball, leaving a trail of destruction behind him. His speed skyrocketed to its absolute limit. His focus was impeccable. Seriously, maybe he really is the first true all-class hero. Meanwhile, Carr and Chelsea were already gasping for air after trying to catch the ridiculously fast wind spirit. Then our boy arrived, his feet and body cloaked in a burning aura. Using an enhanced version of the aura step, he made his way into the sky, right into the feisty Sylph's blind spot. Using both gravity and the momentum from his aura step, he launched himself straight down, leaving little to no window for the Sylph to dodge or get out of the way. His first attempt missed by just a millisecond. It looked like he'd messed up his attack, but the smile on his face told a completely different story. He had subtly manipulated the streaks of aura in his hand, forming a thread that attached itself right to the Sylph's foot. This effectively held the wind spirit in place, ready to be grabbed. Unfortunately, none of the Class 5 students managed to get to the stunned Sylph first. It was captured by that lightning-fast brat, Daun, instead. Just as expected, his speed is truly outstanding, but he only caught the sylph because of Leo's aura thread, restricting its movements. Nevertheless, that smug look on the kid's face is still super annoying to see. Just then, another person walked onto the field while cheerfully clapping his hands. This pompous-looking man is Sedin, the homeroom professor of Class 1. Right now, he's ranked second in the graduating class vote. He took this chance to show off his class's talent, even offering to teach Class 5 a thing or two. Meanwhile, Professor Edmund wasn't even looking at the field. He was snug as a bug in his chair, sipping on a juice box. He then asked his colleague to take over his class for the day, while Professor Sedin is number 2 in the graduating class voting. This super chill guy consistently snags the number 1 spot every single year. The students, especially Carr, were totally hyped to see a clash between the two pillars of Lemon Academy. These two professors have worked at the academy for over 2 decades. In fact, Professors A, Yura, and Len were actually apprentices of these two. Overhearing him going on and on, the adorable Nella Carvin asked Carr how he knew so much about academy gossip. Unfortunately, this guy has absolutely zero game and a real talent for making things awkward with the ladies. Elsewhere, Professor Sedin laughed haughtily. While he didn't know what his rival was scheming by taking charge of the worst freshman class, Sedon was eager to find out. So, he proposed a competition between Class 1 and Class 5. As for the event, they were going with Lumen's historic ball sport called Basta. Professor Edmund jumped up from his chair and called Sedin a genius. He shook his buddy's hand and added that learning through hands-on experience is the best way to go. After accepting the challenge, he slumped right back into his comfy chair, left all the refereeing and supervising to Sedin. Professor Sedin just can't figure out how he keeps losing the graduating class vote to this monumentally lazy guy, while his own students just looked at him with pity. At least the professor addressed his class one more time, saying that this Basta match against Class 1 is an opportunity for them to practice their skills, and one last thing, he warned them that if they lose, everyone in the class will be expelled. Hearing that, the students were completely shocked, since this was their very first class with him. Not to mention that their opponent was Class 1, a class with 3 team captains on its roster. Edmund didn't care about their excuses and just told them to try even harder in that case. Besides, he thinks there's very little for them to worry about when they've got the freshman representative, of all people, in their class. He instructed Leo to choose 6 candidates for the competition. Mulling over his teacher's request, Leo is certain he's being tested for some reason. It's not coming from a place of malice or anything. Rather, the kids in his class have all lost their fighting spirit after just 1 week of being enrolled. With their morale totally crushed, Leo thinks that Edmund wants to use him as a way to lead the defeated students of Class 5, since they've already lost all hope. The Class 1 teacher uses his magic to create the arena, while Leo figures that there has to be some kind of hidden advantage in this Basta competition, a way to pull his classmates out of their despair. So here's the deal. Lumenina Academy's best and brightest are squaring off against Class 5. The pressure is so intense, even Chelsea's a nervous wreck. She quickly tries to explain the rules of the Basta game, since, Leo is completely in the dark. Apparently, it's some kind of combat sport that's been a tradition at the Academy for ages, but based on that description alone, it doesn't really sound any more exciting than just a regular ball game. But Thomas chimes in, explaining that there's way more to it. In fact, it's a whole lot more dangerous than it sounds. Naturally, the sword princess Celia starts taunting Chelsea for looking so pale. Her trash talk works a little too well, and Chelsea snaps back, vowing she's not about to lose to someone like her. Leo, meanwhile, is as cool as a cucumber, telling everyone to just chill out because they're not going to lose. This, of course, just ticks Celia off even more, and she can't wait to show him the results of all her hard training. And don't forget Chloe. She is absolutely determined to get a win against Leo this time around, unlike what happened before. Anyway, Professor Sin tells the players to head to the arena. Leo glances at his classmates, wondering who's stepping up. Immediately, 2 of them volunteer, Chelsea and Aleliana. With expulsion on the line, the stakes couldn't be higher, so they're ready to give it everything they've got. Thomas and the rest of the gang also quickly step up, and Leo signals to the professor that his class is ready to go. With that, Professor Sedan pulls out the ball and tosses it high into the air. Every single player from both teams is laser-focused on that ball. The game kicks off with both Duran and Leo lunging for it, but our lightning boy is just a hair faster, managing to snatch the ball and grab the first advantage. And of course, with the game having literally just started, our boy Leo decides now is the perfect time to ask about the rules. Turns out, they're pretty straightforward. Just infuse the ball with your aura and shoot it into the goal without your body making contact. First team to score 11 points wins. Simple enough, right? Well, Daun immediately goes on a rampage, launching the ball at a ridiculous speed and forcing Leo to dodge at the very last second. Thomas, on the other hand, didn't even see the blur as it shot past him and slammed right into the net. And just like that, Daun from Class 1 scores the first point, which immediately sends a wave of despair through the Class 5 students. Tide is already panicking, thinking they're all doomed for expulsion. So, naturally, Leo decides it's time for another rule clarification. How do you get the ball? Apparently, there are 3 basic ways. You can get it if the ball goes out of bounds on the other team's possession, or if you manage to catch it. But just as Tide is about to explain the last method, their little chat is brutally interrupted by Leliana getting completely taken out by one of Celia's explosive throws. The Sword Princess, of course, sneers at them for casually chatting instead of, paying attention to the game. Things are looking really bad for Leliana. See, players can't directly attack or block each other. So, that third way to get the ball, you have to make an opponent unable to continue, and the only way to do that is by hitting them with the ball. Well, Leo's heard all he needs to. He takes control of the ball, figuring it's about time they started fighting back. She's rendered unable to continue, leaving Class 5 down a player. Meanwhile, both professors are watching the match unfold from the sidelines. Professor Seddon notes that teams with powerful fire users typically dominate this game. And, wouldn't you know it, when you're talking about the House of Zinger, their fire magic is pretty much the strongest there is. He just can't wrap his head around why Herod would agree to this match, especially knowing that the Sword Princess was on Class 1's roster. Seddon is convinced there's absolutely no way for Herod's students to win. In response, the famously lazy professor just lets out a big yawn, completely unconcerned by his colleagues' worries. He then mentions to Sidon an old memory of his very first student, who hailed from the House of Zuringer. That woman became known as the Empress of Basta because she was an absolute monster at this game. Herod then casually drops the bomb that her kid is playing in this very match for Class 5, a little fact that completely rocks Seddon's world. Back in the game, the rest of Class 5 is whining and moaning, already regretting their decision to even come to this academy. But then, Celia spots Leo starting to cast his own flames and realizes he's finally about to get serious. He charges up an intensely burning fireball and unleashes it at such a monstrous speed that it forces Chloe to summon an entire icicle mountain just to stop it. She gets all smug, thinking she's totally shut down his attack, but then Leo does something shocking. He suddenly appears right next to her, having predicted her move perfectly. Leo confidently announces that he's going to score no matter what. He leaps into the air and just absolutely unloads on the ball with a powerful punch. With one punch, shattering Chloe's barrier like it was glass. Even Seddon is impressed by the kid's incredible combat intelligence, as Class 5 erupts in cheers for their freshman representative. The professor from Class 1 finally realizes the real match is just getting started. From there, we see a flurry of goals, with the score jumping to a nail-biting 9-10. A lot of players were even knocked out of the game during the intense back and forth. Finally, the lightning-fast Daun unleashes his shot, hoping this throw will be the one to end the match. But in a heroic move, Thomas puts his body on the line, giving it everything he's got to block the goal. He just barely manages to catch the ball, on the verge of complete mana exhaustion. In the end, Thomas collapses, leaving both classes on equal footing. The problem is, Class 5 only has Leo left, while Class 1 still has all 3 of its captains standing. It's a huge disadvantage for them, at least in terms of sheer numbers. The Ice Mage Chloe is ready for some payback after her crushing defeat in the last exam. She conjures up tons of copies of herself to beef up their defenses. Leo prepares to make his final move against both Celia and Daun. Launching himself off the ground, he takes off with inhuman speed, completely shocking the 3 captains with how fast he just disappeared. Leo uses a flash step so incredibly fast that he zips right past Celia before she even knows what's happening. He's clearly not trying to fight them head-on, which means he's making a beeline for the goal. This puts all the pressure on Chloe to defend it. She desperately tries to spot the real Leo among all his after images, but just trying to analyze that level of magic leaves her breathless as Leo zooms right past her. Chloe collapses in defeat, wondering how a mere human could possibly use the magic of the elves. In the end, not even the 3 captains combined could stop him, and the undisputed winner of the match is Class 5. The entire class starts chanting Leo's name as the students celebrate their incredible win. I mean, they were so close to getting expelled. Seddon is shocked to learn that Herod pushed them to their absolute limit just to win. The 3 captains, on the other hand, are completely crushed by the loss. Sedun knows he needs to have a word with them and approaches Chloe, asking if she's feeling frustrated. He gently reminds her that win or lose, it's tradition to always show respect to your opponents. He acknowledges how hard they all fought to try and secure a victory for Class 1. Sedun is clearly proud of all the students who worked hard, and even those who just cheered on their classmates. His warm words of encouragement really seem to win them over. Herod, however, is not nearly as poetic. He just straight up calls them losers and rubs salt in the wound. Both classes really gave it their all. Class 1 got to show off their raw talent, while Class 5 demonstrated incredible perseverance, fighting hard right up to the very end. Sedun emphasizes that their ability to push past their own limits is what ultimately won them the game. He hopes that the two rival classes can learn from each other. As a sign of good sportsmanship, they all shake hands. Well, Celia and Chelsea immediately start trading insults, but that's their own way of doing things. Thomas, on the other hand, is practically bouncing with joy during his handshake with Duran, who just stares at him like he's seen a ghost. Chloe is on the verge of tears from the humiliation when Leo offers her a hand, praising her for her performance. He says that with a little more practice and experience, she could become a truly amazing mage. At first, she takes his words as an insult, but seeing the genuine look on his face, she changes her tune. Chloe vows that she'll surpass Leo one day and shakes his hand. Fast forward 1 month. From that day, we find our trio enjoying a meal when Thomas asks what clubs they're thinking of joining. But instead of joining a club, Leo says he wants to start one, which causes Thomas to totally lose it. Chelsea, being his #1 supporter, is immediately on board. The name of the club he wants to create, the Hero Research Society. It's a pretty strange name, but Leo's got a mission to investigate the forgotten hero, Kyle, who most people just think is a fictional character, with no real place in history. Thomas is convinced no one will ever join a club like that, but Chelsea, being the true friend she is all in. Suddenly, a commotion nearby catches their attention, which makes Thomas remember that something special is happening today. Today is the day of the 5th year. Seniors make their return after clearing a dungeon. You see, the fragments of the hero's record are scattered all over the world, and occasionally, these fragments end up creating dungeons of their own. These are known as the Hero Dungeons, and it's the Academy's senior students who are tasked with clearing them and grab the fragments. These trips are supposed to last for at least 2 weeks, and sometimes even for months. It makes Leo wonder if his mother must have gone through similar dungeon raids herself. Just then, Chelsea spots the upperclassmen and points out that they're the absolute best the Academy has to offer, starting with the muscular guy, Easter. The southern beauty next to him is Tue Yan, and last but not least, the one who lives in comfy clothes is Ulta. Still, one person seems to be missing: the strongest student in the Academy, the Student Council President, Ree. Thomas is just about to explain who he is when suddenly, our boy is gone. Did the feds finally get him for being too overpowered? Nah, just kidding. Celia actually hurried him outside. It turns out that Ree, the council president himself, requested a private meeting with our boy. Leo is completely baffled and asks why he's being summoned out of the blue. Celia just thinks he's clueless when it comes to anything school-related. She figures he'll understand once he gets there, so off he goes, ending up in a place that seems a little strange to Celia. And then, we see the Sword Princess herself leap into a hug with her brother. Yep, you heard that right, Ree is her brother. And he's thrilled to finally meet Leo, the guy aiming for the top spot in class. They all grab some dumplings together, but for some reason, Celia seems a little nervous since she's never tried them before. She takes one bite and is totally blown away by how good they are. Her big brother mentions he's been wanting to take her to this restaurant ever since she arrived here. More importantly, he was really intrigued to meet Leo, whose mother had a pretty big reputation in their family. He also recalls how Leo's mom was known to be a legend during her own school years. Apparently, she was the type of student who did some wild things to achieve that status. For instance, she would boldly critique the desserts served at the academy and even once rallied all the students to storm the principal's office. Celia is completely shocked to learn her mom was involved in that famous incident. The brother-sister duo are happily catching up, while Leo is just impressed by Ree, thinking he definitely lives up to the title of the best at the academy. You can just tell this guy is destined to become a hero. Ree then decides it's time for dessert and tells them to head outside while he settles the bill. As they're leaving, Ree is surprised to find a strange object in his blazer, with no idea how it got there. The scene then cuts back to Herod's class, where Aleliana is dying to ask a question. This guy straight up calls her question pathetic before she even says a word. Seriously, he has zero chill. Aleliana just wants to know why they haven't picked a class representative for Class 5 yet. especially since all the other classes already have one. Herod just brushes off the suggestion, casually admitting he completely forgot about it. And being the lazy guy he is, he literally just tells Leo to be the class rep. Tide has to remind this clown that they're supposed to be, a democratic process. However, the class quickly learns why it's probably best to just stay quiet. C. Herod wants the class rep to handle all the notes so that he doesn't have to do any work. Then a broadcast comes through, telling the students about the Joint Hero Studies class. All first-year students are requested to head to the auditorium immediately. Leo asks if they should get going, and the teacher gives them the green light. Arriving at the auditorium, Leo and Thomas bump into a completely exhausted-looking Chloe. This girl looks like a total zombie and is practically begging to buy some recovery potions from our favorite alchemist. The deal is done, and she gets the only 5 potions he has on him. Leo can't help but think she's seriously overdoing it, since it's only the beginning of the year. Chloe just chugs the potions and brushes off Leo's advice, because, as the top student in magic theory, she's super stressed about keeping her spot. After all, she knows it's only a matter of time before Leo learns modern magic and completely bulldozes her on that exam, too. Thomas, bless his heart, doesn't understand what's so bad about getting second place. Chelsea has to remind their clueless friend about Chloe's position as a tower magician. C. Battle mages don't really have to worry about falling behind in theory, but for someone like Chloe, it's everything. The study of magic, investigation, and research is the very core of the magic tower, so her pride is literally on the line here. Chelsea just sighs, clearly annoyed and starting to wonder if Leo is even a magician at this point. Meanwhile, Chloe still doesn't look 100% despite the potions, but then she notices something, and right at that moment, the headmaster appears. Callian is checking out the strange reaction from the damaged hero's page. Reed had brought it in, claiming that it suddenly reacted to something. The thing is, it was so damaged that it shouldn't have reacted at all, and yet, it did. There wasn't even a relic around to trigger it. The headmaster asks if it reacted again after that incident, and learns it was a one-time thing. Ken, deep in thought, decides to look into this matter on his own. He tells Reed to get some rest, since he just got back from his mission. The headmaster then asks his assistant, Elena, to take the damaged hero's page to the auditorium in the mission Hall of Beginnings. He wants it to be present for the first year's joint class session. Now, what we learn is that fragments this small are capable of reacting if the person mentioned in the hero's record actually comes into contact with it. In this case, we know it's Leo, but none of them have a clue yet. In the Academy's auditorium, the first years are all gathered for their very first joint class session. It's so noisy that the cute professor, Artnian, has to ask them to please be quiet. Of course, they ignore her warnings and just keep on bickering. That's when Ariane gets fed up and unleashes her fiery rage, giving them a pretty chilling warning to shut up unless they're looking to get sent to an early grave. Her cute and shy demeanor just flipped to cruel with some serious killing intent. She cusses them all out for being a bunch of morons. Ariane then seems to jolt back to reality after realizing they've all gone completely silent. She switches back to her dainty and shy persona, acting like absolutely nothing just happened. While the rest of the students are sweating bullets, they've all come to the silent agreement that she's scary as heck when she needs to be. Leo, having watched the whole thing, identifies her powers as those of a spiritualist, which were incredibly rare, even back in his previous life. Ariane kicks off the class session with a dagger in hand. She explains the appearance of the hero records and what caused the hero clans to emerge in the first place. Turns out, to open a hero's world, you need an object with sentimental value to that hero, basically, a medium of some kind. That's why it's so much easier for a hero's descendants to open their world without much difficulty. It's also the reason the Academy safeguards the hero's records, treasuring the relationship built between those families. A perfect analogy would be the relationship between a key and a treasure chest. Leo is actually impressed by the explanation and is all ears for what's coming next. Ariane continues to emphasize just how important hero studies are, as it's crucial for uncovering clues about a hero's world and deepening their understanding. As the students advance through the years, they'll eventually choose a hero to draw strength from and clear their pages. The professor's explanation is suddenly cut short by Elena's arrival. She shows them a hero records fragment that the 50-year students recently collected. Seeing the mystical object, the students just roar with excitement. She opens it just a tiny bit before closing it shut. Ariane wants to ask them something before they get to experience the fragment. She's curious about their goals for after they become heroes. Celia immediately jumps in, declaring that she wants to become the strongest knight in her family's entire lineage. Ariane is impressed by her ambitious goal. Meanwhile, Chloe says she's interested in writing a spell book that will act as a record of all her original creations. A lot of the students share their ambitions as well. Thomas wants to play a supportive role for the hero candidates. At last, Leo stands up to declare his own outrageous goal. His objective is to completely destroy Erebos, for good. This bold declaration grabs the attention of not just the students, but the professors, too. Arian tries to transition smoothly, despite being a little shaken by his words. The rest of the students from other classes start gossiping about his lofty goal, thinking they're just empty words. As for the professors, Herod is kind of stumped, knowing that Leo isn't the type to just say things without meaning it. It's been 1,000 years since Erebos was divided into multiple pieces and sealed. However, he's also been resurrected in similar ways over the past few years. Even a single one of his pieces is responsible for causing so much destruction. But this kid just casually stated the impossible. He doesn't just want to eliminate one piece of the demon, but the entirety of Erebos itself. Arianan finally decides it's time to let them explore the hero's record. She wants to give each class a chance to guess which hero the page belongs to before she explains how to can clear a hero's world. She also gives them a heads up on any unexpected situations, reminding them the professors are always watching, so there's no room for messing around. The students are buzzing with excitement, barely able to contain themselves at the thought of finally touching a hero's record. Arian figures it's best to call up the representatives from each class. That's Celia from Class 1, Leo from Class 5, and then Abad and Chen from the other classes. They actually recovered 2 fragments from the dungeon, but for the sake of the lesson, they're only going to use one. The second piece is way smaller by comparison, but it's here to show them the different shapes these things can take. Leo is up first, and he steps up to touch the piece, causing the hero record to flicker open. The hero's name and the chapter are both blacked out, and even the professors seem a little worried that the record is reacting so intensely. Suddenly, they're all pulled inside the nameless hero's world, completely shocked to find themselves in a land of pure chaos and destruction. The class representatives and the professors have all been teleported to another world. What they see is a mountain of monster bodies scattered all across what could only be a battlefield. Trying to get a handle on this wild turn of events, Professor Edmund tells everyone to brace themselves, because they were officially inside a hero dungeon. Professor Sedin, thinking fast, spots a landmark they can use to get their bearings. It's a fortress wall in the distance from their spawn point. Strangely enough, Leo Plav recognizes this place from the Age of Catastrophe. It was the last line of defense for the last city, the walls of Gardes. If his hunch is right about the timeline, then Leo is the only one here who has any clue what's really going on. Off in the distance, he hears a familiar voice calling him by his old name, Kyle. The voice apologetically confesses that her unfulfilled wish was a rather foolish one. It belonged to a woman now known as a legend, one of the original heroes and Kyle's old comrade, Lysis. As foolish as her wish might have been back then, she believed with all her heart they would save the world. And, well, they did. Seeing a friend from thousands of years ago stirs up a whirlwind of emotions inside Leo. Facing Lysis on this ruined battlefield was beyond anything he could have ever dreamed. Her smile lights up the entire hero's dungeon, shattering their reality and yanking everyone back to the real world. This whole bizarre, blink and you'll miss it event was triggered by Kyle grabbing the tiny piece of the unknown hero's record, the one that was only meant to be for display. Gensha anxiously asks the professors what just happened, but none of them have an answer. Looking totally stressed out, Professor Edmund quickly declares that classes are suspended. He begs everyone to stay calm and head out of the auditorium in an orderly line. While everyone else shuffles out in a daze, Leo stays by the podium, still clutching that tiny piece of torn paper. He's deep in thought, absolutely certain that he's holding a page from his own life. Kyle's life. This little fragment is the biggest clue he has for his mission. Professor Edmund is fascinated watching Leo, who's completely lost in thought. Once the chaos finally settles down, the students scatter to find empty classrooms to chill in, since the rest of the day's classes were called off. In one of these classrooms, Leo explains that they just saw the legendary Lysis, the King of Wisdom. Chelsea's eyes sparkle at the thought that the Academy might have actually found Lysis's hero record, a truly historic moment. Aleliana pumps her fist, all frustrated that she didn't try harder to become class president. If she had, she wouldn't have missed out on something so huge. Carr gives her a look that basically says she wouldn't have stood a chance anyway. Picking up on his sarcastic vibe, Aleliana rightfully decides to give the poor boy a friendly tune-up. Hearing all the noise, Professor Edmund pops his head into the room to scold them for being so loud. He offers them a choice, either quiet self-study or expulsion. With his unpredictable personality, it's honestly hard to tell if he's joking. Once the professor leaves, You can bet the students didn't make another sound, just to be safe. Lost in thought, Leo wonders to himself why his own hero record is such a jumbled mess compared to others. It was in such bad shape that even he had a tough time recognizing whose world it was. The opening screen also hid the name of the world and the record's chapter. It was almost as if someone had deliberately destroyed his record just to try and erase his legacy. Since hero records are ancient relics that allow someone to inherit a hero's powers, messing with one means somebody out there doesn't want another hero to rise up. The only suspect with a real motive and the means to pull it off is, of course, Erebos. He might have been shattered into a million tiny pieces, but his power is still no joke. This whole incident really lit a fire under Leo to investigate just why his hero record was left in such a sorry state. After that whole hero record mess, a full month of quiet school life went by. Now, let's shift our focus over to the magic department's class. In there, the incredibly stylish Professor Horse is breaking down the details of their midterm practical exam. The first years are being tasked with inventing their very own original magic. Just hearing the words original magic was enough to send a chill down the spines of these young mages. See, original magic is the ultimate way for a mage to express their own unique style, creativity, and power. In this day and age, where preset activation techniques are all the rage, mages rarely bother creating their own spells. However, original magic can be a powerful secret weapon to pull out when you're in a tight spot. It all ties back to the star magic that every elf learns. In fact, star magic is really just a watered-down version of original magic. There's only ever been one person in all of history who could wield the true full power of star magic, and that was none other than its creator, the founder of Nebula, and one of the original founding heroes, Luna. Hearing the professor stress how important the midterms were really made Chloe get in the zone. Sitting next to her, Leo couldn't help but spot a weird-looking book on her desk. Just being near it gave him the creeps, and it was giving off a strangely dark yet familiar energy. When Chloe noticed Leo looking at her book, she quickly shoved it into her bag. If he had to guess, that was definitely a grimoire. As if on cue, Professor Horse dismissed the class, wishing them all the best in creating their new spells. As the first years began to file out of the room, Leo hurried after Chloe and gently took her by the hand. Startled, she gave him a look that could kill. Leo just smiled and asked if she wanted to grab lunch. Of course, he had other reasons for asking. He saw how suspiciously she acted with that grimoire, and he was dying to know more. After forcefully slapping his hand away, Chloe shot down his invitation, claiming she didn't have time for such foolishness. Her mind was completely set on one thing, beating Leo. In the upcoming practical exam, just in time to cut the tension, Carr jumped in with his usual upbeat personality. He playfully called Leo a scoundrel for trying to steal the top magic spot from the Ice Queen. Chloe is still bitter about losing to Leo in technique, but when it comes to raw magical power, she absolutely refuses to be second best. With her fists clenched and a fire in her eyes, she declared that she would win the midterms no matter what. Leo knew that if he didn't give it his all, it would be a huge insult to Chloe's determination. So, like a true gentleman, Leo offered his hand and accepted the challenge, promising to bring his A game. Chloe shook his hand, her eyes completely focused and distant. I'm telling you, I have never seen anyone more locked in than the Ice Queen. Our good old pal Carr was watching from the side, totally amazed at his buddy's smooth move to get a girl to hold his hand. As the sun began to set, Leo found himself standing in the absolutely massive and imposing Tower of Heroes. He'd heard a rumor that somewhere inside this behemoth of a building was Luminia Academy's forbidden library. If he could just find a way in, he figured he might finally get some answers about his mysterious, missing hero record. And so, he started making his way up the stairs, where some of the upperclassmen were already taken by his impressive aura. About halfway to the top, someone called out his full name. It was a senior with tan skin, curly hair, and some big, round glasses. And let's just say, she was a total knockout. While casually blowing a bubble with her gum, she mentioned she'd been hearing a lot about the young prodigy from none other than Professor Len Horse. This stunner's name is Tuyen, a fifth-year student in Lumina's Department of Magic. Leo, ever the gentleman, gave a polite bow and offered a greeting, not really thinking twice about the encounter. He tried to keep heading up, but Tuyen stretched out one of her long legs, blocking his path and asking just what business a first-year student could possibly have in the Tower of Heroes. Leo answered honestly, explaining that he was just there to meet with the student council president. Teruo was definitely intrigued by his confidence and tried to sell him on joining the magic department full-time, promising all sorts of perks with regard to the tower. She was laying it on pretty thick, especially since he was already taking magic classes, but Teruo finally decided to stop messing with him and moved her leg. Leo continued on his way, thanking her for being so understanding. With just a hint of a threat in her voice, she repeated that she wanted Leo to declare magic as his major before the semester ended. She made her point crystal clear, leaving it up to him to read between the lines. In response, Leo just offered that perfectly polite smile of his. Once he got to the top of the stairs, he ran into a few more seniors heading up in an elevator. He hopped in with them and pressed the button for the 9th floor. To his complete mortification, the button refused to light up, no matter how many times he jabbed at it. He kept on pressing it, and the stubborn elevator just kept testing his patience. Leo probably would have been stuck on that floor if a friendly voice hadn't spoken up to explain that the buttons only work when you channel mana into them. The deep voice belonged to another senior who actually recognized Leo, and this guy sounded a lot more upbeat and polite than Teruwa. This friendly-looking giant of a man is Lee Zamua, another fifth-year student in the night department. He shot the famous first-year class representative a big, toothy grin. Leo, once again, gave a respectful bow to his upperclassmen and returned the greeting. Just like Teruwa, Lee asked him what brought him all the way to the Tower of Heroes. When Leo casually mentioned with a smile that he had some business with the student council president, Lee's ears perked right up. It's not every day you see a freshman at the academy who isn't the least bit scared of the president, let alone one bold enough to just waltz right into the student council president's office all by himself. Lee was so impressed by his nerve that he suggested Leo should seriously think about making the night department his main focus. Getting a little tired of having the same conversation again, Leo just let out a dry laugh. Finally, after all those draining interruptions, before he could even get to the main event, Leo arrived at his destination. He knocked, introduced himself, and asked if President Rhee had a moment. A warm and welcoming voice from the other side told him to come on in. It looked like President Rhee was absolutely buried in paperwork, even though it was almost sundown, but he still welcomed Leo with a smile. Not wanting to waste any more of the president's time, Leo got straight to the point. He asked for access to the Academy's forbidden library. Hearing a request like that made Rhee's friendly expression turn much more serious. He knew Leo wasn't the type to fool around, so he was happy to explain just how big of a deal this was. You see, there are only two ways for a regular student to get into the sacred forbidden library. The first and most direct route is to conquer a hero dungeon, which is obviously much easier said than done. After a successful dungeon clear, it's customary for the conqueror to personally return the pages they find to the hero's records stored in that very library. Knowing he was a long, long way from pulling that off, Leo asked about the second way in. President Rhee leaned forward with a sly smile, promising he'd spill the secret on this second method once Leo officially joined the student council. A few days after getting ambushed by his seniors, the day of the night department's practical exam finally arrived. For the first day of this massive exam, held in the academy's outdoor stadium, a ton of people, students and faculty alike, had come out to watch. And Carr, being the natural-born entrepreneur that he is, had rolled out an entire popcorn cart to sell snacks to the crowd. His sales pitch was pretty simple. You can't properly watch the upcoming fights without munching on some popcorn. Can you? Seeing their friend go all out, Chelsea couldn't decide if she was impressed or just embarrassed. Aleliana, on the other hand, was just thinking that Carr would already be filthy rich if he wasn't stuck here in Lumani. Leo lined up with his fellow freshmen from the night department and scanned the audience. Sure enough, Chloe was a no-show. Professor A stood on the track, giving his students a stern look to really drive home the seriousness of this assessment. Without further ado, he called up the first pair that would be sparring in the opening match. The first contestant is Hall Snape from Class 1, a shifty-looking young man with eyes and a smile you just can't trust. His opponent is none other than our guy, Leo Plav from Class 5. As the fighters entered the ring, the whole arena went wild. Meanwhile, up in the stands, Carr was busy drumming up more business, and his eyes were locked right on Professor Seddon. He cheerfully made his way over to the grumpy professor, eager to make a little extra cash. Samples in hand, he asked Professor Seddon if he'd like to grab a popcorn and drink combo to enjoy with the match that was about to start. And being the snob he is, the professor scoffed, as if the very thought of eating popcorn was beneath him. In his mind, only commoners like Professor Edmund Harlan would buy something like that. Realizing this would be a tough sale, Carr glanced over in Class 1's direction, looking for some backup. Luckily, Celia was there. It only took one look for her to catch on to what Carr was doing. Whipping out her secret technique, she cranked up her adorable charm all the way to 11 and sweetly asked if the professor was buying the whole class some delicious popcorn. With the bait perfectly placed, all Carr had to do was get the rest of Class 1 to cheer on their professor's generosity. Seeing his students chanting his name with so much enthusiasm, Professor Seddon's defenses started to crumble. He might be a total snob, but deep down, he's a dedicated professor who just wants his students to like him. The great professor finally caved and told Carr to hand his students a popcorn and drink combo, but he made sure to say, strictly one per person. While Carr was happily cashing in, the fighters for the opening match took their starting positions. With a confident smirk that was just a little too cocky, Leo called his opponent Hal Snave, lucky for being his first victim. Hal could tell that the first-year representative didn't see him as a real threat whatsoever. He was dead set on making Leo regret that. This snake-themed fighter, Hal, comes from the heroic Snave family. Now, before the first round officially kicks off, let's get a quick rundown of the exam rules from our favorite popcorn vendor. You see, the midterm practical exams for the night department are pretty straightforward, just a series of duels. Anyone who racks up 5 sparring victories gets a passing grade. Still, there was a sense of uncertainty in the stands. Even though everyone knew Leo was the first-year representative, only a handful of people had actually seen him in action. Plus, since Leo was juggling 3 different majors, they figured he'd be at a disadvantage compared to students, who were focused on just one. Not to mention, Hall was ranked 3rd in Class 1, right behind the absolute monsters, Celia and Duran. His weapon of choice is the spear, and his aura has a sharp, almost toxic feel to it. Hall showed off his skills, twirling his spear with impressive precision. In his mind, he just saw Leo as that arrogant dude who's always hanging around Celia. Professor A gave a final reminder that the winner is the one who makes their opponent unable to fight back, and that they should treat this sparring match like a real battle. The moment the starting signal sounded, Leo was suddenly caught off guard by a feeling, a dark aura that he hadn't sensed in a very long time. And surprisingly, that dark aura wasn't coming from his opponent, but from the direction of Lumina's campus. This slimy, unsettling dark energy stuck with him, giving him a terrible premonition. Little did Leo know, this worrying aura was coming from the library, where Chloe was buried under a mountain of magic books, cramming for the magic department's midterm. The formula she was working on soon joined a pile of torn-up pages filled with underwhelming ideas. It was clear the pressure was starting to get to the Ice Queen. No matter how hard she tried, she just couldn't seem to create a unique and powerful magic spell using only her own skills and knowledge. Finally reaching her wit's end, she took out her frustration on the poor books scattered across her desk. The thought of Leo's talent was living rent-free in her head, and it was slowly eating her up inside. Her absolute refusal to lose to that boy wonder was pushing her to her absolute limit. As she looked down at the books she'd scattered all over the library floor, one in particular stood out, as if it were calling her name. It was the grimoire she had been carrying with her for some time now. With no other options, she started to believe that this thing was her only hope of winning. Her desperate desire to keep her #1 spot in the department left her mind completely vulnerable and open to outside influences. Her inner conflict, combined with the dark energy pouring out of the grimoire, was so intense that it even caught Leo's attention right in the middle of his very first match. Seeing that Leo looked a little spaced out, Hall seized the opportunity to close in and punish his opponent's carelessness. He lunged with his spear, aiming right for Leo's head. Thankfully, our boy snapped out of it and dodged just in the nick of time. Pulling back, Hall showed off his family's signature technique, twisting his spearhead into a venomous, winding blade that just radiated toxicity. His snake spear moved in a wild, unpredictable way, getting closer and closer to Leo's chest. But Leo, keeping his cool, just grabbed the spear with his bare hand without even flinching or blinking. Hall Snape was absolutely stunned. The amount of power needed to just stop his attack cold must have been huge. By getting distracted, Hall lost his grip on the weapon as Leo casually pulled it right out of his hands. Refusing to let go, Hall got dragged right along with his own spear. Not knowing what to do, he looked like a complete amateur. Once he was pulled in close, Leo made things even more embarrassing by giving Hall a little kiss on the cheek with a hardened fist. It sent the poor snake boy tumbling across the arena like a ragdoll. He might have been distracted for a moment, but a seasoned fighter like Leo would never be careless in a real fight. Insulted by that humiliating first exchange, Hall pushed his aura to its absolute limit, filling the arena with a toxic gas. He yelled at Leo to stop messing around, claiming the real duel was just getting started. As he kept pumping that green aura from his body, a whole area was enveloped in a poison mist. Hall figured that since everyone was saying Leo couldn't even use an aura, he could easily win by playing to his own strength. Even if Leo was stronger physically, there's no way he could make up for such a basic weakness. Seeing the green mist fill the air, Leo summoned his fiery aura, casually noting how rare poison auras are. As the mist drifted towards him, Leo efficiently burned it away without much effort at all. Still overconfident in his supposedly superior technique, Hall just pumped out even more aura. He figured that unless those flames were on Celia's level, he would eventually win. But while Snake Boy was busy admiring himself in the middle of the fight, Leo had already closed the distance completely unharmed. It was time to make this kid pay for being so arrogant. Leo walked the rest of the way with a swagger that looked straight out of JoJo's. His fire was just absolutely overwhelming the poison. Watching the colorful display of auras clash, the audience was hyped up and munching on their popcorn. Over in the Class 1 section, Duran watched the fight with his usual angry expression. Celia was just speechless, while Chelsea cheered her heart out for her man. Everything Leo did was amazing in her eyes. Celia could hardly believe that Leo had already boosted his flame aura to such a terrifying level. And poor Hall. Snape was also feeling the intense, unexpected heat as Leo got closer. By his guess, Leo's flame was already on par with Celia's, the #1 knight, in their class. Who would have thought that the guy taking every single major in the academy would also be this good as a pure knight? Despite that, Hall steeled his resolve and prepared to use a move he'd been saving, hoping to one day defeat Celia with it. He never imagined he'd be forced to use it against Leo Plav in the very first match of midterms. He shaped his aura into the form of a giant poisonous serpent, creating a snake prison and launching it straight at his opponent. Curious about the technique, Leo just let himself get caught by the snake prison, standing still while he analyzed the serpent's form with great interest. Hall really thought he was doing something special, even shooting a blushing glance up at Celia in the stands. The poor guy had been working on this skill just to catch up to Celia's flame, and he was pretty proud of its debut. In response to his shy blush, Celia just sighed and pointed back at the arena. Hall's little moment of pride made him miss the fact that Leo was already boiling his snake prison from the inside out, causing the serpent's body to bubble and sizzle. With one final push, Leo completely disintegrated the pitiful aura spell, like it was nothing. Hall's eyes widened in disbelief. The technique he worked so hard on was burned away like some sort of cheap trick. Frustrated, he stopped, using his aura completely, and just charged forward with his spear. And throughout this entire fight, Leo hadn't even bothered to draw his sword. When he finally did, it was just a parry, smacking the spear right out of his opponent's hands. Then, with the tip of his blade at the kid's neck, he gave Hall a little pro tip: never take your eyes off a flame, because you just might get burned. As Hall sank to his knees in defeat, Professor A officially announced the winner of the first match. In a pretty heated display, Leo Plav took home the win. Of course, his #1 fan, Chelsea, was completely swooning as she cheered him on. And Carr, who always has his buddy's back, knew all along that Leo would win this without even breaking a sweat. Hall trudged back to his corner, admitting to himself that Leo's just on another level, even in a real fight. No wonder a guy like that gets to be by Celia's side. But then, much to his surprise, a familiar voice praised his effort, even though he totally lost, pretty spectacularly. He looked up to see Celia smiling down from the stands, telling him his technique was actually really cool. So even though he lost, Hall just got a compliment from the girl he's been trying to win over. Hey, maybe it wasn't such a bad day after all. He's probably going to replay that compliment in his head for the rest of his life. Anyway, moving on to the next match, Professor called Aleliana Leiden from Class 5 to the stage. Bouncing onto the platform with some serious fiery energy, Aleliana immediately wanted to know who she was up against, right away. But when Professor A announced Chenia from Class 10, all of Aleliana's hyped-up energy just deflated. She was so ready to go all out, but she basically drew the short straw and now has to face one of the top 3 students from the night department. The two ladies took their positions, facing each other from across the stage as they waited for the signal to start. With a calm smile, Chenia gave a serene bow and wished her opponent good luck. Man, even her politeness felt intimidating. But still, Aleliana isn't one to back down just because the odds are stacked against her. She returned the courteous gesture with a determined smile. The moment the starting signal went off, Chenia's hand moved gracefully, summoning her water aura. It was beautiful, with waves dancing around her like a tranquil ocean. In total contrast to her calm vibe, Aleliana's fiery aura blazed up like a wildfire as she gripped her rapier. Pouring all her energy into her blade, Aleliana cranked up her speed to the max and went in for a powerful stab. Chenia prepared for the impact by instantly surrounding herself with a sphere of water. Watching from the stands, Leo could already tell that taking that rapier head-on would be a world of hurt, but then again, so is slamming at full speed into a solid shield made of water. Yep, Aleliana was a little too hasty. She tried to end the match with a single attack and got seriously punished for it. Turns out, Chenia's water sphere wasn't just for defense. It could also pack a punch, And with that, for the second match, Her calm and collected power easily secured the win. Aleliana got back on her feet, trying to shake off the sting of getting clobbered in a single exchange. I mean, despite getting completely owned, she seemed to think she didn't do too badly. Leo, meanwhile, had already called it. It was just a terrible matchup from the very beginning. Still, the fight could have lasted a lot longer, and maybe even gone better for Aleliana, if she just fought with a cooler head. Now, for the third match of the day, Professor A called up the Night Department's star student, Celia Zeringer from Class 1. And, to the surprise of absolutely everyone, the third match was going to be a blockbuster that nobody saw coming this early. Celia's opponent was none other than Duran Mora, the guy who's basically the permanent resident of second place in Class 1. Celia glanced over at her famously grumpy classmate and just smiled. You could tell she was thinking this was going to be fun. But unlike her, you could tell, Duran was taking this bout with deadly seriousness. Meanwhile, back in the stands, Carr had somehow found a pair of 3D glasses and was getting way too hyped on the popcorn. He shoved the whole bucket over to his seatmate, Leo, telling him to get in on this. Every single person's eyes were glued to the stage. I mean, it's not every day you get to see a clash of the titans, and the vibe did not disappoint. The whole stage started heating up, and the energy in the room was absolutely electric. Both of their aggressive auras just roared to life. With both of their blades drawn, the fight to decide who was truly the #1 student in the night department was about to kick off. As soon as the signal sounded, our boy Grumpy Duran made the first move with an insanely fast opening step. It was like his entire body and his sword fused together into one thundering attack. But Celia is an incredible sword master in her own right. She had reflexes fast enough to parry his first few attacks without any trouble at all. For most of the first years, this was their first time actually seeing the top student's true power in action. Completely absorbed in the nail-biting fight, Carr turned to Leo and asked who, the one he was betting on. While casually munching on some popcorn, Leo mentioned that Celia would probably lose if the fight kept going like this. Carr was a little taken aback by how casual Leo was about it. Still, he wasn't about to give up on his cousin. Even from way up in the stands, he could see that calm, focused look in her fiery eyes. He figured she had an ace up her sleeve and was just waiting for the perfect moment to blow everyone away. Meanwhile, Duran started picking up the pace, kicking his speed into a whole new gear and keeping up his relentless attack. Celia was caught off guard and almost got a nasty cut on her neck, but her instincts kicked in just in time, allowing her to dodge just slightly to the side. Feeling confident he could overwhelm her, Duran closed the distance for a close-quarters showdown with his #1 rival, and that was a huge mistake. Celia lifted her ornate sword and unleashed a torrent of flames that made every other fire spell today look like a birthday candle. It blazed so wildly and so brightly that the arena's protective barrier began to flicker, barely able to contain its power. Most of the freshmen had never witnessed a battle on this scale before. Leo couldn't help but admire Celia's perfect patience and timing, calling it a brilliant move. Carr looked a little lost, so Leo decided to break it down for him. See, the freshman sparring arena is pretty small and enclosed. Celia must have figured that if she couldn't match Duran's raw speed, she could just turn the whole field into her personal fiery stage, basically leveling the playing field. With that kind of home court advantage, she put Duran in a really tough spot, forcing him to watch his every step, unless he wanted to get seriously scorched. On top of that, the intense heat would make it a lot harder to see clearly. Celia was already an amazing fighter, but she becomes so much stronger and more clever with her abilities. This lady basically just activated her own domain expansion. As the heat started to cook the grumpy blondie, Celia capitalized on an opening in his defense and basically teleported right behind him. Her fiery slash could have ended the match right there if it weren't for Duran's annoyingly fast reflexes. Pushing himself to his absolute limit, Duran gritted his teeth and swung his sword in a desperate last-ditch effort. But losing your cool against a fighter as skilled as Celia is a guaranteed loss. She completely shut down his attack by catching the blade with her bare hands. From the moment she set the arena ablaze, she had been absolutely dominating the #2 student. Her youthful and wild side really came out when she ended the fight with a totally unexpected move. Instead of using her sword, fists, or feet, Celia just headbutted Duran, knocking the grumpy blondie completely out cold. With her fiery aura fading, Celia Zeringer won the third match of the day, and the crowd went absolutely wild. As she was wiping off her uniform, she gave a little smile and suggested that maybe Duran should hit the gym for some strength training instead of just relying on his speed. After finally coming to from that spectacular headbutt, Duran accepted her outstretched hand to get back on his feet. The Academy's press team, along with all the students who shipped the #1 and #2, were absolutely loving the sight of this lovely pair. Leo, meanwhile, was just happy to see his cousin's tough training finally pay off. Then suddenly, good old Professor Edmund, who clearly minds his own business, just materialized behind the guys, munching on his own popcorn. Turns out, he'd been eavesdropping on his class rep's commentary the entire time. He actually found Leo's analysis pretty insightful. By the end of the day, all the matches for the night studies practical exam had wrapped up smoothly. Celia Zeringer finished the day with a record of 4 wins and 1 loss. Duran Mora had the exact same score. So did Chenya. All 3 of them had only a single loss to their name after 5 matches. Leo Plav, on the other hand, ended the day with a perfect 5-0 sweep, officially claiming the #1 spot. A week later, after the eventful practical exam, the written test for general linguistics was finally over. Professor Edmund, looking as scruffy as ever, praised his class for all their hard work over the semester. But as he waved goodbye and headed for the door, he gave a little warning that some of them might still flunk out if they had a bad score. The second that door clicked shut, Class 5 absolutely erupted. Aleliana, as bubbly and energetic as ever, was totally freaking out about getting expelled. Meanwhile, a crowd of the class brainiacs immediately swarmed Chelsea, desperate to see her answer sheet and check her score. As they all scrambled over each other for a peek at the legendary answer sheet, the class president himself was just sleeping peacefully at his desk. Sitting right in front of him, Nelia gently woke Leo up to ask how he did on the written test. He claimed he didn't do too badly, but the look on his face told a different story. Nelia found it pretty amusing that the all-powerful class rep could look just like a regular student sometimes. She even added that if he had any aches or pains, she was just one call away to patch him up with her magic. Overhearing this generous offer, Carr jumped right in, claiming his shoulders and back had been feeling super stiff lately. But before he could weasel his way into some free healing, Chelsea gave him some real pain to worry about with a solid bonk on the back. After dealing with that little distraction, Chelsea turned to Leo to ask about his practical summoning practice. She mentioned that she'd heard from Ty that Leo barely ever showed up for practice at the summoning field. Of course, that's just because Leo has been training diligently, completely out of everyone's sight, which, knowing Leo, felt totally in character for him. Chelsea then eagerly asked what rank he was aiming for in the upcoming exam. I mean, that's kind of a silly question, right? If we're talking about Leo, of course, he's going for first place. Now, on the day of the summoning practical exam, a ton of seniors and faculty members had gathered to watch this year's traditional event. You see, the biggest event of the first semester for all first years is the summoned creature race. And today, Rumbates, a third-year student from Lumen's summoning department, would be providing the live commentary. Taking in all the pomp and circumstance, Celia asked her brother, who happened to be the student council president, if this was really a test. He explained that the summoned creature race had become a time-honored tradition in the summoning department. On top of that, it's one of the main events during the interdepartmental exchange, which always makes it a hot topic of conversation. And you know, wherever there's an event, Carr can always sniff out a business opportunity. So naturally, he busted out his popcorn and cola stand once again. The race hadn't even started yet, and he was already selling out like hotcakes. The crowd was getting loud and really having a good time. This was a complete 180 from the tense silence on the stage, where all the participants were gathered. The summoning department freshmen were already feeling the pressure, and the roar from the spectators certainly wasn't helping. Meanwhile, the heavy hitters of this race, Leo, the girl with the white hair, the guy with the white hair, and Chenya were all focused on the challenge ahead. That's when Eliza Han, the aforementioned lady with white hair from the famous summoner hero family of the North, walked up to Leo to compliment his incredible performance during the night studies practical exam. But then, she started questioning his preparation for this summoned creature race, clearly not convinced he had what it takes, and you can't really blame her. After all, for someone who claimed to be so well prepared, she'd never once seen him at any of the group practice sessions. Hearing Leo get called out like that, the peanut gallery immediately chimed in too, also questioned his readiness. They basically told Leo to step aside if he wasn't going to take summoning seriously. None of them had ever even seen him properly bond with a summoned creature before. Ty tried to calm down his classmates' uncalled-for hostility, telling them to just chill out. But these knuckleheads just kept on yapping, yelling at Ty not to side with the golden boy, who they claimed was completely disrespecting their summoning department. Seeing all this, Chenya started to get worried about the increasingly tense atmosphere building up before the test even began. Just then, Senlu, a summoning department freshman from the CIA's Eastern Continent, came up to her. He figured that since her night school exam went pretty well, she didn't need to stress so much about her summoning studies. Getting tired of all the useless chatter, the captain of the southern continent and the #1 student in the summoning department, Walden Titan, stepped up to shut everybody down. He made it clear that if they were going to argue about how much they practiced with their summons, they needed to do it somewhere else. Hearing that arrogant little speech, Senlu got pretty ticked off, but Walden just doubled down, saying it was annoying listening to a bunch of newbies bragging about writing their summons like it's some huge achievement. Still not catching the drift, Senlu asked the captain if he felt like a hypocrite, considering he had never even shown up for taming practice either. Well, Walden didn't bother showing up because that kind of basic training is just a complete waste of his time. He's not some moron who needs practice just to handle a griffin. So, our boy Senlu decided to take a swing at Walden, who was acting like a total boss, which is when Leo jumped in to play peacemaker by grabbing the fool's arm. He warned him that if a fight broke out before the exam, they'd be looking at more than a penalty. They get disqualified. It was enough to get that hothead to finally back down. Tide, feeling the awkward tension, apologetically went over to Leo and started to explain. Apparently, in the summoning studies department, there's a huge skill gap between the students who major in it and those who just minor. And since Chen Xia and Leo aren't pure summoning majors, but are still ranking super high, the sophomores came down to give the freshmen a piece of their mind for letting it happen. On top of not even showing up for practice, they see Leo as just some lazy golden boy, even though he's planning to give this race his all. Meanwhile, from a distance, it looks like some shady characters are watching with a whole lot of interest. A dark energy was just swirling around this one guy in a hood. He seems way too invested in this race, and more specifically, in one particular student. And that student is Senlu. This psycho is radiating some seriously freaky power, and he's totally planning on using it to hurt someone. Maybe even worse, just to take home the win. Before the race kicks off, Runes gives a quick rundown of the rules. First off, the freshmen are only allowed to use their summoning skills during this test. That means even students with 2 classes can't use any aura or magic. As soon as the race starts, they have to tame a random griffin from the stables. Then, they've got to take to the skies and fly across the massive island of summons. After they get through that, they'll use the Silent Lake as a turning point before flying back to the academy. So, who's going to steal the show in the first semester midterm? Will it be the captain of the South or the East? Is Eliza going to live up to her family's legendary name? Or will Senlu's hidden ace change the whole game? Or hey, maybe our boy Leo Plav is about to pull off yet another legendary performance and prove he's still the top dog. All the racers are lined up at the start, just waiting for that bell to ring. Miss Yura gives her students a fiery pep talk, telling them to shake off their nerves and just stick to their training. She warns that anyone who panics and messes up is going to get left in the dust. Of course, her whole "don't be nervous" speech just ended up making everyone even more anxious. Classic. Miss Yura then went ahead and called for everyone to take their marks and get ready. With a shout that echoed across the entire arena, she officially kicked off the annual summoned creature race. And while most of the students scrambled towards the griffin stables, one particular group kicked things off by unleashing their elemental summoning skills. Without a single bit of warning, the group fired their attacks right at Walden and Leo. Even the commentator was floored right from the get-go. The summoning students are actually ganging up on the fan favorites. Leo yelled over to Tide, telling him not to worry and to just go on ahead and focus on the race. Listening to his friend, Tide stayed on his newly tamed griffin and took off, leaving the class rep behind. And the crowd in the stands made it crystal clear they weren't happy, thinking it's totally unfair for the summoning majors to target the 2 frontrunners like this. Leo knew those guys never liked him, but he didn't think they'd go this far just to mess him up. Meanwhile, Rumbus pointed out that even with the crowd booing, it's still technically a valid strategy. Besides, Walden just casually brushed off the elemental magic with brute force in just a few seconds. With little sparks of magic still fizzling around him, he calmly walked over to the griffin stables. He quickly tamed one, without breaking a sweat, and hopped on. He then turned to Leo and offered a hand, in case he was having trouble. Leo just brushed him off, knowing that this little distraction was basically child's play. Without another word, Walden and his new ride took off, rocketing into the sky faster than anyone else. That left Leo as the only one still stuck on the ground instead of soaring through the air. Chelsea watched her guy, completely surrounded and trapped, a worried look spreading across her face. Miss Yura also looked on with a frown. It seemed like the drama between the freshmen ran deeper than she'd thought. They were actually willing to gang up on the top student right out in the open. From what she knew, Leo's talent was in summoning creatures, not controlling elemental spirits, so for him, getting free should be next to impossible. But oh boy, was she wrong. A brilliant light suddenly filled the arena, making everyone turn to look. Leo had his eyes closed and was calmly chanting a rhythmic script, calling on the elemental spirits to break his bonds and clear a path for him. Instantly, spirits of all different elements answered his call. I mean, these days, it's rare for anyone to know even a few words of the ancient spirit language, let alone recite an entire chant so perfectly. Leo Plav truly is the gift that just keeps on giving. Miss Uro watched the young man's determined face and breathed a huge sigh of relief, realizing she'd been worried for nothing. A single thought popped into her head. She absolutely had to keep this kid in the summoning department. While Leo was still stuck at the starting line, the other racers were already well on their way. The jokers who trapped Leo and Walden were laughing it up, trash-talking them and feeling certain that the Tau, so-called best of the South, would come in dead last. When the goons asked Eliza for her take, she shot back that she could have beaten Leo Plav and Walden Titan fair and square, without any cheap tricks. She was also a little concerned about what this stunt would do to the summoning class's reputation, but the goons just wanted to give the geniuses a little taste of humiliation. Done with their petty power trip, Eliza picked up the pace and warned them to think twice before pulling a stunt like that again. Senlu, however, heard her high and mighty tone, and it really started to get on his nerves. At this rate, snagging second place right behind Eliza should be a piece of cake for him. Besides her, he was the best there was when it came to controlling flying summons, but while he was busy admiring himself, a griffin zipped past, cutting right through his little crew. And riding it was Chenia. Well, riding isn't quite the word for it, surfing is probably a better description of her style. And whatever she was doing, it was working. Her speed was unbelievable, even without using any soul energy to boost her summon. Feeling threatened by Chenia's sudden appearance, the goons, with Senliu leading the charge, decided to make the eastern representative their new target. One girl summoned a spirit of light and fired it straight at Chenia, but the aerial acrobat saw it coming a mile away and just leaned forward, casually riding on one of the griffin's wings. As the light spirit closed in, Chenia leaped into the air, pulling off a graceful backflip against the open sky. The poor rookie, who attacked her, was completely floored, watching her basically parkour her way out of danger. After sticking the landing, Chenia coiled her leg like a loaded spring before launching herself off her mount. Her target? The girl who just shot that light spirit at her. Using her own momentum and body weight, she landed a kick that sent the girl tumbling. The girl fell from her griffin, panicking and yelling that Chenia must have cheated. Yeah, right. Chenia didn't use a single drop of aura. That was all just pure, unadulterated martial arts. With that little problem handled, she refocused on the race and sped ahead. On her way, she gave Senlu a little wave. They were from the same region, so they already knew each other. He shot back a hostile glare, warning her that making an enemy out of him was a huge mistake. Now, it's true that Chenia might be at a slight disadvantage in a real dogfight, but Senlu had much bigger problems to worry about. She could already sense someone who was seriously ticked off about that stunt at the starting line, and they were coming in hot. Suddenly, a massive, fiery explosion lit up the sky in a brilliant red. It was Walden, literally frying griffins in midair with his insane spirit manipulation. Looks like he's the type to collect his debts in full, plus interest. He was taking out the clowns who thought their childish little trap would actually slow him down. This whole aerial beatdown was just a little something he cooked up for them in return. Seeing their buddies go down one by one, the goons scattered like panicked squirrels. But Walden was relentless and incredibly precise. Every single spell he cast took down another griffin, knocking their riders right out of the race. The clouds themselves seemed to be on fire. Back at the starting line, the announcer was still focused on Leo's struggle to catch up to the rest of the pack. The first-year representative was in real danger of a truly embarrassing finish. After finally breaking free from the spirit lock, it was time to tame the last griffin left in the stables. If he couldn't pull this off, the race was over for him. Leo gave the bird a quick once-over and spotted a nasty-looking wound on its left wing. Seeing how fresh and deliberate the cut was, it wasn't hard to guess that the same goons who trapped him were behind this too. For so-called heroes in training to pull such a cruel trick was just unforgivable. Leo grabbed the reins, and the griffin immediately started to lose its marbles. Everyone knows you don't just try to force your way onto a defensive griffin like this without building some trust first. Over in the stands, the Zeringer siblings were watching. She looked worried, while he just seemed curious to see what Leo was going to do. It looked like the young man was just going to brute force his way through the taming process, and even though he knew how angry and terrified the possessed griffin must be, he had to get this done as fast as possible. He looked the rampaging bird right in the eye and silenced it with a single, ice-cold glare. "That's Leo for you." He commanded the griffin to kneel, and sensing its life was on the line, the bird immediately stopped struggling. You could just see it calm right down as the rider and mount officially formed a bond for the race. Leo then reached over to the bird's left wing and pulled out the shards stuck in the wound. With one fluid motion, he swung himself into the saddle, ready to finally get this show on the road. He expertly guided the giant bird out of the stables and took off. As the camera zooms in on the last student at the starting line, everyone watching noticed the wounded wing. The commentator even started wondering if the first-year representative was actually going to finish in last place. Leo, however, felt a wave of empathy for his mount. He could tell the big guy was in a lot of pain. So, as per their contract, he summoned his one and only contracted beast to appear. And there she was, Fiora the Phoenix, materializing in midair and looking as adorable as ever. With just a thought, Leo instructed the little chick to help with the injured wing. Phoenix flames suddenly surrounded the totally bewildered griffin. Not knowing what was happening, it tried to pull away. Celia, watching this on the monitor, was surprised she couldn't identify the flames at all. Her big brother quietly noted that it wasn't a Zertinger flame or even an aura flame. It was a completely different kind of power. Back at the front of the pack, most of the other racers had been seriously injured, and those who survived were just trying to speed up and stay clear of the maniacal Walden. At this point, they were all just fighting to not come in last. Unfortunately for them, the real main event had just been unlocked, and he was more fired up than ever. Covered in phoenix flames, Leo's griffin soared like it never had before. Now that he could see the competition up ahead, it was time to test the speed limit on this bad boy. But just as he was gearing up to leave everyone in the dust, someone pulled up with what looked like a freaking dragon. At least, that's what everyone else thought it was. But for someone with memories of a past life like Leo, that dragon-like creature was painfully familiar. It was a Fafnir. He thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, but it was the real deal. Rewind a few minutes before this encounter, and we see Eliza had actually circled back from her lead position to take on Walden head-on. She knew she had to stop this monster if she wanted any chance at first place. With a simple snap of his fingers, Walden launched a ball of spirit fire right in Eliza's path, which erupted in a massive cloud of destruction. But she skillfully flew out of the blast radius without a scratch. She also quickly figured out that Walden was creating these explosives by combining wind and fire spirits, not something just anyone can do. It takes monstrous talent. Eliza was completely caught by surprise. Riding high on his griffin, Walden looked like an unstoppable wall, capable of crushing everything in his path. But Eliza is the proud heir to a prestigious family of summoners, and she had a few tricks up her sleeve, too. No matter how powerful or destructive his attacks were, they were all useless if they couldn't hit their target. So, her brilliant plan was to use her speed and reflexes to just weave her way through his onslaught of attacks. Seeing her expertly maneuver the griffin out of harm's way, Walden decided to try something new. He ditched the fire and wind spirits, instead manipulating an entirely different element to form massive ice spears. The icicles were huge, sharp, and there were tons of them, and each one was visibly enchanted by another elemental spirit. Eliza just scoffed at the sight of it all. She began to unlock her own mount's latent potential, causing the creature to grow bigger and far more vicious. In a scene straight out of a Pokemon battle, her griffin unleashed a flamethrower to counter the ice spears. She skillfully controlled the raging fire, melting every single icicle before it could reach her. Walden's attack was completely neutralized by Eliza's powered-up summon. Watching this epic boss fight go down, the commentator was absolutely loving it in his booth. But while the top students were locked in their intense clash, Chenia took advantage of the chaos, slipping right past them to snatch the lead. Eliza wasn't about to let her get away with that so easily, though. Using a purple magical rope, she lassoed Chenia and yanked her close. With her mobility completely compromised, a flicker of flame suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Chenia knew disaster was about to strike if she didn't scram, and fast. In a wild move, she and her griffin managed to parkour their way out of danger just as Walden's spirits combined to create another massive explosion. Still in midair, she shattered Eliza's magical rope and called out to her mount with a new plan in mind. Just in the nick of time, Chenia cleverly snagged the lead again. But instead of being scared, she was actually excited to see what the top-tier summoners could really do. Looking ahead, she made out the silhouette of a really strange flying creature. Chenia had to squint, a little confused by what looked just like a black wyvern. Riding it was Senlu, who was clearly starting to lose his grip, with some seriously dark thoughts brewing in his mind. Chenia tried to remind her classmate that riding anything other than a griffin is against the race rules, but he was way past caring. His bitterness toward the talented elites at the very top was officially boiling over. Just then, Eliza and Walden caught up, sensing that something was definitely off. With her encyclopedic knowledge of monsters, Eliza was sure this was no black wyvern, it was something else entirely. It was at that exact moment that Leo Plav finally caught up to the front runners with his incredible flaming griffin. His speed was unbelievable, and the Phoenix Flame just pushed it even further. Senlu didn't seem to care if he was up against 3 or even 4 of these geniuses. He was feeling confident he could take them all down. Leo, however, simply called out to everyone in a calm, icy tone, looking down from above and asking where this foolish kid got the lizard. Senlu just laughed, assuming Leo must be jealous. He bragged that he had tamed and bonded with the beast using his own summoning skills. Leo just looked at the poor guy, who had no clue he was sitting on top of a Fafnir, a monster used by the magicians of Tardaros. It was also supposed to be one of the creatures that Kyle and his party hunted to extinction way back in the Age of Despair. So, how on earth did some kid from the Academy summon a demon that's not even supposed to exist anymore? Still calling the Fafnir a black wyvern, Senlu ordered it to attack. Its beam of energy ripped through the sky with terrifying power. Leo and Walden managed to scramble out of the beam's path, while Eliza had to do a rather awkward-looking spin to dodge it, but none of them were the actual target. The beam was homing in on Chenia. Leo yelled out a warning, and Chenia scrambled to summon her aura shield to defend herself, but it was too late. She just couldn't form the entire shield fast enough. The beam smashed right through the half-formed barrier, its destructive force sending cracks all across the shield. A moment later, the shield completely shattered. Chenia's griffin was badly injured and fell unconscious. The two of them went plummeting out of the sky like a rock. Leo immediately sprang into action, and with his speed, catching up to a free-falling Chenia was a simple task. Right now, his #1 priority was getting the young woman to safety. He took charge, telling Walden and Eliza to land on the ground for now. Trusting his judgment, the usually proud top students did as he said. Meanwhile, the Fafnir circled the sky like a hungry predator. Something was definitely starting to twist Senlu's mind. He could finally feel what it was like to look down on people, and he was enjoying it way too much. According to the announcer, the lead contestants had veered off the course and were out of the camera's view. The last thing the audience saw was Senlu summoning a black wyvern and attacking the other aces. That's when Miss Yura marched into the announcer's booth and practically yanked the kid away from the microphone. This was no time for play-by-play commentary. Yura grabbed the mic and called for all summoning class professors and assistants to get more flying summons ready immediately. The race was to be put on hold. This was now a rescue operation. Professors Len and Seddon came into the booth, looking worried and confused. Miss Yura quickly explained that a student had made a contract with a high-level demonic beast and was going on a rampage. Just hearing the words demonic beast was enough to shake the professors. They knew that the creature's influence would eventually shatter the poor kid's mind. Professor Edmund then entered the room and suggested the possibility that something else might be pulling the strings on that dangerous beast. Taking command of the situation, the disheveled professor tasked Yura with stopping or capturing Senlu while the other professors fanned out to protect the students. And even though they have a pretty tense relationship, Professors Sin and Edmund always know when to set their differences aside. If it's for their beloved students, they gladly team up to become the most formidable duo around. Back in the field, Leo found a hidden spot where he could gently lay the unconscious Chenia down to check her injuries. Eliza and Walden landed shortly after him. Their moment of calm was cut short, however, by the sight of Senlu, and quickly spotted them. The Fafnir touched down, eyeing the top students like they were the main course. But Senlu, bless his heart, completely misread the room and thought Leo was running scared from him. Leo tried to explain to the guy that what he was riding wasn't some generic black wyvern. It wasn't even a summoned beast, it was the demonic beast, Fafnir. Hearing that name definitely got everyone's attention. As Leo strolled closer, it was like the image of the legendary hero Kyle was right there in front of them. He remembered back in the day, all he did was wipe out these nasty creatures until not a single one was left. As a hero in a past life, and one in the making now, Leo was here to add one more to his monster-slaying resume. This was going to be a fun trip down memory lane, for sure. He walked up coolly, with the Fafnir just towering over him, and Senlu, that absolute goof, just laughed at what Leo said. At this point, the kid was clearly not thinking straight. His eyes were bloodshot and his temper was completely off the charts. His inferiority complex was cranked up to 11, and he was desperate to prove he wasn't just some second-rate summoner compared to the top dogs. So once again, he ordered the Fafnir to unleash its destructive laser breath. Just as that devastating blast was about to hit its mark, a giant hand made of stone erupted from the ground. The hand pulled the rest of its body up, revealing a massive stone golem that took the laser head-on. Hearing Leo talk about taking down disgusting creatures was a mission Walden could totally get behind. For the first time, he actually looked pretty pumped about something. Seeing his big attack get blocked so easily by golem magic, Senlu started to freak out. Eliza decided to officially team up with Leo, too. She knew how serious this was and was kind of annoyed at Walden for trying to act all cool. And just like that, the three aces put together a quick game plan. First things first, They had to knock that clown off the demonic beast. Walden's golem wasn't going to hold out much longer. They had to be ready to strike before it crumbled. Seeing Eliza and Walden bickering during a life-or-death fight brought a nostalgic smile to Leo's face. Turns out, heroes are just a bunch of weirdos, no matter the century. As the golem slowly but surely started to fall apart, Senlu got his cocky attitude back, taunting Walden to summon something stronger. The second the golem turned into a pile of rocks, the trio had vanished. Eliza kicked things off with her magical purple rope. It twisted and shot out exactly where she wanted, getting right into Senlu's personal space. While she was handling the crowd control, a snap of the fingers brought the pain. Sparks of fire suddenly appeared all over the Fafnir's body as it was charging up another laser beam. Turns out, Walden had planted detonators in all the critical spots and set off his spirit bombs all at once. With his part of the plan done, it was Leo's turn to shine. As the smoke from the explosions started to clear, Leo closed the gap between him and Senlu in the blink of an eye. He grabbed the chump by the hair and landed a powerful kick right across his face. He almost sent Senlu flying off the Fafnir, but suddenly, it was clear something else had taken over the kid. Whatever or whoever had possessed Senlu's body actually praised Leo's plan to separate the boy from the beast. But with a proper host, this thing was now fully in the driver's seat. Sensing the danger level spike, Leo was suddenly yanked into the sky on the Fafnir's back, leaving a stunned Walden and Eliza on the ground. The possessed kid asked if Leo was starting to get scared yet. Leo's response was to casually identify the spirit as a demonic beast handler for Tardos. The handler was completely shocked. This had never happened before. No one had ever seen through his disguise. Leo's unnerving calm in the middle of all this chaos reminded the handler of the heroes of old. And of course, that meant he absolutely could not let Leo get any stronger. The kid was a massive threat. Using a much more advanced spirit technique, the handler unleashed an attack that sent Leo flying. He couldn't get his footing and started free-falling through the air. Still, he didn't even break a sweat, simply summoning Fiora to come bail him out. Phoenix flames lit up the sky as Leo cheerfully played with an orb of fire. This whole mess was really taking him back to the good old days. He used to be Kyle, the hero of the beginning, but he'd be the first one to tell you that while he was good at everything, he never truly mastered any one thing. A real jack of all trades, master of none. When it came to aura, Aaron and Dueno had him beat by a mile. In magic, he knew he couldn't hold a candle to Luna. And as for summoning, well, Lucas was on a whole other level, completely. Since he was a jack of all trades, he could mix and match abilities in ways nobody had ever thought of. By combining his aura, magic, his connection with Fiora, and all his knowledge of summoned beasts, Leo managed to cast a seriously powerful spell. Now, aura, magic, and soul energy are all on their own separate paths, but when you get them to work together, you can get some seriously overpowered results. And just like that, Fiora, the little chick, was gone. In her place stood an adolescent phoenix. Majestic and elegant, her fiery red feathers practically illuminated the entire sky as she scooped Leo up with her talons. Seeing this incredible transformation, the demonic beast started to get seriously agitated by the phoenix's energy. The handler's expression turned grim as he demanded to know who Leo really was. Leo just cheekily replied that they could trade some information. He was just curious where Senlu snagged that Fafnir. But this kid was a whole other story. Knowing way too much about the age of despair, a loose end he absolutely couldn't afford to leave alive. Expecting the Fafnir's attack, Leo drew his sword and began channeling the phoenix's flames, focusing them right at the tip of his blade. And hey, lucky for Leo, Zeringer's secret sword technique was practically made for channeling phoenix breath. Because of that, his ultimate move, Prominence, could reach a whole new level. The Fafnir's deadly laser beam clashed with Leo's mythical fire. Seriously, it was like a scene straight out of Dragon Ball. Leo held his ground, not giving an inch for even a single second. Senlu, on the other hand, looked like the possession was completely scrambling his brain. The Fafnir stumbled mid-air, groaning in pain, which threw the handler off balance for a critical moment. Leo wasn't about to miss an opening like that and pressed his attack. Noticing the demonic beast's soul, energy was finally starting to weaken. He let out a yell and unleashed every last bit of power he had saved up to completely overwhelm his opponent. At that point, all the handler could do was curse the kid's name. The phoenix flames surged into the Fafnir's body, wreaking havoc and burning the demon from the inside out until fire erupted from every opening. Yikes. Leo won, in a spectacularly messy fashion. Gasping for air, he praised Fiora for coming in clutch like that. All right, time to head back. But then, the phoenix transformation timed out. Leo realized he must have seriously miscalculated, and now he was plummeting straight to his doom. As he screamed his head off, falling from thousands of feet up. The Times Real Times demonic beast handler for Tardos was still meditating, hidden deep in the woods. Just as he was about to make his move, a brilliant light suddenly flooded the entire forest. It was followed by an immense pressure that forced the handler straight to his knees. Professor Seddon had arrived, and he'd already completely immobilized the culprit. Right beside him was Professor Edmund, who was practically radiating a dark aura from his body. The handler instantly recognized them, the two great pillars of Lumen. Knowing he wanted no part of that smoke, the handler tore open a rift in space and prepared to make his exit. It was a real shame he failed, but he figured he'd just have to stir up some trouble another time. But then, from that same rift in space, a creature made of smoke, with countless eyes and mouths full of razor-sharp teeth burst out. The creature turned towards the man who summoned it and then slammed its impossibly heavy body right against the handler. When the smoke finally cleared, the rift and the handler were both gone. All that was left were a few loose rocks and some nasty-looking vape clouds. The professors were worried this meant the shadowy forces out there were finally starting to make a serious move. Seddon gathered some of the remnants for a closer look. The two pillars of Lumen knew better than anyone that the Academy might not be a safe haven for much longer. Meanwhile, back to Leo, who's still plummeting to his doom. Grabbing the tiny phoenix, he begged Fiora to go back to the Summons realm instead of going down with him. But thankfully, a scaly, winged beast swooped in and grabbed Leo right before he became a smear on the landscape. And sitting on the black wyvern saddle was none other than Miss Yura. The look of pure relief on her face was a sight to behold. She was thanking her lucky stars she'd made it just in the nick of time. They landed gently in a prairie, with the black wyvern still holding onto Leo like he was a little kitten. Our friend, Mr. Demonic Beast Handler, had retreated to a cave in who knows where his headquarters for all kinds of shady experiments, and his supervisor was standing over him, his eyes just filled with disgust and embarrassment. The guy couldn't believe this fool got taken down by some run-of-the-mill hero candidate. The handler, clutching his wounds, argued back that this wasn't just any normal hero candidate. But when he mentioned the kid had a phoenix as his contracted beast, the supervisor's ears immediately perked up with interest. But hearing that the kid knew Fafnir's real identity quickly turned that interest into caution. With a sly smile on his face, the handler's supervisor licked his lips, eager to see what this fascinating hero candidate had in store for them. Meanwhile, back at Lumen, the practical summoning midterm race was called off due to a rather unforeseen incident. Poor Senlu, his mind was so completely shattered that he didn't make it. The new students are finally starting to realize just how serious things can get at Lumen. After that whole mess, it was only natural for everyone to be curious about what really happened to Senlu. But, on Miss Yura's orders, the 4 students involved decided to stick to the cover story about a rogue black wyvern. For today, though, Leo has to push that tangled web of conspiracies aside. After all, it's the day of the magic class practical exam. Professor Len stood at the front of the room, waiting for everyone to file into the lecture hall. Carr and Chelsea were already seated. As they looked toward the entrance, they saw Chloe walking in. Her hair was a total mess, and judging by the dark circles under her eyes, it looked like she hadn't slept in days. Leo followed closely behind her, also noticing that she looked completely exhausted. After a few more minutes of waiting for everyone to get settled, Professor Len finally began to speak. His serious tone made the reality sink in that this exam wasn't going to be a simple one. The professor explained that he wanted to see everyone's original magic and really let their personalities shine through. He thought it'd be a waste for him to be the only one to witness the incredible magic of the next generation. So, he called in some backup. Professor Len had asked 3 people to join them in class today. These 3 are all seniors, who graduated from the magic department 3 years ago. Since then, they've all made names for themselves in various fields of magic: the sharp-witted Rilda, the warm-hearted Edmund Slack, and the cheerful Shan Hoj. They were brought in to be the guest judges for the freshman exam today. The 3 of them gave a friendly greeting to their juniors, which seemed to lift everyone's spirits. Carr was feeling pretty lucky. He figured these judges seemed like the easygoing type who'd give out high scores. With introductions out of the way, Professor Len called the first student up to the front, Aleliana Ladin. With a bright smile, Aleliana practically bounced up to the stage. She confidently stood there with her head held high. She turned the cuteness dial up to 100, her eyes twinkling like stars as she offered a very formal greeting to the seniors. Hearing her introduce herself like some charming, prim and proper noble almost made Carr want to puke. He could totally tell this girl was just putting on an act. Moving on to her demonstration, Aleliana summoned a beautiful light show that filled the lecture hall. She can whip up something, this flashy thanks to her rare affinity for the light attribute. But that light show was just the warm-up act. She figured that adding the flame attribute would create some pretty interesting results. As fire and light fused together, Aleliana was surrounded by a swirling flow of scorching rays. By combining two of her strongest elements, she could cast some powerful thermal ray magic. Shanhoj watched the display with great interest, then commented that this thermal ray magic wasn't really that different from the basic laser-type magic that anyone can learn. Aleliana thought her demonstration was going great, but the judges were already writing down her grade without any follow-up questions. The three of them carefully went over the judging criteria to give her an appropriate score. After a quick discussion, they handed the final assessment over to Professor Len. Hoj and Rilda gave Aleliana a C-, while Slack was a little more generous with a C, giving her an overall score of C-. Seeing that Aleliana Laden's impressive performance earned such a low score, the rest of the students started to get tense. One after another, students from the magic department were called up, only to be disappointed that all their hard work amounted to a C or a C-. There were a few exceptions, however. Surprisingly, Carl Thomas scored a B+, thanks to his impressive skill in manipulating metal and gold. And as expected, Chelsea Lewin scored the highest so far. She received an A for her absolutely breathtaking wind magic. The fox and the cat celebrated their back-to-back wins, completely relieved that the exam was a huge success for them. But what the freshmen didn't know was that the judges were actually quite disappointed by everyone's performance. Professor Len had roped them into participating in this exam with a promise of some truly remarkable students. But so far, no one had really stood out from the crowd. Looking at the stack of papers, Iden Slack could see only 3 students were left to be graded, and he had a hunch these were the real heavy hitters, the ones the professor had clearly saved for last. Next up was Abad Lewin, Chelsea's brother, and the moment he took the stage, the ladies in the audience just about melted. Seriously, if looks were a grade, they would have given him an A+ on the spot. But unlike the others before him, Abad didn't start with a flashy display. Instead, he dove deep into the theory behind the original spell he developed. After carefully laying out the theoretical groundwork, he announced the name of his creation. It was called the Tempest. Professor Len was visibly pleased, and the judges were completely captivated by Abad's explanation. The magical prodigy claimed that, once it was fully perfected, his Tempest would be considered a top-class spell. You see, Abad had been prepping for this exam for a good long while. Back on his home turf, in the Llewellyn family territory, he'd run countless experiments, constantly fine-tuning his Tempest. He even had to get the family elders to help set up a protective barrier, just in case things got a little out of hand. With intense concentration, the Llewellyn family mages held the line. Right in the middle of it all, Abad was free to tweak and unleash the incredible power building inside him, lifting off the ground and floating gently in the air. The first stages of the Tempest began to take shape. With a powerful roar, he pushed every cell in his body to its limit, forcing the very wind itself to submit to his will. The wild, chaotic winds eventually merged into a destructive storm that could wipe out everything in its path. The Tempest packed so much of a punch that even the protective barrier, held up by 4 very capable magicians, couldn't contain it. When Abad opened his eyes, he saw his storm lifting a poor, innocent little animal toward the heavens. He totally freaked out. The last thing he wanted was for his lack of control to harm an innocent life. That desperate urge to save the little critter gave him the final push he needed to completely master the wind. And just like that, it was under his command. Abad's a genuinely good guy, maybe the best hero candidate out there. Besides, you know who. Anyway, back in the hall, Abad showed the judges a much smaller, compressed version of Tempest. Unleashing the full-size one would probably take out a huge chunk of the academy. After all, it's magic that amps up the wind's power to its absolute max. Now, that might sound simple, but the judges knew it was rooted in an incredibly complex system of high sorcery. As a result, Abad Llewellyn walked back to his seat with the first unanimous A+ of the day, the highest score so far. Chelsea quietly but proudly bragged, like, "Yeah, my brother's just built different." And speaking of built different, Professor Len's whole face lit up, absolutely buzzing to see what the next student had up their sleeve. Of course, it was none other than the golden boy himself, Leo Plav. Our guy stood and spoke with total confidence as he addressed the panel. The high sorcery he was about to present was a no-attribute system. Now, he didn't say this part out loud, but it's the very same system he used back when he was the top dog, the hero of the beginning. Leo stood on the stage and announced his no-attribute high sorcery system. The panel of judges had never heard of such a thing. Intrigued, they asked him to elaborate, and Leo was more than happy to explain. It's common knowledge, he said, that every basic magic spell has a fundamental attribute. It's a necessary component for any type of spell. His core idea was simple. He created a high sorcery system that streamlines the entire spell casting process and takes it to a whole new level. Hearing this, the panelists' reactions were all over the place. Some were skeptical, Others were just plain shocked. To clarify, they asked if he was seriously creating a whole new system for casting spells. While the three senior judges refused to believe such a wild idea, Professor Len was practically beaming from ear to ear, his eyes shining like diamonds. You could tell he was already thinking about how to recruit Leo as his exclusive mage. Hyde and Slack, on the other hand, figured Leo was just pulling their leg and was pretty disappointed. They were here to judge magic based on solid theory, not to listen to some far-fetched fairy tale. But despite Idon's sour mood, Professor Len just couldn't contain his excitement and chimed in, practically begging Leo to write down the theory behind his system. Since the professor himself was so pumped to see this through, the other judges had no choice but to keep an open mind. Leo Plav picked up a piece of chalk and started writing out the theory on the board. For a few moments, the room fell completely silent, aside from the sound of the chalk tapping and sliding across the board. Real DP pointed out that only one single mage in all of history had ever used a completely different casting system from their own high sorcery. Leo just casually replied that he knew that. After all, only the poet of the stars, Luna, had ever managed to pull something like that off. Shan Haj was not thrilled that this freshman was basically saying he planned to be on the IVU, same level as one of the most famous heroes in history. Leo, ever so humble, shot that idea down. Of course not. He could never compare himself to Luna when it came to magic. He explained that you don't need to be a once-in-a-lifetime genius like her to create a new spell casting system. The panel of judges just needed to look at the board to see what he meant, and to their surprise, every single line of his spell theory was completely solid. This kid wasn't just making stuff up to look cool. From the way the spell was constructed, it looked like a system that could use any magic attribute without any drawbacks whatsoever. Chelsea, who's usually super confident in her theoretical knowledge, couldn't even make heads or tails of what Leo wrote. Meanwhile, Carr had given up trying to understand it after the very first line. And through this whole thing, Chloe never once took her intense, sunken eyes off her rival. Now that the judges had a pretty good idea of Leo's genius, they asked him why he'd even develop a system like this. His answer was surprisingly simple. He just wants to be able to use any kind of magic that exists, freely. Edmund's skepticism quickly turned into genuine curiosity about this wild freshman. Now he got why the professor kept saying this year's class was special. When they asked what he was calling this system, Leo grinned, raised his hand, and summoned a brilliant thread of mana that lit up the entire lecture hall. This glowing mana then came together, forming an incredible orb of pure magic. Leo called his new system the Bible. Shanhuj was completely taken aback. Racking her brain, she could only think of one person in all of history who had ever used that name, the supposedly fictional hero, Kyle. She couldn't wait to see what Leo would do next. Who knows, maybe this kid would actually prove that Kyle was a real person. After the quickest deliberation of the entire day, the judges handed their scores over to the professor to announce. The moment Professor Lenz saw what was on the cards, he couldn't help but smile. Just as expected, Leo Plav received an A+. As he walked back to his seat, Leo remembered failing to finish this very magic system during his time as Kyle. But this time around, things were going to be different. He was going to make sure of it. And finally, the last student to present her personal magic stood up from her seat. It was Chloe's turn to try and impress the judges after Leo had just blown their minds. Before sitting down, a concerned Leo asked if the hyper-focused Chloe was doing okay. I mean, she definitely didn't look like she was. Chloe Mlair stood on the stage, her posture perfectly straight and confident. The judges had already been told that Chloe was this year's reigning top magic student. So, naturally, they had very high expectations for her performance today. The second Chloe started her presentation, her whole vibe shifted. She announced that she had successfully created an undying flame. In her hand, a crimson fire blazed, dancing aggressively. Her classmates were totally confused. From what they knew, Chloe was an ice attribute mage. Choosing the polar opposite of her strongest attribute for her high sorcery just seemed counterintuitive, inefficient, and frankly, a little crazy. As she stood there motionless on the stage, the panel of judges seemed a bit underwhelmed. I mean, compared to the last two presentations from Abad and Leo, her flame looked, well, pretty normal. If that's all she was going to show them for the exam, she was going to score terribly. So, Chloe began to demonstrate just how valuable this magic truly was by summoning a swirl of water into the air. With just a flick of her finger, she sent the water crashing down like a waterfall that would douse any normal fire. But this was no normal fire. Abad's jaw dropped, and Leo suddenly got a very bad feeling. There was a dark look in Chloe's eyes as she explained how she gave the fire its permanence. Unless she consciously decided to cancel it, the flame would burn forever. She finished her demonstration by doing just that, putting out a fire that couldn't be put out. Chloe then picked up some chalk and wrote down the theory behind her incredible discovery. You see, in this world, spells all follow one simple rule. Without a direct supply of mana, any spell will eventually disappear. As she explained her theory, her classmates were. Everyone was just dumbfounded. She basically created a spell that shattered a fundamental rule of magic that's been around since the very beginning. It was so out there that even the panelists were having a hard time wrapping their heads around her wild ideas. Chloe Muller called her high sorcery the eternal flame. Out of everyone in the room, Leo was the only one thinking that this shouldn't even be possible. Still, her theory was surprisingly sound, and her demonstration left a pretty powerful image in everyone's mind. For that, she scored the exact same grade as Leo, a solid A+. But Leo wasn't buying it. Something felt really fishy here. Creating a flame that never goes out is a puzzle that even Luna couldn't solve. As far as he knew, only one being had ever used a flame like that, the Cataclysm himself, Erebos. The second the exams were over, Leo tried to find Chloe, but she'd already crashed in her dorm to get some sleep. The poor girl hadn't slept since the test was announced days ago. Her study grind was absolutely insane. Leo decided to keep his questions to himself for now and let Chloe get some much-needed rest. That's when Celia brought up some concerns of her own. Over the past few days, she had noticed Chloe was getting more and more on edge. She'd gotten into fights with a couple of kids in their class. Celia had also heard some rumors that she's been hanging out with some of the troublemakers from the Magic Studies program. With all this swirling in his head, Leo went back to the empty lecture hall. He summoned Fiora. For the first time since the big race, she was back in her adorable phoenix chick form now. The mythical beast and her tamer were both thrilled to see each other again. However, Leo also called on someone else to get their take on his suspicions. In the middle of a swirling vortex of flames, a stunning woman appeared, embodying the very essence of fire. It was none other than Fiora's mom, the guardian phoenix, Miss Fina. Let's just say she's one times fiery times mama. Sitting there with perfect poise, Miss Fina told Leo to get straight to the point, asking why he'd summoned her through Fiora. Leo, being his curious self, asked why she'd been sticking around Lumini for such an extended period. Given that a phoenix is the polar opposite of a demonic beast, he figured there had to be a deeper reason she was still hanging around the academy. Miss Fina confessed that 5 years ago, there was a horrible terrorist attack at Lumini. 2 students and 3 staff members lost their lives in the two-stud incident, and the culprits were never identified, let alone caught. In the end, a desperate headmaster, Callian Bedian, called in a favor and left the Phoenix in charge of searching the school for any clues. Ever since then, Miss Fina has been looking for any trace of the culprits. Leo figured if that was the case, she must have heard about the demonic beast handler who showed up during the summoning exam, which resulted in the death of yet another student. When he asked if she thought Tartaros was involved, Miss Fina unfortunately clammed up. She admitted she's suspicious of the evil organization, but that was all she could tell him for now, since he wasn't going to get any more info out of her. Leo just left her with a tip to pass along to Headmaster Callian. He suggested the possibility that Sinlu might not be the only student Tartaros had gotten its claws into. The next day rolled around, and the gauntlet of exams continued. This time, every freshman gathered for the Heroics and Combat Studies joint practical exam, and supervising the whole event was none other than the super laid-back Professor Edmund. Since every student was present and accounted for, he promptly dumped the job of explaining the exam onto the class representative. Our boy Leo. Leo gladly stepped up to the plate and started briefing his classmates about their joint practical exam. Today was all about forming teams and raiding a hero's world. The world they'd be diving into was the infamous Chedmer incident. As soon as they heard that name, every student just froze in terror. The only one who seemed completely out of the loop was Liliana, which is kind of wild since it was on the written exam. Seeing that the class was getting a little chaotic, Professor Edmund's voice boomed to silence his students. He demanded they show a little respect and pay attention to what Leo had to say. So, Leo continued, detailing what they would be tested on today. Everybody would be entering a hero's world from 30 years ago. It was an incident involving a group of first-year Lumini students who went on a mission to the central Chedmer forest. They were unexpectedly ambushed by Tartaros. Professor Albi, the sorcerer of the Magic Eye, who was just a second-year student back then, was sent in with a rescue team. Thanks to his efforts, they managed to prevent a total massacre. The goal of this exam is to rescue the injured students. Their mission, to take out some hostile demonic beasts while assisting a projection of the second-year Professor Albi. Professor Edmund also made it clear that this is no ordinary midterm. He stressed that they'll have to be more cautious and stay sharp at all times. Plus, anyone who is judged to lack heroic potential by the end of the exam will be immediately expelled. Hearing about such a harsh punishment for messing up definitely worried the students who weren't so confident in their practical skills. Seeing the worried looks on their faces, the professor softened up a bit, assuring them that they'd all come a long way and were more than strong enough for this. All they needed to do was trust themselves. He might look a little scruffy, but Professor Edmund really is a master of the whole tough love and encouragement thing. With the speech over, it was time to kick off the test by organizing the teams. Everyone was asked to come forward one by one, starting with Class 1. It looked like they weren't getting to pick their own teams. This meant they might have to work with total strangers, and a random draw would decide if you got a dream team or a complete disaster. When it was finally Leo's turn, he pulled out number 11, landing him on the very last team for the exam. With the teams all set and introduced, Team 1 was called to stand before the summoning portal. Led by Celia Zinger and Chelsea Lewin, Team 1 looked perfectly balanced and ready to go. They were about to show all these other nobles what the Lordern Empire is really made of, and the man making it all happen was, of course, Professor Knockoff Gojo himself. I'll be the Era Farmer. With just a wave of his hand, he opened Alb's World Prologue chapter, the Chedmer Incident. A massive wave of bright magic then swallowed Team 1 whole, transporting them into a vision of the past. A giant magical screen was set up on the field, broadcasting the team's every move for everyone back in the real world to see. And let me tell you, everybody was impressed. Team 1 had only just arrived, but they were already blazing through the hero's world. With Chelsea's magic and Celia's fierce swordsmanship, they were practically speedrunning this exam. Goes to show that kids from prestigious hero families are just built different. Sitting next to Professor Edmund was his ever-annoying rival, Professor Sedin. Since Celia is Sedin's student, he couldn't help but talk her up, calling her Team 1's secret weapon. Edmund, of course, argued that Chelsea's contributions were even more impactful. Those two pillars of Lumen just can't pass up a chance to butt heads. Interrupting their bickering, the headmaster himself made an appearance, praising Team 1 for their incredible pace. He said they were truly worthy of being called rising stars. The headmaster must have known the two professors were going to squabble like kids because he wisely pulled up a chair right between them. He mentioned he just wanted to see for himself how much the first years had grown. Turning to Professor Albie, the seasoned headmaster apologized for using such a painful memory for the exam each year, but Albie insisted that he was the one who should be thanking Headmaster Kalen. He vowed to never forget the incident and said he needs the yearly reminder to keep himself on the right path. Just then, Team 1's run came to a swift and decisive end as Chelsea and Celia tag-teamed the final beast. The headmaster took special note of the Zuringer and Llewellyn girls. They worked together flawlessly, which is impressive given how much they usually clash. They really are the pride of their nation. Team 2's performance was, well, not quite as memorable. Team 3, on the other hand, absolutely blitzed through the hero's world in dominating fashion, letting their two strongest first years, Abad and Duran, take the lead while the rest of the team handled support. The headmaster definitely approved of their quick and efficient strategy, which led them to a clean victory. Team 4 also surprisingly landed in the top ranks. Nilla Caravan's healing aura is certainly special, but what really carried the team was Chinia's incredibly unpredictable movement. The headmaster made a mental note of the girl from the east. Team 7, led by two of the Academy's most promising summoners, also made short work of the hero's world. Headmaster Kalen and the professors were absolutely glued to the live feed, and while there were a ton of exceptional students who had already shown off their skills, arguably the most promising one had yet to take his turn. Finally, Team 11 was called to come forward. Besides our boy Leo Plav, there was another familiar face on the final squad, Chloe Muller. Headmaster Kalen seemed lost in thought, admitting that watching the kid made him feel nostalgic for his own glory days, back when he was a young, valiant hero taking on missions with the legendary Miss Fina herself. Team 11 took their place on the magic circle. Leo. So there they were, Leo and Chloe, locked in an intense stare-down when Professor Albie flicked his magic book open, activating the hero's world for the 11th and final time. A system window popped up. Albie's World Prologue chapter, the Chedmer Incident, loaded. But what nobody saw was a tiny speck of darkness landing on the magic circle, corrupting its detailed design. As the bright light enveloped Team 11, Leo's gut was screaming that something felt very wrong. This was nothing like the other times the hero's world had opened. For starters, the light felt way more aggressive. Then, to everyone's total shock, only two people were actually transported from the field, none other than Leo and Chloe. The rest of Team 11 was left standing right where they were as the magic circle faded away. Professor Sedin jumped up from his seat, his face etched with concern. Headmaster Kalen Bedian rushed over to Albie to ask what on earth had just happened. With a clear note of panic in his voice, Albie demanded they halt the exams immediately. It turned out the page in his book for the Chedmer incident had been tampered with by an outside force. Something that should be impossible had just occurred. It was an unprompted hero dungeon manifestation. Leo was equally stunned when a bizarre screen popped up instead of the usual quest window, and the reality of the situation hit him. They had been thrown headfirst into a hero dungeon. Chloe looked around, totally confused, since there were no lost pages involved, and it's pretty much unheard of for a page from the official records to glitch out like this. Leo tried calling the professors, but he got nothing but static. Chloe started to panic, praying for the professors to come and save them, but Leo brought her back down to reality, pointing out that if they could have intervened, they would have by now. This meant they were left with just one option. The hero dungeon was calling, and they had to pick up. Still shaken, Chloe asked if he'd lost his mind, since almost nobody survived the last time people got summoned here. She said they were just walking right into Tardis's trap with a death wish. Her knees gave out, and she just emotionally collapsed as her last bit of hope completely crumbled. But our boy Leo stayed cool and reminded her that she's still the sharpest person in their class. With the unbeatable power of teamwork, there was no way they were going to lose. The brat bit her lip, clearly a little envious of how Mr. Perfect could keep his composure in a mess like this. She forced herself to pull herself together and demanded to hear his brilliant plan. Leo explained they had two primary goals: rescue the freshmen and make sure everyone gets out in one piece. To pull that off, they'd need to get stronger. Chloe immediately shut that idea down, arguing they couldn't power up without access to the outside. But Leo, just casually, reminded her that they weren't the only students who got dumped in this forest. That gave Chloe pause, as she remembered that others were supposed to be here too. Then, without batting an eye, he looked right at her and told her to hop on his back for a ride. Chloe just about short-circuited from embarrassment at his audacity, but Leo stood his ground like a true champion. He argued that they couldn't let their seniors face Tardis first, and since mages like her aren't exactly known for their stamina, there wasn't really another choice. At that exact moment, deep in the forest, a demon named Chubbin was spying on the students through his creepy little magic cameras. He seemed a little surprised to see that only a duo had been sent in as the rescue team, but he wasn't too worried about it. He felt completely sure he could take out these wannabe heroes without breaking a sweat, that is, until his head whipped around and his whole demeanor changed. He noticed that one of the rescuers was an all-class user and immediately wiped that cocky smirk off his face. His target instantly shifted from the party of four to the guy who was basically a walking Swiss Army knife giving a piggyback ride to his mage. Meanwhile, Leo noticed his own vision starting to get blurry the deeper they ventured into the woods. So, he decided it was time to use Aaron's aura farming technique. By wrapping his entire body in aura, he could force his senses into overdrive and sharpen every instinct he had. As they pressed on, he warned Chloe about a pack of orcs up ahead, but she was already on top of it. She waved her wand just once and launched a volley of icicles straight into the pack, knocking them over like bowling pins, or so it seemed. One of them managed to survive and pulled out a horn to call for reinforcements, nearly giving her a heart attack. But our guy stepped right in and took the creature down before she could even process it. Chloe watched him and was immediately struck by the huge difference in their levels, wondering if she could ever possibly surpass him. After that brief fight, the two of them came across a group of demons circling a party of 4 other students. Without even hesitating, Leo dashed into the fray and yelled over his shoulder for Chloe to back him up like the pro she is. Mage. The girl up front is desperately trying to finish her spell, but this massive demon is way too fast and is just seconds from tearing her apart like a soggy napkin. Before she can even let out a scream, Leo materializes right in front of her and dices the demon in one clean slice, stopping the other monsters in their tracks. The other students just stand there, their jaws on the floor, while Leo strikes a cool pose after saving the day. Totally impressed, the girl he rescued asks if he's here to save them, and Leo gives a simple yep before his eyes dart to another demon in the back. This one's already powering up its biggest attack, screaming about getting revenge for its buddies. Suddenly, a nasty storm of fleshy leech demons starts pouring from the sky, but our hero doesn't even bat an eye. He just turns around like he's some discount Diluc from Genshin Impact, sets his sword ablaze, and basically turns the parasites into shish kebabs. And once again, the students are left completely speechless by how ridiculously cool this guy is. But Leo isn't about to let them just stand around. He immediately tells the mage to fire off her spell. She charges up Arc Ray and blasts the demon, completely obliterating it without leaving so much as a speck of dust behind. Chloe stares, totally shocked, and instantly recognizes who she is from that spell alone. As the sun begins to set, The girl is thanking Leo profusely for the save, but Chloe doesn't even give her the time of day. She just says she has something more important to discuss with her partner. The girl shoots her a death glare for the bold move, but Chloe completely ignores it and leans in to whisper to Leo that the girl is Alia Zeron, the younger sister of Professor Ali Zeron, who passed away in that incident 3 decades ago. Then Chloe drops the real bombshell. Since this is Alia's party, they're fated to meet the same tragic end right here in this very dungeon, no matter what. Chloe explains that Chuborn, a knight-ranked demon from Tardis, launched an attack 30 years ago, and Alia's team was the very first to get wiped out. After all, the whole point of that operation was to eliminate Alia, a genius among hero candidates, which is why her name ended up being sealed in the hero records for good. She tells Leo they need to focus on their own survival now and just clear the dungeon with a different party. Leo can't believe it and asks if she's serious about just ditching them. Chloe snaps back that they don't have a choice. This is a hero dungeon, and no matter how tragic it is, you can't bring back the dead. Still, our boy isn't having it. He insists he won't abandon them, which immediately sets Chloe off. She absolutely loses it, screaming at him with so much rage that even Alia's group is just watching like they've stumbled into the middle of mom and dad's latest big fight. Fuming, she yells that she gets it, he's cool and powerful, but this isn't the time to be showing off. It's time to grow up and stop playing the hero. She breaks down crying, but Leo stays completely calm. He just reaches out and gently pats her on the head to quiet the storm. He tells her she shouldn't talk like that because they're both hero candidates and this isn't just some game. This is all part of becoming the real deal. Then he reminds her that they've already messed with the original timeline, which leaves her looking pretty confused. Leo explains that the sky went dark way before they ever ran into Alia's team, and by this point, they were supposed to be toast, already hunted down by Chuborn. Seeing the sincere look on his face, Chloe swallows her doubts and agrees to go along with whatever plan he's cooking up. He tells her the new goal is getting everyone, including Alia's group, out of there safely. From behind, Chloe watches as Leo's entire vibe changes, and it hits her like a ton of bricks that he's once again light years ahead of her. She clenches her fists, stewing in jealous frustration, and considers pulling out her book. Meanwhile, the green-haired student, Taya, wonders aloud why only 2 upperclassmen were sent to help them. Denna and Belak immediately jump to the conclusion that he must be a spy from Tartarus, but Alia shuts that idea down fast, reminding them the guy literally just saved their lives by slicing up demons like they were nothing. Then her filter seems to short-circuit, and she admits she finds the guy super attractive and totally her type, which earns her some major side-eye from her friends. Alia doesn't understand why Denna is so surprised. So, Denna explains that she thought only their senior, Albie, could ever live up to her ridiculously high standards. Cutting into their little chat session, Leo tells the juniors to focus up because they need to move. Leo tells everyone they need to get out of the forest, like, right now. Taya's confused, since backup just got here, but Leo hits them with a dose of reality. There's a knight-ranked demon nearby. That definitely gets everyone's attention. A single one of those monsters can take out an army of 100 soldiers all by itself. So yeah, the sudden rush starts to make a whole lot more sense. Leo stresses that avoiding a fight is their #1 priority, survival comes first. As he speaks, Alia quietly watches him, thinking to herself that he really does remind her of her brother. And with that, they all take off, sprinting through the forest for their lives. Of course, Chloe is still obviously salty about their argument from earlier, and Alia, sharp as ever, picks up on that vibe immediately. Meanwhile, back at the academy, the staff is frantically digging through old records, searching for anything related to hero pages transforming into hero dungeons. The headmaster mentions to Professor Albie that it's a good thing no outsiders have been able to get involved yet. Albie confirms that only 2 living people are currently inside. The headmaster guesses that night must have fallen in there by now, since it's been 3 hours, and asks Ali what time he dealt with Chibar last time. Ali replies that he took care of that trash demon around midnight. Just then, Elena bursts into the room, announcing she has a lead on the person who sold the demonic summoning catalyst to Leo. But before she can even get the words out, the headmaster's attention is drawn to a massive surge of magic that feels like it's about to erupt in the room. He sees Ali completely losing his cool and quickly steps in to try and calm him down, but Ali just yanks his arm away, saying he needs to get some fresh air. Elena immediately realizes what's behind his outburst. His hatred for demons is on a whole other level, like Sasu's vendetta against Itachi, and it's really no wonder, since he lost his sister in that same incident they never even found her body. The headmaster prompts Elena to continue with her report. She explains that the black market dealer who sold the item had been operating in the city for quite a while and was apparently pretty popular with the first-year students. Hearing this, the headmaster suspects Tartarus managed to plant a spy, but Elena clarifies that the guy wasn't directly working for them. It seems Tartarus was just using him as a middleman to smuggle things in. Stroking his magnificent beard, the headmaster wonders what in the world they could have been after, until his eyes fly open. He spots Chloe's name on the buyer list, right next to an item listed as a black book. Without a single second of hesitation, he orders Elena to send for Professor Len at once. After she's gone, that old, battle-honed instinct of his, the kind you only get from years of staring death in the face, starts screaming at him that something is very, very wrong. Meanwhile, back inside the hero dungeon, Leo and the group have stopped at the base of a gigantic tower. Our boy has been slicing through monsters left and right to clear a path, but it's finally starting to take a toll on him, especially since he's been using Super Sense for way longer than he intended. On top of that, Alia's team and even Chloe look pretty gassed, so he calls for a quick break. Taya and Belek just stare at him, completely baffled as to how he looks like he just left a spa instead of fighting for his life. During the break, Chloe is sitting by herself, reading a book about Shibarn, when Alia strolls over. She casually brings up Chloe's relationship with Leo before just flat out asking if she has a crush on him. Chloe looks like she's about to be sick at the very thought of it, but Alia just grins, pointing out that her over-the-top disgust seems just a little too dramatic to be believable. Chloe sighs and glances over at this so-called genius, a girl who was supposed to have been around 30 years ago but looks no different from any other high schooler she knows. She decides to flip the script and asks if Alia is actually the one with the crush, and without missing a beat, Alia admits that he does make her heart flutter a little. That answer immediately gets under Chloe's skin. Not only is this girl a living legend from the past, but apparently she also fell for him at first sight, which just goes to show how ridiculously awesome Leo is. Still, Alia clarifies that she's not sure if it's a romantic thing, or if it's just that same excited feeling she gets when she watches her brother struggle with something and then finally succeed. Chloe asks if she's talking about Alzaron, and Alia nods. She explains that her brother just loves tackling impossible challenges, the kind of stuff no sane person would ever attempt, like trying to mine bedrock in vanilla Minecraft. Hearing that little detail just makes Chloe even more convinced that Leo is basically a carbon copy of the guy. Then, out of nowhere, she just spills everything, confessing to Alia how she and Leo were friends before jealousy completely ruined it. But to her utter shock, Alia tells her they're practically two peas in a pod. The genius girl admits she's always been envious of her own brainy brother who, despite looking like a total clown, still manages to stumble his way into major scientific breakthroughs. She confesses that her own unique magic is really just a tweaked version of a system her brother developed, since she's not the best at creating things from scratch. Then she blows Chloe's mind by laughing about failing the entrance exam 2 times, which only made her insecurity worse and her hatred for him grow. But over time, those negative feelings transformed into genuine admiration, and Chloe realizes that's the exact same thing that happened to her. Before she can fully process this revelation, Leo suddenly shoots to his feet, warning everyone to get ready because their escape route just got slammed shut. The terrified students grab their weapons and brace for a fight, but our guy reminds them they're all future heroes, and fear is not part of the curriculum. Still, Alia's group starts sweating bullets when a colossal demonic figure appears and announces that he's finally found the seed of a great hero, then immediately fires a blast of destructive magic right at Leo. As he dodges, Leo recalls that this guy's entire job was to crush potential heroes before they could ever bloom. Yet, here he is, using the word great to describe someone like him, which doesn't sit right with our boy. Even so, he shouts out to Chloe, who already has a magic circle waiting, and she summons a massive iceberg to block Chube's attack. In the meantime, our main guy charges his sword with magic, slips behind the knight-ranked demon, and lands a deep, satisfying slash across the vile monster's thick neck. The girls hold their breath, thinking it's all over, but their hopes are dashed when Chube's nasty flesh morphs and stitches itself back together like it's made of cursed jello. Seeing that, Leo yells for everyone to fall back as the demon activates a cursed magic called Void, which nullifies all attacks like a black hole. Tayo and Alia begin to panic, wondering how anyone could possibly win against something so broken, but Leo stays focused. He knows Void isn't absolute, and there's always a limit to what the user can handle. Chube taunts Leo, mocking the idea that the remnants of a hero could ever stand a chance, but our boy shoots right back, that if he's so powerful, why is he losing his cool over a mere sprout? He then calls for everyone to launch a coordinated strike, and while they all give it their best, it's Alia's unique magic that really seems to hurt him, as she rains down a cluster of stars on his head. Chub starts to think his mistress, Lady Salatna, was right to order him to eliminate the hero seeds before they got too strong. Surrounded, he suddenly brandishes his weapon, forcing Leo to backpedal. The moment our guy sees what's coming, he yells for everyone to get down. Unfortunately, one of the spikes slices through Belak's side, so Leo grabs him and retreats behind an ice wall that Chloe quickly conjures. He checks on everyone, says he can stop the bleeding with his aura, and then tells Chloe to get a finishing blow ready. With that, he charges forward to buy her the time she needs to prepare an attack powerful enough to smash through Void's limits. Chloe opens the black book she's been holding onto this entire time. As she flips through the pages, she finds the perfect spell to roast that ugly demon alive and erase him from existence for good. All the freshmen can do is watch in stunned amazement as Leo blitzes around Chub, using afterimages to hit him from every direction at a speed no one can even track. The demon swings at one image, only to miss and get smacked from another side. Watching the chaos, Taiyao wonders if he'll ever be able to pull off a move that cool. Dena, however, shoots him down without a shred of kindness. Meanwhile, Alia is frozen in place, both impressed and confused, because the magic Leo is using is clearly the magic of the stars, which means he's no ordinary student and is hiding his true identity. Before that bombshell can even land, Chloe yanks back all the attention by suddenly rising into the air, summoning a sinister-looking black magic circle. With a wild grin that honestly makes you question who the real demon is here, she proclaims she's about to erase this monster from existence. Alia panics and screams at Leo to get out of the blast zone, because there's no way anything good is about to come from Chloe's hands. Chloe throws in a quick disclaimer that she won't be held liable for property damage and then fires a blazing death ray straight at Chuborn, which immediately sets off all kinds of alarms in Leo's head since, you know, she's supposed to be an ice girl, not a pyromaniac. As the demon gets absolutely obliterated, Chloe starts laughing like she's completely lost her mind, boasting about her undying flames and telling Chuborn to go burn where he belongs. Just as the fire swallows him whole, it shifts into a black flame that looks suspiciously like Amaterasu, which sends Leo into a panic, and he yells at her to shut it down before things get seriously out of hand. But she just flat out refuses, insisting that trash like Chuborn doesn't get any mercy and deserves to truly suffer. Realizing she's deep in her villain arc now, Leo charges in and smacks the cursed book right out of her hand like it was something his mom found under his teenage mattress. A little while later, after Chloe has finally come back to her senses, Leo calmly asks her to be honest about whether she actually created that endless flame magic or if she just happened to pick it up somewhere. She admits she's no genius and confesses the spell came straight from that book, confirming his suspicion that it's a copy of the Flame of Erebus. Just then, Chuborn starts regenerating from the flames, so Leo quickly lets Chloe know that the spell she just used is black magic, and the book is actually a cleverly disguised sorcery device. The news makes her feel physically sick over what she just did. With a heavy heart, she mutters that she's way too corrupted to be called a hero anymore, but Leo immediately snaps her out of that pity party. He explains that even he had no idea Chuborn had the Void Curse until now, which means the demon must have used it during his battle with Alia and her friends. Back then, they were just students who were completely outmatched in an impossible fight, but they still refused to back down. He reminds her that their academy's motto is to go even further beyond, you know, full-on Goku style. And that's when it finally clicks. Chloe realizes she doesn't resent Leo for always being ahead of her. She actually admires him because he's got way too much swag to even try to compete with. Right after that, Alia steps up and tells Chloe she believes in her, giving the blonde the final confidence boost she needed. With the Void Curse now a thing of the past, Leo gets ready to end the fight once and for all. But just before he does, he senses a massive surge of magic, and it's Chloe finally breaking her limits to become someone who can stand right beside him instead of feeling like a shadow. Backed by a brand new waifu candidate, Leo's memories of his past life come rushing back as he recognizes her magic, which reminds him of the powerful allies he once fought alongside. That familiar light fills him with a whole new wave of courage. But Chuborn suddenly lunges forward and smacks Leo with a finisher strike. Leo manages to block the first hit, but the demon sneaks in a second blow that breaks his guard and launches him straight into a nearby tree. As he struggles to get up, Chuborn saunters over and declares that it's time for the so-called remnant of a hero to take another little nap. But right then, a single snowflake drifts down in front of Leo, and the entire forest begins to freeze over. His fear evaporates as he stands back up, and fires back that demons like Chuborn have never beaten him before. And they sure as heck aren't starting now. The demon just stares at him, wondering what kind of premium-grade copium he's been smoking, completely oblivious to Chloe hovering behind him, about to drop the biggest spell of the night. She silently thanks Leo for helping her reach the breakthrough she so desperately needed and unleashes her original magic, a spell called Ice World that covers the battlefield in a chilling wave of pure power. With a single wave of her staff, the entire field below her locks up in ice so thick it's practically a new glacier. Chloe floats in the air and calls down massive crystalline lances, meant to annihilate anything unlucky enough to be standing below. But Chewborn doesn't even flinch, since he's already frozen solid like a cursed popsicle that forgot how to breathe. Leo casually walks up to the ice-covered demon, and the moment he places a hand on it, its soul just vanishes into a cloud of pure black smoke. Right after that, he finds the black magic book, channels fire magic into his sword, and drives it straight through the cover, triggering a violent burst that scorches it into nothing but ash. System notifications start rolling in, congratulating him for both saving the freshman from her mid-battle crisis and for taking out Chewborn. But what really gets his attention is how Chloe totally stole the spotlight by pulling a whole new magic type out of nowhere. It turns out to be field magic, which is something he wouldn't even think about copying unless he suddenly developed a death wish. To his surprise, Chloe says she's planning to come clean and is willing to risk it all, even if it meant getting expelled. But he's quick to shut that down, telling her there's no way someone as awesome as her would get the boot for just one slip-up. In fact, he says she's on the fast track to becoming a full-fledged hero. Just then, Aaliyah and Denna rush over, hyping them up and showering them with praise for their incredible rescue. They just couldn't stop talking about how heroic they both looked. Leo returns the favor, complimenting their own fearless spirit, while Chloe gives Aaliyah her staff back. She thanks her, saying it was just what she needed to unlock her true power. But then, in a twist nobody saw coming, Aaliyah tells Chloe to just keep the staff. She calls it a reward for saving them, while Denna offers her own sword to Leo as a serious thank you present. Our boy accepts it without a second thought, and just as things seem to be calming down, they hear the voices of a rescue squad shouting that they've found survivors. And right on cue, Albie appears, completely out of breath, drenched in sweat, and absolutely panicked about his little sister. Chloe almost loses it seeing her professor looking like a student, her own age, and then it hits both of them like a ton of bricks. They're stuck in an illusion from 30 years ago. They watch as the older brother freaks out over his sister, and Aaliyah tells him all about the heroes who saved her, even joking that one of them is almost times as cool as he is. At that moment, this version of Albie's world begins to flicker and fade away, and Chloe just stands there, feeling a sense of pride that she could give everyone a second chance. Aaliyah tries to point out the mysterious hero to her brother, but by the time she turns around, they've already vanished. The hero dungeon starts to fall apart, and just before everything disappears, Leo gets a system notification that he's scored a new reward. The very last thing he sees before passing out is a young Albie, crying tears of joy and thanking him for saving his sister. The scene then cuts to a hospital room where our guy finally wakes up to see Albie again, the real one, this time. Cool as a cucumber, the professor gives him a sincere thank you for saving his little sister and asks him to pass the same message on to Chloe when she wakes up. And with that, he just casually strolls out of the room, like it was just another Tuesday. A moment later, the headmaster himself walks in. The sharp-dressed old man asks Leo how he's feeling and then cuts right to the chase, saying he's already aware of the black magic book Chloe was carrying. Leo was honestly a little shocked that this living fossil figured it all out, but the man explains that he's got the receipts, so to speak records from where Senlu bought the summoning catalyst and where Chloe picked it up later. The headmaster admits he was floored to find out a sorcerer's device somehow made its way into the academy completely undetected. Apparently, these cursed items are forged from fragments of Erebus and were originally intended only for demons. If anyone else uses one, their mind apparently turns to mush, kind of like they've been binge-watching kids' shows for a week straight. Leo decides to come clean and gives him the full story of what happened. This gets the Grand Master thinking that maybe the Black Book itself was the root cause of the whole disaster. Leo agrees, pointing out that everything snapped back to reality the second he destroyed it. Just then, Chloe shoots straight up in her bed, looking completely confused to see the headmaster standing right there. He tells her to relax and then calls for Elena. A moment later, his super-efficient secretary walks in, carrying a long, cloth-wrapped bundle. It turns out to be the sword and crystal that Denna gave them, along with Aaliyah's staff. Chloe's jaw just about hits the floor as she sees Aaliyah's staff materialize in the real world. The headmaster immediately gives Leo a suspicious look, demanding to know how on Earth he managed to get a reward that shouldn't even be possible. Seeing Chloe's shocked reaction, our guy puts two and two together. He was the only one who got to a reward. He remembers that this is exactly what happened during the entrance exam. See, it's normally supposed to be impossible to get an attack reward, from the simulation of a hero who's still alive. And that's a rule that has literally never been broken, ever. This gets Leo wondering if the whole thing is connected. Back to the Fairy King's pledge. He comes right out and admits it was an attack reward, but the old fossil keeps pressing, asking if he's 100% sure it came from Albie's world. So, our guy quickly cooks up an excuse that sounds just plausible enough to work, blaming the whole situation on the black magic, saying it must have twisted the hero world into a real dungeon. The excuse seems to work for about a second, until the headmaster hits him with a follow-up question. That raises the question, why did Leo get a reward when Chloe didn't? Thankfully, our new favorite girl chimes in, suggesting that maybe the system recognized Leo's role as the most critical to the mission, so he snagged all the loot. The headmaster seems to accept that logic for now and announces that he'll be starting a discreet investigation behind the absurd scenes. He says they can hold on to the rewards for now, but adds that everything will be returned to the rightful families once his investigation is complete, all to keep the existence of the sorcery machine under wraps. Chloe looks both confused and shocked, asking why he's covering for her, to which the headmaster flashes a smile with his majestic mustache and replies that not every threat comes from outside the academy. After dropping that subtle bombshell, he tells them to get some proper rest and takes his leave. The second he's gone, Chloe's whole vibe shifts, like she just did a complete character flip, and she starts fidgeting with her fingers, like she's practicing a love confession. She's just about to tell Leo how she feels, but the universe apparently had other plans, silencing her confession as three girls barge into the room, looking extremely worried about him. To make things even more chaotic, the old geezer slides back in, announcing he forgot to mention the celebration party for the cadets tomorrow and that they had better come prepared with some formal wear. To celebrate the fact that everyone made it through midterms in one piece, the academy is throwing a big party for all the students. The announcer looks like he's having the time of his life as he hypes up the arrivals, wondering aloud if it'll be more pretty girls or charming guys this time around. But what shows up instead are the NPCs from Class 5, who start acting like royalty the second they step in, pretending the midterms were a total breeze. As the crowd builds, more people start pouring in to hit the buffet, and just as quickly, the gossip starts flying from every direction. Our favorite duo attacks the food like a pair of starving orcs, but Carr pauses mid-bite to wonder why their class hasn't shown up yet. Just then, the announcer's voice blasts out again, revealing the next pair making their grand entrance, which catches our two guys completely by surprise. It's Nella and Aleliana, who step in like they just walked off a fashion runway. They look absolutely breathtaking in their dresses, instantly turning the boys into drooling messes. Meanwhile, the girls waste no time roasting the guys' suits, asking if they borrowed them from their dads. The announcer keeps the energy up and then announces the Llewellyn siblings, who enter looking unbelievably sharp in their formal wear, causing the crowd to lose its mind completely. Carr points out how quickly they get surrounded, while Aleliana just shrugs, saying it's no surprise, considering their celebrity status. The announcer cuts in again to tease that a couple is making their entrance. Next, and in walk Celia and Leo side by side, giving off some major power couple vibes. Celia looks visibly stiff about the arrangement, while the class rep flashes everyone a Playboy smile that's bright enough to cause blindness. Nella jumps in surprise, and Carr and Aleliana can't help but cheer for their dashing class rep. The mic somehow ends up in the hands of the spirit-possessed girl again, who excitedly asks the crowd how they're enjoying the party. Carr immediately turns pale at the sight of her, but thankfully, some students yell out that they're having fun, which keeps her from completely snapping. She stays surprisingly calm and says she's glad to hear it, but then casually drops a bombshell. She's about to reveal the midterm exam results. Right now, the energy in the hall dies instantly, and Carr mutters that his appetite is officially ruined. The girl says she expected that reaction and explains that the faculty decided to only announce the top 3 students from each major tonight. Everyone else will get their results from their homeroom teachers tomorrow. The students seem relieved and even cheer a bit when she adds that the professors from each major will be making the announcements themselves. First up, Ejun steps onto the stage, and Aleliana quietly comments that he's looking especially dashing tonight. The sword professor wastes no time, praising everyone for their effort, and begins announcing the top names in the night major. A hologram appears, showing Celia at the top, followed by Duran and Chen. Celia looks puzzled, clearly expecting Leo to be number 1, and Leo seems to notice her surprise. The professor from the magic major comes up next and announces Abudad, Chelsea, and Emo rounding out the top 3. Chelsea's starting to look a little stressed that Leo's name is still nowhere to be seen, but he just tells her not to sweat it, that this kind of thing happens and she shouldn't worry so much. Carr chimes in, saying it's pretty weird. Leo hasn't popped up at all, and then points out that Chloe's name is missing too. Chloe stiffens up for a moment, but quickly plays it cool with a smile. The professor remembers that even though she had to fail Chloe for using a spell book, her genuine passion and talent as a magician were honestly top-notch. Sedin completely agrees and puffs up his chest, standing like a proud dad, but Herod just smirks and tells him to take a seat while Celia quietly tries to cheer Chloe up. Just then, the real star of the show, Yura, steps onto the stage to announce the summoning major results, and all her biggest fans immediately start shouting that they want to be her summoned pet. She begins reading off the names, and surprise, surprise, Leo's name is still missing. Celia is starting to look a little antsy, and other students start whispering about how bizarre it is that he hasn't ranked even once. The mic then finds its way back to that same, slightly chaotic announcer, who asks if everyone is still having a good time before immediately declaring that it's time to reveal the top scorer, the one who will represent the academy next year. She lets the tension build for some dramatic flair, and then finally announces the name. Leo Plav. His classmates absolutely erupt, going into full-on celebration mode as they start hyping him up. The applause doesn't last long, though, because a student suddenly shouts out an objection. It's Emo, and he's questioning how Leo could possibly be the top scorer when he didn't rank in a single major, saying the whole thing smells fishy. Leo admits he's just as surprised as everyone else and looks over at the announcer, who starts stumbling over her words, trying to come up with some kind of explanation. But then, something just snaps, and her other personality kicks in, taking complete control. She starts chewing out the students with insults that would get anyone booted out of here on a normal day. She growls that she's only going to explain this one time, so they'd better shut their traps and listen up. Herod is watching this whole thing, totally amused, and wonders aloud if she's being possessed again. Sin just nods in agreement, admitting that he's finding this pretty entertaining, too. She then launches into an epic rant, explaining that students with dual majors aren't counted in the individual major rankings because their stats are split between different classes. She even gives an example, saying that a magical knight's aura is weaker than a pure knight's, and their magic is weaker than a true magician's, but their combined strength is way more powerful than either one alone. She then adds that Leo's joint practical exam scores were higher than anyone else's in the academy. Emo still mutters something under his breath about the others having better theory grades, but she just roasts him without mercy and reveals that Leo completed the mission in the hero's world, going so far as to completely wipe out Chubin. This news leaves everyone absolutely stunned into silence. Meanwhile, Leo's just trying his best to look casual, continuing to farm aura like it's no big deal. The other students can only stare at him in total shock, while Aleliana and Carr both blurt out, asking how in the world he managed to clear that dungeon with just one other person. But Leo stays perfectly composed and doesn't even bother to answer as the announcer girl slips right back into her shy, awkward personality and starts stuttering again. Shin, however, just casually, mentions that her job is pretty much done here anyway. She wraps up her speech by telling everyone to enjoy the party, and just like that, the mood shifts as all the gossip starts filling the room. Yura takes a break from eating and turns to Len, asking him what the rankings would have looked like if dual-class students had been included in the individual major scores. Len answers without a second of hesitation, saying the entire results board would have been completely shaken up. He calmly states that everyone's rank would have dropped by one spot. When Yura asks if that means Leo would have placed first, the magic professor confirms that, yes, it was indeed our boy. Yura is clearly surprised and says it would have been the same for the summoning major. Chimes in to confirm it applies to his department, too. Yura is still trying to wrap her head around all this, and it mentions that Leo's goal of mastering all classes is suddenly looking a lot more realistic. But Len cuts in again, declaring that regardless of all that, Leo's future is definitely in sorcery. Yura isn't having any of that and insists that she wants Leo for the summoning major instead. Meanwhile, the Glacial Knight, who's been listening to them bicker, calmly declares that Leo seems like a natural-born swordsman, which pretty much starts an all-out war between the professors. In the background, the assistant professors share a look of pure concern. The next morning, Carr is totally wrecked from drinking way too much, and Chelsea remarks that she's never seen anyone down 2 whole liters of orange juice like that. Just then, Professor Herod strolls into the classroom and tells everyone to settle down. He pulls up a world map and announces the destination for their big class trip, revealing that they're all headed to the land of the elves. The students immediately get hyped, since this is the one trip where they get to pick the destination, and they all start daydreaming about all the cool places they could go. But Professor Herod quickly dashes their hopes, pointing to the map and announcing they're going to El Salvia, which sends all their excitement right down the drain. The place is notoriously freezing, so, naturally, everyone starts groaning about it. He cuts them off by revealing that the decision was actually made by their class rep, which leaves everyone completely floored. Of course, Leo puts on his most innocent me, face. His car whirls around and demands to know why on earth he picked such a miserable spot. Leo just tells them to stop whining and start packing, saying they'd better get their supplies as soon as possible. Leliana, ever the drama queen, starts sobbing that she's definitely buying gloves, while Chelsea is just thrilled she gets to break out all her winter coats. Meanwhile, Leo gets lost in thought, remembering that even though most people think El Salvia is nothing special, it's secretly the hidden home of the fairies. He feels a pang of nostalgia, wondering how his old friend Silrod has been doing all this time. Once they get to the city, Leo tells Nella he'll handle the food and gear if she can grab the potions. After some pretty intense haggling, he finally snags a great deal and takes off with all the supplies. Leo is totally exhausted from running around, but just then, he suddenly snaps to attention, sensing something isn't right in a nearby alley. He realizes this is the 13th block and makes his way toward a particular building, recognizing it as the exact same spot where Senlu and Chloe bought their sorcery machines. He drops his bag, steps inside, and finds the shop totally empty, except for a single, cute little teddy bear sitting kind of awkwardly in the middle of the floor. At first, nothing seems out of place, which would make sense if the investigation team had already swept the place, but still, something feels wrong. It hits him a second later that teddy bear has no business being there, because Lumern was supposed to have collected every last thing before the shop was sealed. He immediately lunges to slash it, but the bear suddenly does a midair spin and spits out some black goo that Leo instantly recognizes as a demonic entity. And this isn't your average demon either. It's practically dripping with some seriously nasty curses and foul energy. As the twisted blob of darkness starts to take shape, it tries to speak. Leo narrows his eyes. That voice sounds weirdly familiar. The demon taunts him, impressed that his sharp senses picked up on the curse so fast. It locks eyes with him, and he finally recognizes her. It's the Witch Queen, Salina, one of the 3 Legion commanders the heroes failed to take down back in the day. This body, however, isn't her real one. The demon asks him if he's some kind of magical knight, and sneers that his sharp senses are about to be his undoing. It lunges forward, and Leo just barely manages to dodge the attack as it grazes his arm. Our hero realizes he doesn't stand a chance against her in his current state, as she slowly slithers closer, thanking him for being such a delicious offering. But just as she's about to finish him off, Leo cracks a smirk while a brilliant flash of light erupts behind him. A holy blast slams right into the demonic creature, knocking it hard into the ground. As the creature tries to scramble away, it screeches the name of the sorcerer of the magic eye, while Professor Albie just casually stands there at the entrance, posing like he's the main character of an anime. The demon hisses in frustration but then decides this is even better, claiming that an audience always makes things more interesting. But when it tries to sneak up on Leo again, Albie is already a step ahead, dishing out insults like it's confetti and activating a massive, glowing spell circle, calling the demon nothing but a steaming pile of cursed garbage. Huge beams of light blast out, slicing the giant demon's head clean off. It tries to lunge at our golden boy, hissing about how it's going to devour those juicy fairy eyes. But Albie snaps back that he's not interested in some cheap, knockoff clone like her. He yells at her to just die already as he fires off a massive magic beam. Gets blown to smithereens, leaving nothing but teddy bear stuffing everywhere. And that's when Leo recalls Professor Alb's other, more terrifying nickname, the Decimator of Tartius. The word on the street is he only took the teaching gig at Lumen to get a pass to go beyond the borders and hunt demons. Leo breathes a huge sigh of relief, feeling pretty grateful to the hero of this generation. But then Allie just gives him the death stare and asks, "Okay, what on earth happened here?" Leo quickly explains that a demon popped up during his investigation, and it was hiding inside the teddy bear using a pretty advanced curse. Allie picks up the bear's fluffy head and mutters that the investigation department is absolutely going to take the heat for this one mess. He turns back and says he'll let the whole solo investigation thing slide, just this once. But he tells Leo to call for backup next time if he needs it, reminding him that he still owes him one. That definitely catches Leo by surprise. As he gathers his supply bag, he quietly considers how House Zeron is one of the 3 great noble families. Maybe he could lean on Albie a little to get access to the Forbidden Library. On his way back, he finally spots Nella, who looks absolutely overjoyed to see him, right before she instantly panics when she sees he's hurt. She rushes over, casting a healing spell and asking him what in the world happened. But Leo's mind is already somewhere else, thinking that This whole incident pretty much proves Salethna is behind the demonic beast and that nasty spellbook. The only problem is, he still has no idea what their ultimate goal is. A week goes by, and the students are all gathered in front of a giant portal gate. Leo is busy running through a checklist with his class, making sure they've packed all the essentials. Just then, Celia casually walks over and asks why his class is heading off to El Salbecchia. He just tells her it's like a little summer getaway to beat the heat. She just grins and says she can't stand the cold, telling him to have fun before heading off with her own class. He watches her go for a second, then turns back to his students. All right, it's time to head out. Chelsea looks totally pumped, while Carr just groans that he hates the cold. 2. Leo does one last check to make sure everything's in order, and then finally steps through the shimmering portal and into the elven domain. Meanwhile, over at Siren Academy, a couple of elves are picking on another student, making fun of his clothes and wondering out loud how someone like Times ever got into the prestigious Siren Academy. They keep calling him a half-blood, and the poor kid just hangs his head in shame until someone else steps in and tells them to knock it off and act like proper students for once. The bullies try to flip it on her, asking if she's really not bothered by a half-breed dressed like that, but she has clearly had enough and just lays into them. She yells that if they've got such a problem with his clothes, they can just take off their own and give them to him. The two of them are totally shocked by her outburst and tell her to have some dignity, but she just shoots right back, asking if they have any shame at all, ganging up on one kid like that. She tells them to get lost, and they shuffle off, muttering about how she's acting like a wild animal. Turning to the boy, she asks why his clothes are so thin for this weather. He explains that someone stole his, and introduces himself as Luca Eneris. Hearing that, Run instantly gets furious at those jerks. Luca, a little shy, keeps trying to give her scarf back, but she just waves it off and tells him not to worry about it. He can't help but notice she seems really happy about something, and she admits it's because her contractor finally hatched. Luca's face lights up and he congratulates her. She gives him a huge grin before taking off. Run then bolts straight for her dad's office, and he immediately has to remind her not to call him dad at the academy. Her dad looks a little nervous as he confirms that yes, Fernia's child has hatched. Her face lights up like it's her birthday, but then he admits there's just one tiny problem. A contract has already been formed. All the excitement drains right out of her face. He says he's already looking into it, but she just slams her hand on the desk and demands to know who in the world stole her contractor. Meanwhile, Class 5 makes it to the academy safe and sound, and pretty much everyone immediately starts complaining about how they're freezing to death, but Leo just tells them to tough it out. Professor Herod cuts through all the chatter, tells them to get in a line, and then asks if anyone knows the history of this place. Of course, Chelsea's hand shoots right up. She explains that the capital, Velia, was named after a fairy knight who was one of the disciples of Luna, you know, the poet of the stars. Leo internally recalls things a bit differently, remembering Velia as more of the bratty disciple to both Luna and Aaron. He chuckles to himself, thinking that for all his attitude, the guy somehow still snagged the title of fairy knight. Professor Herod confirms Chelsea is correct and adds that House Ezra is in charge of this region, since they're the direct descendants of the fairy knights. And right on cue, a figure starts to emerge from the thick fog. Herod spots them just as a whole group starts to become visible. Carr instantly freaks out, asking if they're about to get robbed, and the professor calmly notes that you can run into trouble anywhere, but even he seems surprised when a familiar voice calls out to him, asking how he's been. Just then, a group of elves emerges from the mist, led by a seriously handsome one with white hair. All the girls immediately start gushing as if they've just laid eyes on a movie star. The white-haired elf steps forward, saying he's been expecting them, and introduces himself as none other than Lon Ezra, a chair member of the council. Herod just nods, remarking that he hasn't changed a bit. Meanwhile, the girls are practically swooning, convinced they've just met their future husband, their adoration completely off the charts. But Leo, ever the buzzkill, cuts in and asks if they're really okay with the age difference. Aleliana playfully nudges him, asking if he's getting a little jealous, but he just brushes it off, reminding her that elves live for a very long time and hardly show their age. He then turns the tables and asks her just how old she thinks Lon really is. The two adults overhear the students' chatter, with Lon noting this group is much more energetic than the previous ones, who were always so formal. Herod just chuckles, explaining they're just first years having a good time, bouncing on her toes. Aleliana boldly asks Lon for his name and age, and he politely apologizes for not introducing himself sooner, giving his name before casually revealing that he's 97 years old. Aleliana's fairy tale dream shatters on the spot, and Carr gently pushes the petrified girl aside to ask if Lon is perhaps their tour guide for the trip. Lon simply extends a hand and clarifies that he's the council's chair member. Carr shakes it, a look of pure horror on his face, while Professor Herod quietly mutters that the two of them will be having a chat later. A little while after, they arrive at a seriously dusty old building, and as if on cue, a mouse scurries across the floor. The students immediately panic, asking if this rundown place is actually where they're supposed to stay. Leo just shrugs and offers a backup lodging option, and Eleliana instantly starts praising him, calling him their wise and respected class leader. Leo then points to the tent he set up outside, but Carr suddenly has a change of heart and loudly announces that they have a ton of unpacking to do inside. After they've cleaned up a bit, Carr and a few other boys start creeping toward the stairs. With a sly grin, he whispers that the best part of any school trip is trying to see what the girls are up to. But when they reach the top, they stop dead in their tracks, because Chelsea is already there and she looks absolutely furious. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashes a blast of wind magic that sends them tumbling down the stairs, screaming for her to have mercy. Leo watches the whole thing with a smile, noting that it seems like everyone is having fun on the trip, and decides he might as well explore a bit himself. But before he can go anywhere, a voice calls out to him as Lord Leo. He turns to see an elf in a uniform, who informs him that the head of the house wishes to see him. Moments later, Leo finds himself in Lon's office, where the council member is buried under a mountain of paperwork and tells him to come on in. Lon apologizes for the delay and asks if Leo minds waiting just a bit longer, but Leo instead asks if he can check the place out, saying the office has some interesting decor, which Lon happily agrees to. Leo makes his way over to his set of weapons on the wall, commenting that they look quite old. His eyes lock onto one specific blade, Urquin, and the name immediately gets a reaction out of him. Lon looks over, completely surprised, and asks how Leo could possibly know that name, since its story is only passed down to the heads of House Ezra. Leo starts to get nervous but plays it cool, claiming he must have read about it in the ancient library of Lumar, an explanation Lon accepts without a second thought. As Leo runs his hand along the blade, he can feel the stellar mana infused within it, but he also realizes this isn't the original weapon, it's just a replica. His mind suddenly flashes back to his past life as the hero Kyle. His old companions were all raving about a new weapon, and Luna had proudly presented it to him, asking for his opinion. But he just teased her, saying she looked like a little goblin thief, which immediately made her furious. The real Urquin had once belonged to Luna, but she later passed it down to her student, Berkia. Unfortunately, the weapon was lost sometime before the big expedition to Tartius. Lon walks up behind Leo and explains that Urquin was recovered by his ancestor, who had conquered Berkia's hero world. The catch is that weapons from other worlds can only be used by their original conqueror. That explains a lot for Leo. No wonder it felt so lifeless. Lon then motions for him to take a seat, mentioning that Professor Herod told him Leo is an all-class student, the first-year representative, which Leo confirms. Lon then tells him he has a rather unusual favor to ask. He wants Leo to have a talk with his granddaughter, who's a top-tier student at Siren Academy. But ever since she started, all her motivation just vanished. Lon figures that maybe having someone like Leo around, being from a different race, could be the thing to shake her out of her funk. So, Leo heads to her room, thinking it's a bit weird that Lon just handed over the key, but he knocks and heads inside anyway, only to be greeted by what can only be described as a disaster zone. He starts coughing, saying the room is unbelievably dusty, and then he starts noticing all the posters and figurines. It's pretty obvious she's a huge fan of the great heroes. He's seen kids collect this kind of stuff before, but this is a whole other level of dedication. He spots a uniform hanging up and assumes it's from Siren Academy, but just then, the girl herself walks out, assuming it's her grandfather in the room. She immediately starts going off on him about how it's not cool to just barge into a grown woman's room, only to stop dead in her tracks when she sees it's Leo. Her face turns bright red as she shrieks that there's a human in her room and instantly dives for cover under her blankets. Leo introduces himself and explains that her grandfather wanted them to meet, but all he gets is silence from the girl-shaped burrito in the blanket. Since he's not getting a response, Leo casually picks up a book, noting that her collection on Hero Kyle is almost as impressive as his own, and he's curious how the elves write about him. As he flips through the pages, he's genuinely blown away by how neatly she's organized everything and compliments her on how well she understands Kyle's achievements. Finally, she peeks her head out and softly asks if he's a fan of Hero Kyle, too. She asks him about the Battle of Darnos, and he explains it was the battle where Turka was defeated and the very first time all the heroes fought, side by side. Her eyes completely light up as she quickly follows up, asking if he knows where Commander Zerga's forces were wiped out, to which he answers without missing a beat, Edvik. She's practically vibrating with excitement, so impressed that he knows the little details most people overlook. In her eyes, Leo suddenly looks like a shining knight. She looks down shyly, introduces herself as Aaron, and asks if her nerdy ramblings scared him off. But Leo just gives her a warm smile, saying the great heroes would be thrilled to know someone is still enjoying their stories so much. She goes on to say that she has a theory that Kyle is an undocumented fifth hero. Leo is right there with her, saying he believes Kyle is a true hero, too, and even plans on joining a club that studies his legacy. That perks her right up, but then the mention of school sinks in, and her mood just nosedives. Leo notices how quiet she's gotten and gently asks why she doesn't want to go back. She admits that she feels she doesn't belong at Saren Academy since everyone there is training to be a hero, and someone, like her, with a weak heart, doesn't deserve to be among them. Leo then sees that her uniform is perfectly maintained and figures that, deep down, she still wants to go. He tells her he isn't the only human at his school and that his classmates would probably love to meet her and hear her theories. She looks surprised, but he adds that there are other academies that train heroes from all different races. He tells her with a friendly smile that if she's curious, she should come and see for herself. And with that, he heads out. The second he steps outside, Lon is right there with stars in his eyes, and the jump scare totally startles Leo. Lon leans in and whispers excitedly, asking if he was actually talking to Aaron this whole time. He wipes away a dramatic tear, overwhelmed that Aaron managed to have a full conversation for once, and now he wants to give Leo a magic item as a reward. Leo figures it'd be rude to turn down a gift, so Lon leads him to the treasury and tells him to pick out anything he'd like. Nothing really stands out to him at first, but then Leo spots something a little strange. He picks it up, and Lon casually explains that it's just a jewel with some fairy power inside, though he always thought it was more of a decoration. Leo just says it's perfect and that he'll take it, to which Lon happily agrees. However, our boy has a sneaking suspicion that the fairy inside isn't just a carving, it's the real deal. Later on, Class 5 is assembled in the hall as Professor Herod explains their new, intense schedule. Starting tomorrow, they have to be up at 6 a.m. for personal training, which is followed by mission practice in the afternoon. Eleliana tries to argue, pointing out that they already train non-stop back at school, but Herod immediately shuts that down, saying this trip isn't a vacation. Instead, it's meant to sharpen all of their weak points. Then, he casually drops the bomb that this entire schedule was thought up by their very own class rep. And instantly, everyone just stares at Leo. Their face is a perfect picture of betrayal. But Leo just smiles and says, "Hey, this place is perfect for combat training." At which point, Eleliana convinces herself he must have some kind of noble reason. Herod wraps up the meeting, telling them to enjoy their last day off, because it's going to be the last bit of free time they see for a while. Later that night, Leo is in his room checking out the jewel and figures out that it's packed with the Fairy King's magic. This suddenly makes it clear why Lon just saw it as a pretty rock. After all, the Fairy King's contractor disappeared after the Age of Calamity, and nobody has used that magic ever since. But Leo knows exactly what this is, Silrod's power. He channels his own magic into the jewel, making it glow. It's finally time to cash in on the pledge he received from the Fairy King a long time ago. With that, the jewel begins to crack open. A tiny voice pipes up, asking if his father finally broke the seal. But when the little fairy sees Leo, he gets all confused and demands to know why some random human is just standing there. Leo just casually asks who he is. The fairy is completely offended and announces that he is Kieran, the firstborn son of the Fairy King, Silrod. He starts going on a whole royal tirade, but Leo just calmly winds up his finger while Kieran is smugly introducing himself. Then, Leo flicks him right on the forehead. Kieran just freezes, trying to compute the sheer nerve of this human. But Leo's whole vibe changes, and he says that even Silrod treated him with respect, which makes him wonder who on earth this little pipsqueak thinks he is. Kieran gets absolutely furious and starts letting loose some very colorful words about humans. But as he keeps ranting, Leo just keeps flicking him on the head, one after another, like a mom dealing with a sassy kid. Eventually, Kieran finds some manners and just stares at Leo, awestruck, realizing he must be the pledged one his father mentioned. Leo leans in and warns him one more time that if he's got an issue, he should probably say so now. But Kieran immediately backs down, thinking maybe a deal with a human isn't so terrible after all. Leo gives his head a little pat, casually mentioning that for Silrod to have taken all 6 of Kieran's wings, the kid must have been a real handful. Kieran is shocked Leo knows about that, but before he can ask, Leo tells him to just get on with it and summons Silrod already. Kieran gets that smug look back, explaining he can only summon his father after he gets all 6 of his wings back, adding that the first one happens to be nearby, in the forest. Leo smiles, calling it fate that their paths crossed, but then gives him another little flick on the head just for good measure. The next day, the class treks into the forest, battling the freezing winds. As they forge ahead, they all freeze again, but this time, it's in shock because Chelsea just got completely taken out by wind magic. Leo helps her up with a smirk, telling her she'd better step up her training if she wants to keep up. See, just a few minutes earlier, Aleliana totally lost it when Leo claimed she couldn't sink her sword fighting with her magic, which is why Chelsea figured he was off training by himself. Leo totally ignores that comment and instead changes the subject, telling the two of them their summoning skills need some serious work. This really ticks them off, since that was the one area they felt pretty confident about. Then Chelsea chimes in, saying he told her something just like that during the entrance exam, that she didn't have a true understanding of wind magic. Drawing her weapon with a confident smile, she challenges him to show her what he's really made of, and Leo is more than happy to oblige. She admits his performance so far has been impressive, and she's dying to know what else he's been hiding. But she doesn't even give him a second to get ready, firing her windbreaker spell without any warning and sending a huge gust of wind roaring straight for him. Leo doesn't even flinch. He just casts his own windbreaker spell in response, which completely negates hers, leaving her totally stunned. Aleliana is in absolute shock, since high-speed casting was supposed to be Chelsea's signature move, yet Leo matched her speed perfectly. Chelsea doesn't let up and unleashes Wind Chain, but Leo just sighs and reminds her that when they first met, he warned her about using wind magic like that. Then he casts Wind Bolt, an absolute beast of a spell that tears right through her attack and slams into her before she can react. The impact sends her flying backwards into a tree, and to add a little insult to injury, a big clump of snow falls right on her head. Leo walks over, points his sword at her, and calmly declares his victory. Chelsea still looks completely dazed, asking if that was even real wind magic. Carr comments that he really didn't expect her to lose, and Aleliana just can't process how their class representative got so powerful. Professor Herod chimes in with his 2 cents, explaining that while Chelsea isn't weaker in terms of raw power, the real difference is in their level of understanding and their control over wind magic. Leo gives the grumpy cat a little pat on the head while the professor reminds them that even as they learn new, high-level skills, they shouldn't get lazy about perfecting what they already know. He wraps things up by telling them all to sharpen their abilities under the class rep's guidance, which, of course, immediately kicks off a wave of complaints about the biting cold. Later, we find Leo walking alone through the snowy woods, gathering some herbs for a mission. He chuckles to himself, remembering how the others completely tapped out, promising they'd get to their missions later. He figures they're probably all still fast asleep, back at the inn. Then, out of nowhere, Kieran zips in, proudly announcing he's gathered a huge stash of herbs. Leo gives him an approving pat on the back, which makes the little guy puff up his chest and glow with tiny fairy pride. With their bags full, Leo decides they've collected enough and puts the herbs away. He then wonders aloud if it's time to get serious about investigating the forest, declaring that the official hunt for Kieran's wings starts now. As they press forward, he suddenly stops and asks Kieran when he was exiled. The fairy replies it was about 100 years ago, and Leo's eyes narrow in thought. He tells Kieran to look closely, pointing out that there's illusion magic at work here. Kieran immediately recognizes it and confirms it's the Fairy King's magic, just not his father's. Leo puts the pieces together, realizing the spell must be from Silrod's father, the Fairy King from the Calamity era. It's been a whole century since the magic was cast. Judging by the timing, the power source for the spell has to be Kieran's wings, somehow repurposed into an ancient magical formula. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the quiet, saying it heard something valuable was hidden nearby. Both of them immediately tense up as a seriously foul aura floods the area. The stranger steps into view and asks why humans are wandering around in elf territory. Leo just fires back, saying it's a lot weirder to see the undead hanging around. The gnarly-looking skeleton roars that this land has long been under the influence of Tartarus, but Kieran snaps back, shouting that this place is a fairy sanctuary. The skeleton just cackles and mocks him, wondering how a weakling like Kieran could ever call himself a fairy. That comment really gets under Kieran's skin, and his magic flares as he charges the skeleton without a moment's hesitation. The creature barely has time to react before Kieran blasts a clean hole right through its chest, reducing it to a heap of bones. Kieran scoffs, muttering that it sure crumbled easily for something so loud and full of itself. Leo just raises an eyebrow, asking why a fairy is suddenly fighting like a raging barbarian. Kieran just shrugs, saying it worked because fairy and undead powers naturally cancel each other out, But then he freezes. The skeleton starts speaking again, admitting that while Kieran might be low level, he is still a fairy, and then begins to reform right there, in front of them. Kieran pinches his nose at the awful stench and charges in again, vowing to crush the thing for good this time. But mid-lunge, something feels wrong, and Leo screams at him to get out of the way. The skeleton slams its sword into the ground, unleashing waves of that corrupt aura. Kieran dodges at the last possible second and tumbles right into Leo. Our hero steadies the dazed little fairy, who asks what on earth that thing is. He explains it's an ancient monster, from Tartarus known as a Death Knight. The skeleton stands tall, finally introducing itself as Kargor. It proudly declares its loyalty to the Lich King, and just like that, it lunges at them again. Leo moves to counter with his blade, but Kargor vanishes and reappears behind him like a magic trick. The Death Knight lifts its sword and coldly announces that it's here to bring Leo to his end. Thinking fast, Leo activates his spectral form and throws up a barrier just in time to block the attack, the clash of steel ringing through the silent forest. The monster steps forward, looking surprised that a human could pull off an aura shield that quickly. Then, it gives a twisted smirk and swings again. This time, however, Leo manages to block the attack successfully. The Death Knight mocks his defense, calling it futile as it begins to push Leo back with pure brute strength. Kieran panics and rushes in to help, but gets smacked into the ground with hardly any effort. Groaning and rubbing his forehead, he mutters that he's already drained of power and bitterly wishes he had his wings back. Without wasting another second, Leo starts chanting and is immediately engulfed in crimson flames, which catches the Death Knight's full attention, caught completely off guard. All of a sudden, fiery phoenix wings erupt from his back, their brilliant glow illuminating the dark forest. Kieran just stares in total awe, realizing that Leo must be a contractor, too. And just like that, our hero delivers a lightning-fast, precise strike that slices the Death Knight clean in half. The tiny phoenix then lands proudly on Leo's shoulder, followed by Kieran, who immediately starts fawning over the little fiery fluffball. He tries to shoo it away, and the annoyed bird puffs up its chest. But before their little tiff can escalate, the Death Knight's voice roars out once again, swearing that none of them will be leaving this place alive. He then plunges his sword straight into the ground, unleashing a curse that rips open a dark pit and summons an army of the undead. One by one, skeletal warriors begin to rise from the earth, weapons at the ready. Leo instantly realizes it's a curse that just keeps reviving the dead. He lowers his shield, which puts Kieran on high alert, asking if he's actually giving up. But Leo just smirks, strikes a confident pose, and announces he's finally gotten a handle on Kyle's mana. Without a moment's hesitation, he casts Earth Ripple, sending powerful shockwaves bursting outward and knocking the undead completely off balance. Leo then charges forward, slicing through them with ruthless efficiency, unleashing his Vortex Slash while completely ignoring the Death Knight. The monster roars in frustration, demanding that Leo face him like a real opponent, but our hero simply calls him out for hiding behind his little skeleton army. Using a jump boost, he launches himself high into the air as the Death Knight just screams at his back. Eventually, Leo stops running, figuring he's put enough distance between them. Still, he can't shake the feeling that something is just off about a Death Knight showing up in the middle of a fairy forest. As he's trying to wrap his head around it, a lone skeleton stumbles out from between the trees. He readies his blade, assuming it's just a straggler, but before he can even move, the creature is suddenly shredded to pieces. An elf appears, raising his sword at Leo and demanding to know if he was the one who summoned the undead. Leo calmly explains that he's just a Lumern student and had nothing to do with it. Leo recognizes the guy's uniform from the Sin Academy, but the elf isn't buying it for a second and lunges at him. Leo sidesteps the attack with ease and knocks him down with the flat of his blade. Just then, a voice calls out, asking him to stop as a red-haired elf steps in, apologizing for the other student's rudeness. She introduces herself as Runia and assures Leo that not all Saren students are, well, a complete trash bag like that guy. He accepts her apology and asks what brings them out here. She explains that she's on field training, and Leo tells her his class is just on a school trip. He excuses himself, saying he needs to report the incident to his professor, and Runia sees him off. He pauses for a second, though, trying to place why her name sounds so familiar. Meanwhile, she's already laying into one of her students for messing up, calling her an idiot sandwich. Back at the academy, Lon seems a little suspicious about this whole Death Knight situation. He mentions that while monsters have been appearing more often, nothing has been nearly that extreme. Professor Herod backs Leo up, though, saying he knows Leo wouldn't lie about something this serious. Just then, a new voice calls out, stating that misunderstandings are often just a product of ignorance. A dark-haired elf steps out and scoffs at the very idea that a first-year candidate could have actually encountered a death knight. He introduces himself as Professor Herdium, and Lon gestures for him to continue. Herdium goes on to suggest that Leo probably just mistook a simple skeleton knight for a death knight, since the real deal would have wiped the floor with him instantly. He then asks if Herod genuinely believes such a ridiculous story, but Herod firmly replies that yes, he does, because Leo is the all-class representative. That seems to surprise Herdium, who now considers that maybe this Leo kid is worth keeping an eye on, especially if he can really change how the Saren students see things. He then asks Leo if he's skilled in magic as well, and proposes a joint class between Lumen and Saren. Sometime later, all the students are enjoying themselves at a party, and Carr is just marveling at how grand the whole event is. But Chelsea points out that it makes sense, since the Emperor himself is hosting it. Aleliana and Nella are buzzing with excitement at the thought of getting to experience Saren's teaching style firsthand. Leo, however, is still a bit suspicious, figuring Herdium is the type of guy who only believes what he sees with his own two eyes. His train of thought is interrupted when Runia shows up again and asks him for a dance. They move together perfectly, as if they've danced together for years. She's absolutely thrilled to find out he knows the traditional elven dance, and Leo just tells her he learned it a long, long time ago. That's when she realizes she never... So, she asks for his name, all polite-like. But the second he introduces himself, her whole vibe just flips, and she grabs him by the collar, yelling that he's the guy who stole her contractor. Her grip gets even tighter as she declares she's going to take him out right then and there, though Leo doesn't even flinch. Right then, it all clicks for our boy. He remembers what the Phoenix lady said about someone else being chosen for Fiora's contract before him and figures Rooney must be that person. She's literally trembling with rage as she glares at him, calling him a shameless thief. But Leo just smiles and tells her that Fiora is doing great, which just completely sets her off. She screams at him to drop dead and lunges forward without a second thought. A little while later, Runa is bowing her head, apologizing for her little outburst. Leo, being a chill guy, doesn't make a big deal out of it and forgives her on the spot before walking off with Professor Herod. Meanwhile, Herdium immediately starts chewing Runa out, warning her to never make a careless mistake like that again, especially since she's the first-year representative. Runa looks totally dejected and says she understands, but the professor keeps going, saying they now have to prove Sran's superiority over Lumra, and then starts shaking her like a human maraca. He's shouting that they have to rise above all the other academies, but then suddenly panics, thinking maybe he went a little too far. However, Runa starts yelling with this renewed fire in her eyes that she will absolutely demolish that sneaky thief for the honor of Sran. The next day, the joint class finally kicks off, and Professor Herod introduces himself to the students from Saren, explaining that today they're going to get a real taste of how things work at Lumerin Academy, which definitely piques their interest. He calls on Carr, Aleliana, and Thad to come to the front and instructs them to lead the class, which totally catches the trio off guard. Herod calmly explains that they're among the top students who've managed to survive Lumerin so far, and that it's now their turn to show off what they've learned, which just about melts their hearts. Chelsea quickly puts two and two together, realizing one student from each department has been chosen to teach, while Leo just assumes the professor is trying to get out of work again. The three of them begin teaching everything they know about their respective fields of magic, and their passion easily captivates the elf students. All the while, Professor Herdium has a faint smile, noting that sometimes, exposure to other races can unlock completely new ways of approaching magic. He does, however, wonder to himself why their class representative hasn't stepped up yet. Chelsea cheers them on as they take a bow, and the elf professor compliments their work, saying he can sense how much dedication each of them has poured into their training. Picking up a piece of chalk, he starts explaining that at Saren, they use a different teaching method. And, even though elves naturally use magic as a foundation, they're careful not to rely on it completely, all for the sake of balance. Leo immediately calls BS on that, in his head, of course. Because even though they act like they teach everything, the entire curriculum is still drenched in magic. He thinks to himself that elves have always been a bit full of themselves, and some things never change. As the professor gets into a complex spell theory, Leo starts yawning from boredom, and Herdium quietly notes that not only did this kid claim to fight a Death Knight, but his attitude in class is just terrible. Deciding to switch gears, he drops the theory and forms a glowing golden star in his palm, which he calls the essence of Sran. And hey, even Leo starts to look interested. The professor continues, explaining that elves are a race literally born from magic. He then sends the star into the air, where it explodes into tons of smaller stars that rain down on the students, who all react with total awe. Chelsea's eyes are sparkling as she shouts that this must be star magic, an original spell system developed by the elves themselves. The professor nods and proudly says that this is the core of their magic. He then draws a spell on the board, one derived directly from the Great Luna's legacy, and explains it forms the very foundation of all star magic, with countless variations. He smiles and asks the class if it isn't just beautiful, but then he stops as a hand goes up and he lets the class rep speak. Leo's thinking he couldn't care less about star magic, but he calmly states that the interpretation of the spell is wrong, and that one comment makes the entire room go ice cold. The professor looks like he's about to pop a blood vessel, as Leo explains that the magic, as written, simply won't activate. Everyone's just staring, like he just spat on a national monument or something. The professor tries to play it cool, saying, "Well, of course it won't work. The spell's incomplete." He goes on about how their ancestors spent ages deciphering the progenitor's records to get the spell to where it is today. But for Leo, the pieces are already clicking into place. He realizes this has to be one of Luna's lost spells, and it makes sense why no one else would know it. Luna created this magic specifically for Kyle back when she was first developing the star magic system. The professor is definitely not amused and basically challenges Leo on the spot, telling him to show them where their centuries of research went wrong. Professor Herod tries to jump in and calm things down, but he just freezes up when Leo actually starts walking toward the board. Meanwhile, Leo's thinking that the magic these elves are using is just a cheap knockoff. He got the full, original version straight from Luna herself, but he passed away before he could ever pass it on to anyone. He looks at the formula on the board and can't help but wonder if this is fate's weird way of bringing them back together. Herod is practically sweating bullets, knowing how huge star magic is for the elves. Messing with the progenitor's legacy, that's a one-way ticket to disaster. But Leo doesn't hesitate for a second. He starts rewriting the formula with his own magic, and you can hear the elven students whispering in confusion. None of them have ever seen anything like it. After a couple of moments, Leo announces that it's done, and the new formula starts glowing like crazy. The professor just stares at the magical pattern, his eyes welling up with tears. He softly asks what in the world this spell is and if Leo's ever used it before. That question throws Leo right into a flashback, standing on the edge of a cliff, where Luna calls out his name, so proud, telling him she's finally finished the magic. She gives him this warm smile and says she's going to teach him this spell, a spell that can make flowers bloom, right as he's holding a glowing golden flower. Back in the present, Leo casts the spell just like Luna taught him, releasing a wave of glowing flowers that floods the entire lecture hall. The room instantly lights up, and the students are absolutely buzzing. Aleliana leans over to Nella, like, "Did our class rep just do something insane again?" Nella just nods, totally speechless. But what really gets Roya is the look on the professor's face. He's completely floored. She starts wondering if Leo seriously just cracked their founder's ancient legacy right in front of the whole class. The professor actually drops to his knees, holding one of the golden flowers in total disbelief. He just keeps muttering that he can't believe the magic they've dedicated their lives to is just a spell to make flowers bloom. But Leo calmly corrects him, saying, "It's not quite that simple." He explains that flowers nearly went extinct during the Age of Calamity, so they must have meant something really important to the founder. He remembers, back when he was Kyle, telling Luna that this kind of useless magic wasn't going to help them win any battles. But she told him that flowers were beautiful, and that one day she wanted to see a world full of them again. The professor totally gets it, agreeing that the founder must have hidden a deeper meaning in the spell. And just as the flowers begin to fade away, the students start whispering, all wondering the same thing. Who times this guy? Leo quietly explains to the professor that he just learned the magic on his own from some ancient texts. He mentions he's a dual-class, natural-born mage, but with 0 elf blood. At that point, Professor Herod steps in to apologize for Leo's little display and suggests they call it a day for the joint class. He argues that it's way too soon to pass judgment on Leo without any official word. But before he can even finish his sentence, Professor Harium cuts him off, grabbing his hands out of the blue. He gets straight to the point and asks if Leo can transfer to Siren Academy, which catches Herod completely by surprise and sends the entire classroom into an uproar. Later on, the gang is back at their place, where Chelsea is proudly serving up some kind of mystery soup that honestly looks like a one-way ticket to the great beyond. And not to be outdone, Aleliana presents a risotto that looks just as deadly. The guys immediately start debating which one of these dishes is going to send them to an early grave faster. But Aleliana isn't waiting around. She just shoves a spoonful in Car's mouth. He freezes for a solid second before, well, let's just say it came right back up. Lon walks in right then and thinks the whole scene is hysterical. Herod, on the other hand, cuts right to the chase and pulls Leo aside for a private chat. Lon tells him that the Grand Assembly has finally made a decision about that whole Death Knight incident. At the same time, Nella sneaks over to do a little eavesdropping, just as Lon reveals that there have been multiple sightings of undead creatures, and even a Death Knight, inside the fairy forest. He says they're already planning a formal investigation. A joint search party is going to be formed. As the others totally eavesdrop, Lon adds that the mission's a bit too dicey for first years, so they'll be teamed up with some Saren seniors. But Leo, ever the skeptic, asks if that's the only reason Lon dropped by. Lon shakes his head and admits he actually came for Leo, because his granddaughter really wanted to see him. Iron shyly steps forward, asking how he's been and mentioning that she came because he told her it was okay. Leo turns to introduce her to the rest of the gang, but the girls just completely swarm her, fangirling over how absolutely adorable she is. Poor Iron gets totally overwhelmed and makes a run for it upstairs, apologizing the whole way. The girls are left wondering if they came on a little too strong, and Lon just gives Leo a look that says, "I'm counting on you." Without a word, Leo heads upstairs and finds Iron curled up quietly on the balcony. He gently drapes his jacket around her, which startles her a bit. She immediately tries to give it back, but he just tells her not to worry about it. He asks her why she left Sin, and she explains that she felt like she just wasn't cut out to be a hero, a line Leo is getting pretty tired of hearing, by the way. She explains that back when she was really struggling, she met someone who was like a ray of sunshine. With total admiration in her voice, she says it was Runa, who seemed like a true hero in every sense of the word. From that moment on, she started watching her from a distance and realized Runa was everything she wasn't. So, she decided to follow in her footsteps. She even managed to become the top of her class. But something must have gone sideways during the dual assessment, because right after that, Runa started to hate her. Leo finds that a little strange since Runa doesn't really seem like that type of person, so he makes a mental note to ask her about it later. He thinks Iron kind of reminds him of Verkia and asks if she's ever heard her story. Her eyes light up immediately. That's her ancestor's tale. So, Leo tells her how Verkia followed the path of the great hero mentors, and that's how she became a legend in her own right. He reassures Iron, telling her not to worry so much about what others think and to just walk her own path. And just like that, her spirits are lifted. With a warm smile, he invites her to come back downstairs, promising that his class is full of really kind and fun people. A little while later, as everyone is gathering for the expedition, Runa storms right up to Leo and demands to know how he managed to win Iron over so easily. Leo just calmly replies that he told Iron there was no reason to be scared of Runa, which clearly catches her off guard. He adds that Iron mentioned Runa gave her this terrifying look, which made her believe she was hated. Runa explains she was just being intense because Iron is so talented, and Leo tells her to keep an eye on the girl since she probably could use a friend. Just then, Professor Hiriam calls out to someone, catching their attention just as a group of third years approaches. A guy named Lauder steps up to greet him, and the professor mentions he was really impressed with the work Lauder submitted earlier. Leo glances over at Runa and asks who the guy is, and she explains that he's a senior of hers who basically went from zero to hero this year out of nowhere, which Leo finds a little suspicious. Just then, Professor Herod gathers everyone around and announces that it's time to assign the teams. He explains that each team will have 3 members, and what do you know? Herdium immediately reveals that the first team will be Leo, Runa, and Lauder. Yeah, that doesn't feel like a coincidence at all. The moment they head out, Runa starts complaining, grumbling about the professor, suggesting they use this as a chance to grow closer. Leo, of course, can't resist throwing in a little jab about her thief comment, which instantly sets her off again. She snaps back that she still hasn't acknowledged him as a hero, but he just tunes her out like she's background noise. Realizing she's getting nowhere, Runa looks around and wonders where Lauder disappeared to, since they're supposed to be moving as a team. And Leo remembers Lauder saying he was going to head out on his own and figures the guy must have his own agenda. Placing a hand on the ground, Leo suddenly senses that something feels off. Runa chimes in, pointing out that for all the ground they've covered, they haven't run into a single undead yet, but Leo's mind is on something else entirely. He notices the ground around them doesn't look any different than it did before, and he remembers a conversation he had with Kieran. Apparently, there's a curse of the dead laid over this land, but only someone like him, who actually lived through the age of catastrophe, can feel it. The Death King, Hela, was Erebus's most loyal follower and the Legion commander of Tartarus. Leo doubts Hela would show up personally, figuring he probably sent his agent, Kargor the Death Knight, instead. Standing up, Leo puts it all together. He realizes that just beyond this point, there's something inside the fairy lord that Silrod is desperately trying to protect. Roa gives him a puzzled look, asking if he picked up on something, but before Leo can reply, the crunch of footsteps cuts through the quiet, and they realize someone is headed straight for them. Leo instinctively raises his sword, only to find Lauder standing there, casually asking how the investigation is going. He asks if they've spotted any undead, which they haven't, and then turns to Leo, asking if he's the one who first reported seeing a death knight. Leo confirms it and shakes his hand, but can't help noticing a weird black ring on Lauder's finger. Lauder then suggests that Leo might have jumped the gun a bit, and even hints that maybe Leo got a little too excited, being a first year and all. He asks if they know that high-level undead like Death Knights can't stay summoned, unless a necromancer is constantly feeding them mana, which is why you usually find a demonic summoner with them. Runa pieces it together, realizing that if he's right, there has to be a demon hiding somewhere in this forest. But Lauder shuts that down, reminding her that this is El Salia's capital, and as a Shron student, she of all people should know about the protective star magic surrounding Berkia. Ro nods in agreement, but Leo cuts in firmly, saying, "There's no rule that says the necromancer has to be a demon. Plenty of other races can use dark magic, including elves." Lauder just scoffs at that, firing back that elves are way too proud to ever stoop so low. He drops the subject right there and just tells them to finish up the investigation, but Leo can tell the guy is looking for something. Even Runa starts to pick up on how his whole vibe just feels off. Later that night, the students meet up to share what they found, and it's unanimous. Not a single one of them saw so much as one undead, let alone a death knight. Chelsea immediately calls it out as suspicious, wondering how everything just vanished the moment they started looking. Carr tries to make an early exit, pretending he's off to bed, but Chelsea is having none of it and yanks him right back. Elsewhere, a certain someone who is clearly up to no good leaps from his dorm window, landing without making a single sound. Leo then heads over to the academy dorms and slips into Lauder's room like he does this for a living. He'd already figured Lauder would sneak out tonight. Once inside, he spots a peculiar map with the entrance to the fairyland marked on it, and just then, Runa bursts into the room and yells at Leo, demanding to know what in the world he thinks he's doing. Leo immediately covers her mouth to shut her up, waiting for her to calm down so he can explain that he's here for the same reason she is, but Lauder's already gone. Before they can bicker about it, they hear voices outside asking if Lauder is asleep, and Leo just grabs Runa without a word of warning and leaps right out the window. Iron hears the commotion and peeks outside, just in time to see Leo holding Runa in a picture-perfect Princess Carrie. Her face goes completely red as she drops her book, her mind instantly racing with all sorts of romantic scenarios. Meanwhile, our two fugitives disappear into the woods, and Leo finally turns to Runa and asks just how long she was planning on following him. She shoots back, demanding to know if he's still convinced Lauder is mixed up in this, especially since he just got here this morning, and Leo saw the Death Knight days ago. Her train of thought gets derailed when another voice cuts in. It's Aaron, who apparently has been tailing them this whole time. Runa looks like her brain is about to short-circuit as she asks how long Aaron was following them, while Leo just casually admits he knew she was there all along. Face bright red, Aaron suddenly blurts out that dating is strictly forbidden between students, which catches both Leo and Runa completely by surprise. She nervously explains that she saw them sneak out of the dorm together and starts rambling about how they're both so cool and beautiful, but that this is still totally against the rules. Leo just face palms, muttering that she's got the completely wrong idea. He asks Runa to help him clear this up, but Runa's face is just as red as she barely stutters out that it's really not what it looks like. Right then, Leo freezes. He senses something dangerous just as a decaying hand bursts out of the ground, and one by one, the undead begin to claw their way out of the earth. Without a moment's hesitation, Leo draws his sword as a chilling voice greets them with a slow, sinister welcome to the fairy forest. As the dead claw their way up, Leo unsheathes his sword and warns the others to be on their guard, because these are high-ranking undead knights. He calls over his shoulder to see if Runa's ready, and she answers by slamming her hand on the ground, summoning a torrent of flames. She unleashes a firestorm, lighting up the whole area, and grins proudly, asking, "How was that?" all while being completely oblivious to the knight that's still charging right at her. Leo sees it, but it's too late to stop it. But Aaron suddenly leaps in and blocks the attack like a total Amazon warrior, which is when our boy realizes she's wearing animus armor. Wasting no time, she slices right through the skeleton, making it another victim of what I like to call sudden head loss syndrome. Rooney cheers on the shy elf, who starts blushing up a storm, while Leo casually mentions she looked just like Berkia, which basically sends her over the moon. But then the shy elf snaps back to reality and asks what in the world they were even doing there all by themselves. Rooney finally gets her words out and explains they were sneaking into the third-year dorm to check something out. Then she gets all flustered again, declaring that any kind of romance drama would just get in the way of her studies, which earned a solid bruh face from Leo. But Ejun wasn't having it, and said that Miss Rooney will always be the #1 student because she's destined to be a hero. That really hit home for Rooney, as she realized Ejun had always looked up to her that way. Her mind flashed back to their duel, where Ejun barely managed to block her attack with a mana shield. Rooney had smirked then, realizing that only Ejun was strong enough to be a real rival, so she decided to go all out, unleashing a powerful fire spell. However, Rooney's intense expression scared Ejun, causing her to drop her guard. But by then, it was too late. The fire spell slammed into her with a huge explosion, and now, she finally understood the look on Ejun's face that day. With a sigh, she realized it was her own fault that Ejun stopped showing up, which led her to tell Ejun that she wants her to come back to school, because she's her friend. The shy elf still looked a little doubtful, but Rooney hit her with a wave of confidence, insisting that they are absolutely friends and that she wants Ejun to keep competing with her as her rival. But right after that, Ejun hesitates again and asks if Rooney is really times sure they're not a couple, which made Leo's face go completely blank. Rooney got super flustered and shut that down real quick, while Leo just acted like a wise old grandpa, shaking his head at these kids. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the Death Knight grumbled that the mage was at his limit since intruders were popping up all over the place. But the cloaked mage just snapped back that it was the knight's problem, not his. Then the hood came off, and the person was revealed to be none other than Lauder, who the skeleton immediately called a brat. Getting annoyed, the skeleton stepped forward and demanded to know why he was being treated like some low-level servant when he was a Death Knight of the Great Lich, no less. Unfazed, Lauder just flashed his ring, taunting that the Great Lich chose times him asterisk instead. As he walked off, he casually added that once the summoning circle was complete, Tartarus wouldn't be needed anymore, and said he was counting on the night until then. The skeleton just let out a sarcastic laugh, agreeing to do times exactly times as he was told, and was times definitely times not planning to stab him in the back. Back with our heroes, Ejun said she still couldn't believe that their upperclassmen, Lauder, would team up with demons, and Rooney was right there with her. But then Ejun started, complaining that it was suddenly getting colder, and even the red-haired elf began to notice something felt off, while Leo just stayed quiet, sensing trouble. He pops open a few magic circles like it's an app on his phone, saying they should get prepped before going any deeper, then summons his 2 trusty spirit beasts. Well, Runa instantly loses it when she spots the big red bird Nugget, immediately going in for a hug, while Ejun just asks who they are. Leo introduces them as Fiora and Kieran, which makes Runa even more excited, but he quickly says that's enough fun and it's time to head into the forest's core. They step into the gloom, with Leo warning them that things are about to get messy. The second they're inside, the trio just vanishes into the fight. Runa helps finish off a wave of monsters with a giant fireball, but right after, the charred bodies start leaking dark energy, and the undead rise up again. This makes Runa figure there must be a necromancer nearby, but Leo just wades in, shatters the skeletons, and tells her that's not it. He says there's no summoner around at all, though Runa isn't buying it. So, he explains that they're dealing with a curse of the undead, which completely surprises them. Runa admits she's never even heard of such a thing. That's when Ejun chimes in, explaining it's a curse that constantly summons the undead in an area. It basically turns the entire land into a place of death. Leo finishes the thought, adding that only Tartarus's general, Hell, can cast such a spell. So, Kaiser, the Lich King. Run totally freaks out after hearing that name, insisting they need to tell the professor. Like, right now. But just then, a sudden wave of cold hits them, like someone just swung open a giant freezer door. A creepy voice welcomes our hero candidates to the land of the dead, and wouldn't you know it, the Death Knight makes a grand re-entrance, charging into locked swords with Leo. He starts cackling like a total madman, claiming there's no way out, but Leo doesn't even grace him with a response and just casually blocks the attack with zero effort. The Death Knight starts taunting the students, while his undead buddies march toward them. Leo steps up, all heroic, and declares he'll handle the Death Knight while the girls take on the undead horde. The monster laughs at him for actually putting up a fight this time as their swords clash. He blocks another blow and then whips out his family's secret technique, called Providence. With that technique, he effortlessly shoves the knight back and even lops off one of its horns. The skeleton retreats, asking, was that Phoenix fire? But Leo keeps the pressure on and adds that he mixed it with Zeringer's flame aura for a little extra spice. The monster looks clearly rattled as it stares at the melted mess that used to be its blade. Another strike sends the knight flying back, where it crashes right into its own undead troops. The Death Knight glares at him, wondering how some kid got this strong and developed such a seriously intense look in his eyes. Before it can even process that, a massive fireball comes raining down from the sky. Run smirks as she activates her blaze skill and barbecues the entire group of skeletons like it's nothing. She strikes a proud little victory pose, while Ejun is just too stunned to speak. I mean, the girl just torched half the forest without even batting an eye. A little while later, Kieran asks Leo if the redhead is really times an elf, because, she seems a bit too aggressive to fit the usual description. Leo stops walking when he spots some tracks on the ground and says that this fight isn't over just yet. As they make their way through the ruined forest, the girls are feeling a bit overwhelmed by the super thick, creepy death aura hanging in the air. A voice calls out from the side, asking what they're doing in a restricted area, and Rooney practically jumps out of her skin when she recognizes Senior Ruta. He says he's looking into why all these undead are suddenly popping up in the forest. Ron replies that the cause is a powerful curse, but Ruta doesn't look very convinced. She's in shock, since the curse energy around them is so thick you could practically choke on it. Tapping into his inner Sherlock, Leo recalls that some Loomer students recently handled some objects from Tartarus and, whoops, unknowingly dabbled in the dark arts. He raises his hand and casts a reveal spell, which exposes the lingering trail of dark magic, leaving the girls completely horrified, as you'd expect. Looking right at the evidence, he straight up calls Ruta out, saying that he willingly used black magic and teamed up with Tartarus. The senior clenches his fist, muttering about how annoyingly persistent Leo is. He then announces that Lady Luna's hero record fragment is buried somewhere around here, which sends a whole new wave of shock through the group. Ruta scoffs at the council, saying they don't even know it exists, and claims it's his right to reclaim the artifact. Ejun yells back that it's a huge insult to the great hero and that Ruta just plans to keep it for himself anyway. Run gets all fired up and tells Leo they should just rough this guy up and drag him to the teachers. He draws his weapon and warns the two that from here on out, this fight is for keeps. Out of nowhere, Ruta launches a deadly lightning spell, catching everyone completely by surprise. But Leo reacts in a flash, copying the spell and neutralizing the attack. He tells the girls to get ready, because this is what a real battle against evil looks like. Ruta just laughs, amused that a human can pull off original elven magic, and asks who he really times is. Deep down, though, his confidence is shaking, because this kid not only countered him like a pro, but also saw right through his whole scheme. He realizes that if the girls jump into the fight, things are going to get messy, so he raises a finger and lets loose this dark aura all around him. Leo senses something's wrong and yells for the girls to hit the deck. As the senior unleashes another devastating spell, Ejun quickly activates her animus armor to shield Rooney, just as the blast fades. She can't believe a basic spell could pack that much punch, but her shock quickly turns into full-blown panic. Leo is lying on the ground, with Ruta stalking toward him like a predator. She screams that they have to help him, but just then, the Death Knight decides to pop up again. He blocks their path, and tells the two of them that this is the end of the line, which only seems to get Rooney even more fired up. She tells Ejun to keep the knight occupied while she gets a spell ready. Looming over Leo, Ruta smugly asks if he has any final requests. Leo just scoffs, saying the guy's getting a little ahead of himself before giving Kieran the signal. The tiny fairy zips in and smacks the shimmering purple orbs surrounding Ruta, setting off a chain reaction that sends the elf sailing through the air. Leo hops back to his feet, sword at the ready, as Ruta groggily tries to push himself up. One look at the icy glare in Leo's eyes and Ruta starts pleading for his life, but it's way too late for that. A moment later, his head is officially evicted from his neck. Kieran lets out a triumphant cheer, ready to take on the Death Knight, but his celebration is cut short when Ruta's body starts to twitch. A blast of dark magic suddenly slams into the fairy as the elf rises, casually placing his head back on his shoulders like he's fixing a broken toy. With a seriously warped grin, he tells Leo he's going to personally enjoy sending the Academy's shining prodigy straight to an early grave. Then, of course, the elf starts monologuing about how once he combines Lady Luna's power with the Death Knight's, he'll be able to crush talented bugs like him with zero effort. Leo realizes the demonic ring is starting to completely take over his mind, just as the elf fires off another dark spell. He calmly deflects it with a single, clean swing of his sword, thinking to himself that the mind control isn't total just yet, some part of Ruta is still fighting it. Then, moving like a flash of lightning, he closes the distance, slicing off Ruta's arm before plunging his sword into the elf's shoulder. Our boy then taunts him, saying guys like him never bother to work on their actual combat skills, always relying on borrowed power. He tells Ruta to go ahead and keep regenerating. He'll just keep cutting him to pieces until he runs out of juice. That's when the ring whispers into Ruta's mind again, mocking him for having trouble with a mere kid, especially since Leo isn't even the primary target. It reminds him that he's supposed to be finishing the summoning circle, not wasting time on this fight. And as Leo keeps the main body occupied, the severed hand begins to creep slowly across the ground. Out of the corner of his eye, Leo glances over at the girls and sees they're holding their own. He turns his attention back to the elf, but then he wonders why the right arm hasn't regenerated yet. Suddenly, his spidey senses start to tingle. Right on cue, Kieran frantically points to the ground where the severed hand has just finished drawing the summoning circle. Rauda coughs up a spray of blood and declares that it's too late for them now, his body beginning to glow with an ominous red light. The girls freeze in place as the circle erupts in light, and even the Death Knight pauses to look back at the commotion. Leo instinctively jumps back, sensing a terrifying presence welling up from beneath them. The ground trembles and cracks apart as a gigantic, skeletal hand claws its way out. Kieran shouts, asking what in the world that nightmare is. Leo grimly identifies it as a skeleton king, telling him they're now up against a seriously powerful monster. Meanwhile, Ruta starts laughing like a total maniac, feeling a new wave of power surging through him, and he wonders aloud if this is the power of Lady Luna. Leo knows this means the guy has completely surrendered to the dark magic, and he charges forward, leaping into the air and shouting that such a twisted and disgusting power could never belong to their founder. Rauda just smirks, completely amused, as the Skeleton King raises one of its massive hands to crush him. Leo barely manages to dodge the blow, landing a safe distance away. This just makes Ruta laugh even harder, boasting that he's now in complete control of the Skeleton King. Kira nervously asks if maybe they should fall back, but Leo says something about the giant monster just doesn't feel right. As he dodges another attack, he explains that the summoning was rushed, which means Ruta can't possibly maintain it for long. He remembers the first rule of summoning: you have to have enough mana to keep your creature materialized. He tells Kieran that all they need to do is stall for time until Rauta's power just fizzles out. He pushes a bit of his own mana into the fairy, asking him for backup. With a nod, Kieran shoots off to distract the massive skeleton, while Leo hits it with a powerful light spell. Unfortunately, it barely seems to notice, and its eyes just glow an angrier red as it raises its sword for another swing. Leo dodges again, thinking that the power difference between them is huge, but all he has to do is buy some time. Of course, Rauta doesn't just stand by and watch. He lobs another spell, right at Leo as he lands, catching him totally off guard. But just in the nick of time, Runa leaps in and throws up a wall of fire to block the attack. She tells Leo that she'll keep their corrupted senior busy so he can focus on the Skeleton King. Leo worries if Ejun can handle the Death Knight all by herself, but Runa reassures him that Ejun is not some damsel in distress. The scene cuts over to the seemingly shy elf, who bravely blocks the Death Knight's massive sword with her shield, the sheer force sending her skidding back across the ground. The monster scoffs at her for daring to face him alone. The Death Knight, Kargor, swings again, anticipating her movement, but she's quick enough to duck under the blow. She tells herself that she has to hold on or her friends will be in danger. Mustering her strength, she thrusts her sword straight through his chest, but the Death Knight just laughs, as the attack has absolutely no effect, and sends her sailing with a nasty kick. As she struggles back to her feet, he taunts her, calling her a total noob and saying he plans on making her skull a new mantelpiece. But she's got a comeback ready, firing back at the monster that every great hero had people who believed in them, and with that, she gets back on her feet. You can just feel it as Iron taps into some kind of hidden power. She declares that her ancestor, Berkia, also walked the path of a hero, vowing to never, ever lose faith. With that, she raises her sword, her determination completely renewed. The Death Knight starts sweating if a skeleton can even do that because her energy feels a lot like fairy magic. As it charges, her confidence soars, and she tells him this is a secret technique passed down through generations of fairy knights. Just as the Death Knight gets close, she unleashes her skill, Evergreen, and carves right through the bony baddie, with pure, unyielding determination. After getting the full Gojo treatment, the Death Knight begins to disintegrate, completely in denial that a kid just handed him his walking papers. Iron struggles to stay standing, telling herself she needs to help the others, but her vision goes blurry, and she collapses. Meanwhile, back at the main event, Ra smugly asks Ronia if she's ready for another round. He unleashes a lightning dragon spell, dead set on finishing her off right then and there. But Ronia summons her fire turtle at the very last second, using its shell to reflect the attack. The senior's eyes practically bug out of his head as his own lightning zips right back and drills straight through him. Ronia just scoffs, asking if he seriously thought she'd just stand there and take it. She then blasts him with another fiery strike that completely swallows him in flames. Ra hits the deck, smelling like overcooked barbecue. But just as the redhead turns away, her expression freezes in shock when he launches a surprise attack, sending sharp needles piercing right through her. Leo yells her name, and that momentary distraction is all the Skeleton King needs to close the gap. The monster delivers a slap so powerful it sends Leo flying back in a huge explosion. Far from the main fight, Leo pulls himself out of a shattered tree, clutching his arm while a frantic Kieran zips around him. The little fairy asks if he's okay, pointing at the injury. Leo just tells him to chill out, since he's still breathing, and starts heading back to the action. But he freezes mid-stride as the Skeleton King unleashes a curse that makes the entire area feel like a tilt-a-whirl. To snap everyone out of it, Leo summons Fiora and just tells her to make some noise. The little baby Phoenix lets out a piercing cry that shatters the curse, healing both Runia and Eren in the process. Then, asking for Fiora's help one more time, Leo practically goes Super Saiyan and locks his focus on the enemy. The Skeleton King comes down with another massive swing, but Leo dodges just in the nick of time. Watching him, Runia realizes the kid has absolutely zero fear of death. He's moving with the heart of a true hero. She dismisses her flame turtle, giving it a quick good job, then launches another flaming attack that latches right onto Ra's hand. He just laughs it off, saying her flames are as pathetic as she is. But she reminds him that her family has always been connected to the Phoenix, and that her ancestor made a vow to burn Tartaros to the ground, taking every last demon with it. Ra tells her to cut the nonsense, but then he feels something is off. The flame on his hand just won't go out, and it's starting to freak him out. Runia continues, explaining that as long as she's alive, that oath is alive too. She then points out that his left eye is demonic, which means these flames aren't stopping until he's nothing but a charred brisket. She then closes the gap and grabs his arm, causing the fire to flare up even more intensely. Then comes the kicker. She reveals the technique burns her, too. Ra calls her crazy, but she's already made up her mind to take him down with her. But then, completely out of nowhere, the flames just vanish. For a split second, he actually relaxes. He starts to say he'll return the favor, but then his ring goes completely haywire. A vortex rips open and starts pulling him in as he screams for it to stop. The ring literally swallows him whole, and just like that, he's gone, leaving Runia to collapse in total disbelief. She's left wondering why the Skeleton King is still standing when its summoner just got yeeted out of existence. That's when the ring begins to glow with a totally different energy, and Leo tenses up as he senses a familiar, and frankly terrifying, presence. A voice, the Demon King's, orders the skeleton to continue its mission, and the massive monster raises its sword once more. Leo prepares for the worst, realizing that energy feels exactly like Hell Kaiser's. The Demon King is using the ring as a remote control. He figures the Demon King must be trying to shatter the barrier that's protecting this whole area. Leo charges forward, yelling for Kieran to give him some cover. As the Skeleton King brings its massive blade crashing down, Leo meets the attack with everything he's got. He can feel himself losing ground, and fast, as cracks begin to spiderweb across the barrier behind him. With one final push, the monster sends him flying, which sends him blasting right through the collapsing shield. Kieran screams out his name as Leo is sent flying across the battlefield, smashing hard into a distant building. Just as the barrier completely shatters, a little while later, Leo's eyes slowly flutter open. His two familiars rush to his side, but they've been reduced to teeny tiny little, glowing orbs. He stares down at his hands, realizing his spiritual energy is completely tapped out. As he pulls himself to his feet, he starts to take in the ruined landscape all around him, and his heart sinks as the reality of it all hits him. This beautiful fairyland has been turned into a total wasteland. But just then, something catches his eye. He turns his head and spots a knife resting on a slab of rock. His eyes go wide as he instantly recognizes the weapon. A memory from his past life suddenly floods his mind, pulling him back to the day he gave that very dagger to Berkia. She'd immediately shot back, accusing him of trying to pawn it off on her. She threw a whole fit, saying that it looked totally useless, but our boy clapped back, telling her that dagger had gotten him through countless battles. Right then, his old party called out to him, and he knew it was time to go. Berkia looked absolutely crushed, but all he did was pat her on the head and say he had to leave. He then stepped into the portal as she just stood there, staring after him the entire time. Snapping back to the present, our hero picks up the dagger and fondly calls Berkia a little gremlin. He remembers perfectly how she insisted she never needed the stupid weapon. All of a sudden, it begins to glow brightly, catching him completely off guard. A ridiculous amount of mana erupts from the dagger as it responds to its one true owner, Leo. Feeling that incredible power surge through him, he starts wondering what kind of spell he should toss at the Skeleton King. He then glances over to see a fire spell smack the monster right in the face and realizes the girls are still in the fight. Run and Anne can barely stay on their feet as the creature turns its attention to them. That's when Iren's eyes widen as she senses a massive surge of magic from somewhere behind them. A brilliant golden light explodes from a nearby building, and they all brace for impact. Over on the sidelines, Rooney then murmurs that if the guy really did make a contract with the Phoenix, then pulling off something like this should be possible, changing into what looks like a chibi version of Alien X. Leo admits that the spell is nowhere near as powerful as the original, but it should be more than enough. He figures the girls will get a kick out of it and then proceeds to quite literally make it rain stars from the sky. The duo is absolutely stunned, while Iren instantly goes into full-on walking Wikipedia mode, explaining that she's read about this in the ancient texts. This, she says, is Finale, the most powerful spell ever recorded. The falling stars slam into the Skeleton King, completely wiping it from existence. And then, Leo casually strolls out as if he were just taking a walk in the park and summons Kieran. The little fairy pops up, all geared up for a fight, but Leo has to break it to him that the battle's already over. He then tells Kieran to go find his wings, and the fairy instantly zooms off. The girls call out to Leo, and he casually asks how they're holding up. Run immediately starts yelling at him, saying he's the one who's supposed to be injured here, while Iren is just incredibly relieved that he's still on his feet. Run then asks about that insane spell, and Leo explains that it was all thanks to the dagger. Iren's eyes light up, realizing it must be a legendary hero's artifact, while Run starts to wonder if this was what Tartarus was after the whole time. Just then, Kieran reappears, proudly announcing that he found the wings his dad had stashed away. He asks Leo for a hand getting the bandages off, and Rumia just stares, looking like her brain just blue-screened. She suddenly blurts out, asking if that object is a hero fragment right as it begins to glow. The hero's record unfolds, and the entire group is suddenly pulled into another dimension. Roya spins around, wide-eyed and confused, but then a voice calls out, asking if they seriously plan to defeat Erebos. The voice calls them foolish for even trying something so reckless, but then casually agrees to tag along, saying she likes the sound of it. Leo slowly turns around and sees a woman introduce herself as Luna, the one who makes the stars shine in the night sky, and it's only then that Leo finally processes the fact that this hero fragment actually belonged to him, back when he was known as Kyle. Meanwhile, the two teachers are rushing to the scene, worried sick about their students. Rooney calls out to Professor Herdium and shows him the hero's fragment they managed to get back. He stares at it in utter disbelief, while Professor Herdium tells Leo he did a good job and asks if anyone else is missing. Leo answers grimly that, yes, there was one more. Iren then has to break the sad news to her grandfather, telling him about their senior, Ra. The group begins to walk away, while Leo glances back one last time, his thoughts returning to Luna. The scene then shifts to the final day of their visit, as all the students gather together in front of the academy portal. With that, the professors exchange goodbyes and a friendly handshake before heading their separate ways. Run, however, tells our hero that she's going to get way stronger and demands a rematch. The very next time they meet, in fact, just then, a voice calls out as Iren rushes toward him at top speed, announcing that she's decided to go back to her classes. That news brings a huge smile to his face. He gives her hair a friendly ruffle, tells her they'll see each other again, and then starts walking toward the portal. Meanwhile, back at Lumen Academy, Kieran is more excited than ever, now that he's finally got his wings back. He's using the baby Phoenix as a moving target for practice, zipping after her, but she easily dodges every single one of his attacks, capping it off with a perfectly timed glare. She gives him some serious bombastic side-eye while he looks ready to go for round 2. He tries to corner her as she lands and warns her menacingly that he's about to show her some real times, fairy magic. Right then, Leo plucks the tiny fairy right out of the air and warns him that he'll confiscate those wings, again, if he keeps messing around. A voice calls out, and suddenly Fiora's form begins to shift. She transforms into a young girl and introduces herself properly. Our boy puts 2 and 2 together, figuring it must be Kieran's magic that caused the change. He crouches down and tells her there's no need to be so formal. The fairy, on the other hand, immediately tries to attack her again, which only irritates her more. She snatches him up tightly in her fist and tells Leo she wants to show this new form to her mother. He's cool with that and opens a portal, telling her to take the little troublemaker with her. Kieran protests with every fiber of his being, but it's no use, and the two of them vanish into the portal. Our guy finally gets to relax on his bed for what feels like the first time in ages. He had to hand over the dagger and the hero fragment to Siren Academy first. First, it was the Queen of Monsters at Lumern, and then Hell Kaiser at Siren. He thinks it's becoming pretty clear that Tartarus is trying to wipe out every last trace of the great heroes. And there are still hidden moles inside Lumen Academy that need to be dealt with. Just like Ra, there have to be other traitors, lurking right inside the academy. He figures Lumer needs to identify them as quickly as possible. The scene then shifts over to the main academy hall, where the head of the night department announces that the headmaster will be arriving shortly. In the meantime, the students are all whispering among themselves, confused about why everyone was gathered and separated according to their field of study. The headmaster then steps onto the stage and asks if they all enjoyed their vacations. He then gets right to the point, announcing he gathered them for the big upcoming event, the department tournament. The students finally get it. Now they understand why they were all divided up like that. This is the main event that decides which department is number one for their grade. The old man explains that the professors will be guiding them, and that they've also invited special lecturers for the event as well. Chelsea is absolutely thrilled, while Carr just yawns, completely unfazed. Just then, someone calls out to him and says she read his magic report. It's Toru, and she's about to roast Carr on the spot, telling him his report was complete trash. She then loudly announces that, in her opinion, all the first years are pretty much trash in general, and she calls them out, saying she knows they only wrote their magic essays just to get a passing grade and nothing more. Emo then nervously asks if she read his report, too, and wonders what she thought of it. She recalls it perfectly. It was 17 pages long, and she says it was still just basic common sense. She launches into a long, technical rant, but the students zone out instantly, unable to follow a single thing she's saying. She gets cut off when Senior Lee walks in and introduces himself while flexing his muscles, quite dramatically. He really lays it on thick, declaring that knights overcome problems with their bodies, and that training is the only way to succeed. The students immediately flock to him, fleeing the boring lecture at full speed. Then another senior shows up, one by the name of Ulta, who asks the crowd what the most important thing for a summoner is. The students all try guessing one after another, but they fail miserably. Ulta then reveals that the most important thing for a summoner is love, which earns a collective deadpan stare from the entire room. The principal continues his announcement, saying that these top students of Lumern will be guiding everyone for the upcoming event. But then the old man suddenly freezes in confusion and asks why Leo is just standing over there all by himself. Everyone turns toward him, not really understanding what's going on. Leo, however, just smirks and confidently declares that he's standing in the all-class zone. Meanwhile, Toru asks what he even means by that and if he's feeling alright in the head. The principal has to explain that this is an interdepartmental competition, meaning all the departments. The other teachers immediately try to recruit him, but the principal just smiles and says he might have a point. He adds that this is a rare chance to learn from some very special instructors, to which our hero answers that he has no intention of wasting this opportunity. He then clarifies that he's planning on taking every single class. At this, the principal's expression turns serious, and he asks if Leo realizes he'll be going up against all the departments by himself. But Leo doesn't even flinch. After a brief stare down, the principal concedes and just asks for a little time. Meanwhile, Teruya and the magic professor are laser-focused on getting Leo to join their side. On the flip side, Lee observes him standing there like a total alpha and notes that he's a perfect match for the night department. Yura suddenly pops up and puts Ulta in a friendly headlock, bugging him for not being more involved with the students. The principal then continues his speech, announcing that this year's competition will be a full-on battle royale, with every department for itself. Back in his office, the teachers aren't too thrilled about this, worried that fighting each other could ruin their sense of unity. The principal counters that a little friendly competition actually builds stronger bonds. Still, Professor Len persists, arguing that something like this has never been done before. The principal simply reminds them that this year, they happen to have a one-of-a-kind student. At first, everyone was taken aback that he was an all-class student, and the teachers assumed he hit his limit pretty fast. However, against all odds, Leo is still holding down the top spot. He then reveals that the Academy's board has taken a personal interest in him, which leaves the teachers even more stunned. The night professor asks if the board is seriously going to let Leo's name be recorded in the hero annals as an all-class. Yura looks concerned, recalling the board members, and it dawns on her that they're the ones pulling the strings for our boy. Professor Len is absolutely over the moon for his student, seeing it as a chance for future generations to also inherit the all-class status. The principal brings them back down to earth, stating that eventually, Leo will have to choose a single department. The scene then shifts over to the training grounds, where everyone is complaining about how cold it is. Professor A gets their attention and explains that he created the ice wall to help them with their aura skills training. He then calls Celia to the front, who looks pretty surprised. He challenges her to see if her flame aura can shatter the ice wall, a challenge she gets visibly excited about. She puffs up with confidence and unleashes her fire skill, launching a massive attack that creates a huge explosion. All the while, Leo strikes a JoJo-style pose in the background. However, to Celia's complete shock, her attack didn't even leave a scratch on the ice. Professor A then reveals that he'll be teaching them an aura technique, known as Hero's Breath. He walks up to the ice wall and explains that it was originally from the beastskin, but was modified so humans could use it. Celia is completely floored as the ice professor suddenly summons a flame aura of his own and launches an even more powerful attack. The students start to sweat as the ice shatters into a million pieces, wondering if that special breathing is the secret to his aura's power. One student yells out in disbelief that the professor is an ice user, but the blonde student explains that the teacher used to conquer dungeons, so he must have picked up a new power. The professor confirms that Duran's theory is spot on. He explains that even though it's the polar opposite of his natural ability, the attack was stronger than Celia's because the technique supercharges his aura. He then announces that the training session officially begins, while Leo just stares at him, completely gobsmacked. He quickly puts 2 and 2 together and realizes this was Arian's technique all along. A little while later, everyone is hard at work, practicing the new technique. The professor smiles to himself, thinking that the students are all progressing rather well. After the session, Helena is so wiped that she collapses. Chen offers her a tissue, and Helena's face lights up as she remarks on what a good person she is. They then notice Leo is still laser-focused. They're both wondering why he seems to be struggling so much. The professor smirks, thinking it's rare to see Leo like this, since he still hasn't managed to pull off the skill. He figures this is a perfect chance to get Leo to focus more on his night studies. But just then, Professor A's eyes go wide as he realizes something strange about Leo's breathing. He walks right up to the boy and asks him who taught him that breathing technique. The professor then reveals that Hero's breath originally came from a beastskin who once studied at Asnia Academy. He modified it for humans to use, but Leo's breathing style is almost identical to the original version a beastskin would wield. Our hero totally agrees with that assessment. Professor Albi then asks if Leo can actually shift the origin point of his aura inside his body and then charge his power from there. Following the professor's advice, Leo ignites his aura into a massive column of flame that shoots into the sky. Duran is completely blown away by the raw power of that ability, and the other students start chattering, wondering what on earth just happened. The teacher just smiles and compliments him, saying he's unlike anyone he's ever taught before. Leo just grins back and thanks the professor for the kind words. The scene then cuts to a hallway, where Chloe is juggling a huge pile of books. As she's struggling with the weight, Leo pops up and notes that her load looks heavy, offering to walk with her since they're both headed to the magic class presentation. She starts blushing for no apparent reason, wondering why she can't seem to look him in the eye when he's not even doing anything special. And just then, Terua appears and immediately starts teasing the poor girl. Chloe is shocked that the upperclassman even knows her name, but Terua explains that she read and really enjoyed her paper on Northern Magic. She then gets straight to the point, asking our boy when he's planning to join their department. He points out that forcing him to pick is literally against the rules, thinking to himself that she is way too forward with her recruiting tactics. The group starts heading toward a clearing when Terua suddenly freezes in place. A second later, she dashes ahead, demanding to know what Professor Albi is doing here. He explains that he was hired as a special lecturer starting today, which seems to shock her even more. She immediately throws a fit, complaining about how he never agreed to give her Times class a special lecture. While the students behind them are enjoying the show, Leo watches her have a meltdown, thinking that any student would kill to be in the professor's class, since the man uses actual fairy magic. Professor Len finally shows up and announces that the Golden Professor will be conducting today's lesson. He then notices a certain troublesome senior, making a scene and ends up dragging Teruo away like a pouting child to go prepare materials for the tournament. With that sorted, the professor starts the class and introduces himself by his well-known nickname, the Evil Eye Magician. Many also call him the TARDIS Destroyer, considering the sheer number of demons he's sent on a one-way trip. He then asks the class what they believe is the most crucial element in a magic battle. Emio confidently says it's the amount of mana you have, but gets shot down on the spot. Chelsea suggests chanting speed, but that answer gets rejected, too. Carr guesses it must be the type of spells used, which also gets tossed aside. Leo raises his hand, and the professor calls on him. Leo answers that mobility is the most important factor, and the Golden Professor immediately agrees. Still salty about being kicked out, Teruo mutters that she obviously knew that already, while Professor Len tells her to get back to work. Emio, however, argues again, saying that mobility doesn't even matter anymore because modern magic has made it obsolete. Professor Albi asks if he's referring to wing magic, and the Other students start murmuring that it should be enough, since everyone knows it. For a quick lore drop, wing magic is basically a levitation spell that's way faster than the standard fly spell. It can even lift heavy objects through the air. The professor then calls both Emio and Leo to the front. Emio shoots absolute daggers at our boy, who's just wondering what he possibly did to deserve that death glare. The golden professor asks Leo if he thinks Emio is right, and Leo instantly says no. So, the professor tells them to test their theories out to see which one holds up. He asks if they brought their magic devices, but it turns out Leo doesn't have one. The professor just smiles and tells him to make do somehow, and Leo looks more than ready for whatever comes next. The teacher announces that they'll race to the Isle of the Beasts and back. Emio gets fired up immediately and pours magic into his board. He launches forward at top speed, tearing toward the isle. After a moment, he glances back, about to start trash-talking Leo, but gets interrupted when a lightning bolt zaps him out of nowhere. Carr demands to know what in the world Leo thinks he's doing as he fires another lightning spell. Leo calmly explains that since this test is about mobility, he's simply testing his opponent's ability to dodge. The professor totally agrees with his logic, though Carr still seems unconvinced. Our boy then activates his aura skill, Phoenix Step, and rockets into the sky. Carr shouts in protest that Leo is using aura in a magic class, but the professor just calls his name, reminding him they'll be up against departments in the tournament that can definitely use aura, so this is pretty standard. The camera cuts back to Emio, who's somehow still balancing on his wobbly board. He mutters to himself that he's not going to let this humiliation slide, but that determined look quickly turns to one of pure shock when he spots our boy catching up from behind. He can only watch as Leo slams right into him, sending him flying off the board. The gray-haired kid lets out a scream as he falls, but gets caught just before he hits the water. Back in the classroom, Emio jolts awake, just as the professor is wrapping up his lecture on how wing magic is inferior in terms of mobility. Apparently, the fly spell is superior in every way, and wing magic was just derived from it. The catch, however, is that the fly spell is a bit harder to control. Professor Albie then tells the students to focus on mastering fly from now on. The demonstration really gets the students fired up, and everyone immediately jumps into practicing. Afterward, Leo walks up to the professor and asks him point-blank if he can get into the Forbidden Archives. Professor Albie tells him it's off-limits even for the teachers, but Leo calmly clarifies that he's not asking a lecturer. He's asking a member of the Giron family. While glancing over the class, the professor asks why he wants access. Leo simply says he's searching for a document about an unknown hero. Hearing this, the professor agrees to prepare a letter of recommendation for him. He then lets our boy know that to actually get in, Leo will need permission from the head of the family, his brother Altek. Leo recognizes that name Altek is the famous Infinity Mage, known for having memorized a countless number of spells. The professor then informs him that the head is away on a mission, so Leo will have to go through the acting representative. Leo asks who that might be, and Albie reveals it's his upperclassman, Elena Gyron. The scene then shifts over to the Summoning Island. Leo overhears some students whispering that the other departments have already kicked off their special sessions and that even Professor Albie had stopped by for the magic class. It reminds him of a chat he had with his friends about Elena. Chelsea had explained that she's basically campus royalty, and she's also the third-year representative. At only 18, she's already sitting at the top of the magic department as the current number 2. Carr then jumped in and said that she's also incredibly beautiful, which is why people call her the Queen. She apparently has tons of followers and is a strong candidate for next year's student council president. Our boy gets lost in thought, wondering how he's supposed to even approach someone with that kind of reputation. He's snapped out of it when Professor Yura starts yelling, demanding to know where on earth Ulta ran off to. The students all light up, since this probably means their special summoner training is about to begin. Just then, Ulta barges in with a very dramatic apology and a pile of strange-looking equipment. He marches forward, with a proud look on his face, but everyone freezes when they see what he's carrying. Professor Yura looks like she's about to explode and demands to know why in the world he brought so many butterfly nets. Ulta, looking completely starstruck, just says that a fairy was spotted, which shocks everyone. Leo instantly thinks of that tiny menace, Kieran, and wonders if this is his fault. The professor looks ready to blow a fuse and asks if this is seriously his plan for their training. Her patience finally snaps, and she starts to rush him, but the associate professor steps in to smooth things over. Ulta simply turns to the students and asks if they've ever dreamed of catching one of the 3 legendary beasts. He asks if they're excited to see a fairy, which gets the whole class buzzing. Yura takes a deep breath and asks for the real plan. Ulta reassures her that it's not all about fairy hunting. He then asks the students what he told them was the most important quality for a summoner. Eliza guesses tolerance, but he corrects her, repeating that it's love. He explains that true summoners must love not only their contracted beasts, but every creature in nature, and they must learn to move in harmony with them. He says that's the true essence of summoning. Leo sighs and thinks, the guy is still a total weirdo, even if his message sort of makes sense. Professor Yura adds that they also need to learn to connect with beasts that are not their own. She then informs them they will be staying here for 3 full days for these special lessons. Alta then adds with a threatening smile that he already submitted their dorm papers, so they have no excuse to leave. The students start to panic at the idea of roughing it out here, complaining that they had other plans. Eliza, however, isn't that clearly flustered by what's happening, but then Alta silently hands her a butterfly net, leaving her totally confused. And then comes the big twist: they're not allowed to use their summons, aura, or any magic at all. They have to survive in the forest with just their own skills, which naturally sends the whole class into a full-blown panic. With that, Alta just turns and leaves, but the students immediately start freaking out, saying the forest is way too dangerous. One brave soul tries to talk some sense into the professor, but she just explains that summoners are a completely different breed from the other departments. They're people who build connections with other living beings, and because of that, they need to learn how to adapt and really understand nature on its own terms. She goes on to say that this is the very reason Alta emphasized love, and then asks how many of them have ever witnessed an actual summoning. She points out that most of them just depend on their family's special artifacts instead of seeing a beast in its true form. Then, with a little smile, she says she'll see them in 3 nights and wishes them the best of luck. So, the days go by, and the students are busy learning basic survival skills and sharpening their instincts with all sorts of activities. Meanwhile, the story shifts over to Leo, who's out picking some berries. He can't help but think that the summoning classes are a lot tougher than his others, but, you know, in a good way. All of a sudden, someone yells out that they've spotted a fairy. Our guy turns to see what the commotion is about and finds one poor student halfway down the throat of a giant, hungry-looking plant. The other students are just staring at their classmate, not even trying to help. Instead, they're just giving him a hard time for rushing in without looking where he was going. That's when Leo spots the little prankster watching the whole thing from a nearby tree branch and decides that Fairy needs to be taught a little lesson. Speaking of whom, Kieran flies off, already thinking about which student he's going to mess with next. But he gets caught completely by surprise when a trap is sprung, and a simple butterfly net snags him out of the air. He is absolutely mortified that he got caught by something so basic. Leo just casually picks him up and reminds him that he already told him to behave himself. Kieran immediately gets defensive, insisting he wasn't causing any trouble and was just looking into some strange changes that had been happening in the forest. Leo doesn't quite buy it, but the fairy swears up and down that something weird is definitely going on. A little later, you see the two of them sitting by a campfire, and Leo asks him what he knows. Kieran explains that the creatures on the island have started getting really aggressive all of a sudden. While he was checking things out, he happened to run into the students, which is how he became their new favorite attraction. Leo then brings up a good point. This whole area belongs to the Phoenix, Purina, who normally would have stepped in if something was amiss. That's when Kieran drops a bombshell. Purina isn't even on the island, which totally catches Leo off guard. The fairy explains that when they first got there, Fiora found a note saying her mother had left to visit the Oathbearer. This news really bummed out the little Phoenix since she was excited to see her mom. After that, both of them started noticing the forest creatures acting strangely, so they decided to look into it. Fiora headed deeper into the forest to investigate, with Kieran trailing right behind her. This whole story gets Leo thinking that Fiora is the second most powerful beast on the island, so she definitely should have picked up on anything serious. He starts to wonder why all this trouble started right after Purina left, and if it's really just a coincidence. He tries to reach out to Fiora with his telepathy, but gets nothing back. Figuring she must be preoccupied with something, he scoops up the fairy. Leo plops him right on his shoulder and says, "All right, we're going to find her." He tells Kieran he's been sensing a weird energy coming from somewhere on the west side of the island, but the fairy just keeps whining about getting dragged into all this drama. The scene then cuts to a glowing lake tucked away in the quiet forest. A gentle voice can be heard as Fiora is crouched by the water, her eyes sparkling as she admires a strange-looking stone in her hand. She whispers to herself how beautiful it is. Then, the little one pops the stone right into her mouth and starts munching on it happily. She's suddenly startled when a voice asks what she's doing. She immediately tries to play it cool, but Leo is standing right there, looking down at her, and he asks if she's been snacking on magic stones ever since she got here. He remembers that magic stones tend to form in places that are packed with spirit beasts, and that younger beasts often eat them to help grow and evolve. Fiora tries to come up with an excuse, saying that eating a bunch helps her grow up faster, but Kieran is quick to remind her that she's already a top-tier spirit beast. Our hero gently tells her that he gets it. The stones are tasty, but scaring off all the other creatures isn't the right way to go about it. She tries to throw out another excuse, claiming she was totally planning on sharing, but Kieran calls her bluff again, and the two of them start arguing just like they always do. Leo steps in to break up the squabble and asks her about the weird stuff happening in the forest instead. She starts to explain that she felt a strange energy coming from a certain area of the woods. Right before she finishes, the two of them freeze as a seriously ominous aura fills the air. Our boy recognizes it instantly. It's the same energy from that beast summoner from before. Feeling like something is way off, he summons his weapon and tells his familiars to get ready. All of a sudden, he screams for them to dodge as a giant monster mouth snaps shut right where they were standing. Our boy just barely dodges it and stares down his attacker. The beast summoner makes his grand reappearance, now with some new tentacles mixed into his look. The guy starts his villain monologue, saying he was wondering why the magic stones in the area were disappearing. Laughing like a total madman, he then tells our hero that it must be fate that brought them together again. Leo just smiles back and says this little rivalry goes all the way back to their previous lives as he readies his weapon. The evil summoner launches a tentacle straight at him, trying to end things early, but Leo ducks just in time. The tentacle grabs the tree behind him, instead, and yanks it out of the ground as the summoner declares that this ends now. Another tentacle bursts from the ground and grabs his foot, locking him in place. He realizes the enemy must have hidden a few tentacles underground, which is how it caught him off guard since he didn't sense a thing. The summoner then chucks the entire tree at him at full speed. Leo closes his eyes for a second and lets out a powerful scream, unleashing his phoenix aura in a blazing dotted shockwave. The blast slices right through one of the tentacles, but it grows back almost immediately. He turns to the summoner and says he has a question, asking if the tentacles at his feet belong to a gorgon and if this whole getup is a chimera hybrid. The evil summoner smirks, asking Leo who he really is to figure all that out so quickly. Our boy smirks right back and says he's just a first-year hero candidate. He then commands Fiora to charge. She rushes the summoner at full speed, and the hit causes a massive explosion. Kieran gives a nod to the baby phoenix's attack power, but Leo warns them this fight is far from over. The beast summoner throws a complete tantrum that his beast got destroyed, but then decides he'll just return the favor. He dips his hand into the water and summons a giant death slime like he's some kind of twisted Pokemon trainer. Kieran starts complaining about the sewer smell coming off it, while our boy just summons a windshield. He actually finds it kind of thrilling, since this is one of the strongest slime monsters out there. The evil summoner smirks, saying this battle is as good as over. But then, a voice suddenly calls out, demanding to know what the heck this guy is doing to his junior. A bolt of lightning crashes down from the sky and zaps the summoner, who lets out a high-pitched scream. Alta swoops in on his majestic Pegasus, while the enemy is left smelling like overcooked brisket. The thug finds it unbelievable that his beast armor got destroyed so easily. He then admits that's to be expected from the strongest summoner in the department. Kieran, however, is way more interested in the winged horse, asking what it's saying. Our hero explains that it's a Pegasus, a mythical great beast just like them. Alta comments that the monsters look as ugly as ever and tells his Pegasus it's time for a little cleanup. The summoner knows he needs time to regenerate and orders the death slime to attack immediately. But another powerful lightning strike falls and zaps the monster before it even gets far. Kieran asks if they're really supposed to be on the same level, but Leo explains that it's not just the Pegasus's power. He continues that what makes the attack so overwhelming is the summoner's own domain power working with it. The beast summoner tries to play it cool, but then activates another summoning circle. Suddenly, someone steps in front of our hero and asks if the thug would have the same confidence if he were about to die. Professor Yura appears and shouts at the evil mage for using spirit beasts to make chimeras. She then activates her own summoning circle, and the air just crackles with energy. The beast summoner calls forth a towering cyclops and mocks the professor, claiming her summons will be useless, no matter what she brings out. The professor then summons a tiny rat, which makes Kieran totally lose his composure. But Leo warns him not to underestimate it, because devourer rats may look cute, but they are absolutely deadly on the inside. The rat starts multiplying until a massive swarm surrounds the entire area. Professor Yura then commands the rats to move forward and have an all-you-can-eat buffet with the Cyclops. The Cyclops screams in agony as the rats rush it and start eating it alive. The summoner starts sweating buckets. Realizing this is not looking good, he pulls his scroll through a portal, but Ulta orders him to stop right there, and zaps him with another lightning bolt. But even while taking the hit, the beast summoner tears the scroll and poofs into black smoke. The senior just stares at the lingering smoke, wondering if his attack was a split second too late. Once things quiet down, Professor Yura starts giving Leo a piece of her mind for waltzing into a restricted zone. He explains that he was just following Fiora, since she was the one snacking on magic stones by the lake. That seems to calm the professor down, and Ulta just starts bawling with tears of joy, because our guy loves his familiars that much. But then the professor's face gets serious, and she says the beast summoner was probably trying to corrupt the magic stones in this area. She hops on her black wyvern and says she's reporting this to the headmaster right away. Then, Yura tells Ulta to get back to training, but to watch his step. After she flies off, the senior turns to Leo and remarks, "So you're the Phoenix's contractor, huh?" He even spots Kieran, who's completely invisible, but decides to keep it to himself. Our hero quickly changes the subject, asking if the little Pegasus belongs to him. Ira trots over and politely introduces herself. Leo gives her a pat on the head, and she just melts. This totally surprises Ulta, since Pegasus usually aren't big on being touched. He then asks if our boy has ever handled one before, and Leo says no. Of course, Leo's thinking back to his past life when he did handle a Pegasus, and the memory gives him a warm, fuzzy feeling. The senior tells him to get back to training, but mentions he'll have to factor in that little power display. Leo just agrees, no complaints. Then he gets lost in thought. If that beast summoner was so strong, the enemy hiding in Lumber has to be a professor. A few days go by, and the whole class gets together for the first time in a while. Carr asks his buddy how the summoner training went, but the poor guy is too wiped to even answer straight. Aleliana then asks where the class president is, but Carr reminds her that all the reps got called away for a separate meeting. Meanwhile, Leo steps into this huge tent and re-greets him right away. Luce, the second-year rep, is already completely smitten with him, while Hark, the fourth-year rep, is totally passed out in his chair. Our hero is looking around for someone when a hand touches his cheek and a voice calls him cute. He recognizes that voice just as the girl asks if he's the famous first-year rep. He realizes it's Elena, the girl with access to the archives, and she just straight up asks him if he wants to be her boyfriend. Leo shoots her down immediately. While Luce is over there enjoying the show with some popcorn, the senior girl leans in closer, saying that Big Sis will take real good care of him. But, being a true man, culture, he tells her she's way too young for him. His comment completely catches her off guard, and she just bursts out laughing, saying this is going to be fun. Luce is thinking it's amazing how Leo is just as handsome as the rumors say, and he's not even backing down from Elena. Reyes then asks the third-year rep how her mission went, but she just brushes it off as boring. He walks over to the fourth-year rep and gives him a good shake to wake him up. Hart jolts awake and immediately challenges Rey to a fight. Reyes just smirks and tells him he'll deal with him later. Then Elena starts trash-talking Hart for wanting to throw down the second he wakes up. The fourth-year rep fires right back, saying a faction mascot like her wouldn't know the first thing about a real fight. The two of them start bickering back and forth until Luce finally cuts in and warns them they're going to get in trouble. Rey then asks Leo what he thinks of the student reps, and he just nervously says they seem like really good friends. And so, fast forward to the meeting. The principal walks in and greets all the students before getting down to business. He announces that starting today, all academy staff and students will be completely cut off from the outside world until the competition is over. Everyone is being placed under a strict lockdown, effective immediately. Leo tenses up, realizing the principal must be setting a trap to catch the traitor. The scene then cuts to the classroom, where Leliana and Chelsea are complaining about being cut off from the city. Suddenly, a student shouts out that the location for the battle royale has been picked. It's a restricted area called Negron. Carr quickly looks it up in a book and reads that it's a city in the southeast that was totally wiped out by a stampede from the hero dungeon. And even though the dungeon was eventually cleared, the land itself became cursed, so nobody could live there anymore. Nella looks pretty worried about going to a place like that, but Chelsea tells her not to worry, saying the rumors are it's not actually that dangerous. She kind of brushes it off, revealing that only mid to low tier. Sure, there are monsters scattered all over the place, but that's still pretty terrifying for the students. Leo's studying the pictures and realizes the area looks super familiar, making him break out in a little nervous sweat. He remembers this is the exact spot where he and Lysis first teamed up to take down a Legion commander. With that thought, he dashes off to the library and starts digging through some documents like a man on a mission. He discovers there are 5 lakes inside the restricted zone and starts wondering which one could be Urdia. His goal is to find the lost Oathkeeper of Lasses, the Spirit of Radiance, Luminous. And just like that, we flash forward to the day of the tournament, where the announcer is kicking things off with a dramatic speech about the first-year students, while all the parents in the stands are understandably anxious for their kids. Up above, the principal and Yura are watching over everything, discussing how risky it was to have a crowd this size. The professor wonders if they should have extended the lockdown, but the principal reassures her that their defensive forces are back at full strength. In the background, Purina is showing off her flames while Yura is totally fangirling over the phoenix, just dying for a chance to talk to her. Right then, Seddon steps onto the stage and announces he'll be overseeing the competition. He confirms the battle royal is on, just as planned, and that the students will be putting everything on the line until a single victor emerges, securing a win for their entire department. He then reveals that every student is getting a special bracelet that monitors their physical condition. If it senses a student is in mortal danger, it'll instantly teleport them to safety. Then, Shun drops an even bigger bombshell. This tournament is also their final exam, which sends a shockwave through the crowd. He explains that just surviving the longest isn't going to cut it, because if they just hide the whole time, their grade is going to take a major hit. Every single one of their actions will be recorded by the bracelets from start to finish. The professor adds that someone who fights hard early on and gets eliminated could actually score higher than someone who just camps the entire match. With a grin, he wishes them all good luck. Leo smirks at this, thinking to himself that if someone tries to take one for the team, their exam score is pretty much toast. Just then, the announcer declares that the department tournament starts. Now, a golden light immediately envelops every student. Leo opens his eyes and realizes they've basically been tossed out of the Fortnite battle bus and are now in a total free fall. Other students are panicking as gravity does its thing, but our boy Leo doesn't even flinch. He's already assessing the area, noticing curses spreading all over the land, activating and dispersing all on their own. Leo senses that the only clear spot, totally free of curses, is right in the center of the map. He figures everyone is going to make a mad dash for that safe zone, which makes it the perfect opportunity for him to slip away and search for that lake. The other students start getting their bearings during the fall, activating their powers. Suddenly, Prince Duran and Eliza find themselves face to face, and they immediately start sizing each other up. They're about to throw down right then and there, but out of nowhere, Leo just flashes past them, blazing with his phoenix aura. He completely ruins their dramatic stare-down, which really ticks them off. They both scream his name in unison, but he's already too far away to hear them. After landing next to a wrecked building, he remembers that Lucina sealed Luminous somewhere around here. Just then, a curse washes over him and starts to dull his senses. He manages to overpower it pretty easily, though. And just as he's thinking about how much the others are going to struggle with it, Chen lands right next to him. He points out that the ruins are in the complete opposite direction. She says she's aware of that, but she has some unfinished business with him. She gets into a fighting stance and challenges him to a one-on-one fight. Leo kinda teases her for hitting him with that out of the blue. Chen explains that ever since they first met, she's wanted to see how their strengths really compare. And with that, she rushes forward. She activates her water martial arts skill, but Leo barely even reacts. She actually compliments him on using his flame aura to neutralize her water attack at the perfect moment. Then, she adjusts her stance, and Leo instantly senses that she's contracted with a high-ranking water spirit. Chen launches another attack, but he just summons a flame in his hand. A massive wall of fire erupts and cancels out her attack, but then he realizes it was just a distraction. Quickly trying to pinpoint her location, he catches her trying to flank him from behind and blocks the attack cleanly. Chen slides back, shocked that he was able to counter her last-ditch effort. She knows she's lost the element of surprise, but she refuses to give up. Leo then starts to lecture her a bit, saying that water is a force that can take any shape. He advances on her, his flame sword at the ready, telling her that her movements are way too rigid. Chen starts sweating, knowing a direct hit would take her out of the competition instantly. She throws up a water shield in defense, but then her eyes go wide with shock, is completely surprised as he pops up right beside her with a fireball, telling her once again that her footwork needs some work. As the smoke settles, he points his sword at her throat and says, "Looks like I win." She concedes defeat, saying he fights like a battle-hardened pro, but then he just tells her to head on back. She's absolutely stunned, wondering why he isn't eliminating her. He just says it's his call to make. As he turns to leave, he tells her to handle the two people who are rushing their way. Chen hesitates for a moment, but then it clicks when those two heavy hitters from before come barreling toward them at top speed. Duran and Eliza zoom right past, bickering over who gets to fight. Leo, both acting like a couple of kids. As they get closer, Chen just gives them a look like they've completely lost it, asking why on earth they're here when the ruins are literally in the total opposite direction. The prince just assumes she took a loss and asks where the class rep ran off to. Chen doesn't deny the obvious, but instead plays the injury card, suggesting they should all head to the center. Duran gets all pumped up about that, but she shuts him down fast, reminding him that they're in the same department, so he can't really turn her down. That silences him immediately. Chen then turns to Eliza and asks if she could give her a piggyback ride. But the white-haired girl is quick to point out that their departments are different. Chen fakes being offended and even brings up all those times she helped Eliza cram for exams. That definitely strikes a nerve, and the white-haired girl says she always repays her debts, but she really just can't do it right now. Chen pulls out her secret weapon, the puppy dog eyes, and that pretty much ends the debate, forcing them to finally agree. Eliza warns her that this truce is only good until they reach the central ruins, while Duran just kind of stands there awkwardly. Glancing back, the water user just hopes Leo finds whatever he's after and wraps this whole thing up quickly. The scene then cuts to a red-haired guy, Jaredon, from the summoning department. He's sprinting full tilt toward the castle in the center. The guy is muttering to himself about finally being free from a curse, but then a massive fireball slams down right in his path, forcing him to a dead stop. A voice calls out, telling him not to get too cocky. It's Celia, standing there coolly as she conjures another fireball, having already locked down the north gate without breaking a sweat. The other students in the area scramble away, heading for a different gate. They try their luck there, but they run into the exact same problem, as Chloe is guarding the west gate with her ice magic. The red-haired student gulps, realizing that only the south and east gates are left. He remembers that Eliza is off chasing Leo and really hopes that Walden managed to secure at least one of the gates. But before anyone can take another step, a gigantic shadow falls over the horizon. One of the students starts to panic and yells that it's a black wyvern, but Duran quickly corrects him, saying it's the cursed version from the summoning exam. At that point, everyone goes into a full-blown panic, wondering what in the world that beast is doing here. Meanwhile, Zeiseringer is surveying the battlefield and notes that Celia is handling things just fine, but finds it a bit odd that Leo still hasn't entered the ruins. Looking over at Chelsea, her uncle compliments her, saying she has finally become a proper mage of their house. The two share a nice moment, talking about how adorable the younger students are, but Zeiss's expression changes in an instant as he senses something is terribly wrong. A massive monster appears on the battlefield out of thin air. The teachers all rush into the control room, demanding to know what's happening. The mage, inside, yells that they've lost contact with the other control room. Herod turns to Sun and says they need to evacuate all the students right now. The white-haired professor pours magic into the crystal, but nothing happens. He announces that it's not working, but Herod doesn't hesitate and bolts toward the headmaster, telling him to keep trying. The scene jumps over to a group of students who are in the middle of a battle. One guy wipes the sweat from his brow and comments that the other departments are just on another level, as he tries to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Walden is just chilling on a busted rooftop, thinking he needs to wrap this up before that monster makes its way over. And right on cue, the cursed black wyvern flies into view, shocking everyone. Someone screams for them to take cover as the creature fires off a powerful energy blast. Walden reacts instantly and throws up a firewall to shield them, even though they're not from the same department. He shouts to his teammate and orders him to open the gates so they can get everyone inside. The guy gets cocky and says he doesn't take orders from him. So, Walden casually puts him in a one-armed chokehold and says that they're running out of time. He then declares, basically anoints himself captain and barks the order to open the gate. End of discussion. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Leo's just methodically crossing lakes off his checklist, one by one. As his search is still turning up nothing, he figures everyone else must be in the thick of a fight by now and thinks he should probably go link up. But right then, his eyes go wide as this seriously nasty aura starts spreading all over the land. He immediately clocks that this curse of severance doesn't feel like anything native to this area. Then it clicks. The last time he felt this exact curse was during that big fight against Tardios. Without a second's hesitation, he flares up his Phoenix aura and just bolts forward at top speed. Leo remembers that this particular curse doesn't actually attack people head-on. Instead, it severs all forms of outside communication, basically trapping everyone inside a giant, invisible net. He can't help but wonder if the traitor back at the academy finally decided to make their move. As he's blazing across the landscape, he knows he's got to find the others, and fast. Back in the central ruins, things aren't looking so great, with Nella trying desperately to heal Carr, begging him not to give up on her. A nearby NPC is shaking, wondering out loud why the escape bracelet didn't just teleport them out of there. At the same time, over at the east gate, Chelsea refuses to back down an inch, taking on the meaner all by herself. Then, completely out of the blue, the monster brings its axe down hard, catching her totally off guard. Just in the nick of time, someone blasts the miner away before it can finish the job. It's her brother, Abad, who shows up and gives her a little reminder, like, hey, you can cast more than one spell at a time, you know. He tells her to get her head in the game. Chelsea, still trying to get her bearings, struggles to her feet, but before she can even ask what's going on, a massive roar shakes the very ground. Her brother gets serious and makes an announcement. The department competition is officially on hold. He says that if they want any chance of dealing with these monsters, everyone's going to have to work together. He figures the smart kids will probably make a break for the inner castle,